Đang đứng chờ đô la sẽ bị check vào đô la. Từ nay đến giờ thì không ai của Imperial đến đây cả ở đây rồi. Ngay lập tức thì sẽ có sự hỗ trợ đến từ Lucas. Chúng ta không chết được mọi người mình người gọi đô la và Shady lên thành này. Cuộc tiến công vẫn tiến công và đó là hai mạng cho mạnh. Đây là một góc một mà phát hiện ra người thứ hai đối với Yomi. Và đó là IQ bắt được Siroka. Nhưng trong số Nga có người và IQ đã móc một mạng lên cho David. Liệu cơ hội làm rất nhiều thứ đây. Một mạng và IQ đã một kill. Yomi vẫn chưa cần.
Hello everyone, this is Seven, the host of Fight Club Season 2. The ultimate one-on-one competition challenging for the fight money has come back after the first spectacular season in 2021. Fight Club will begin in a bigger scale right here on this marvelous stage with the best players around the world. 10 challengers, but only one champion. The fierce battle will soon begin until the last one stands to become the champion of Fight Club Season 2.
Sou o Action da Black Dragons. Acho muito legal ter sido invitado para esse torneio, né, que normalmente é o destaque de cada equipe e vai ser muito legal disputar.
Olá, meu nome é Silva, eu sou jogador da Extense Game. Se eu ganhar o prêmio do Fight Club, eu vou sair para curtir com meus amigos aqui em Jeju.
Olá pessoal, meu nick é Goten, eu sou da equipe da Imperial. Ano passado a premiação era pouca, agora aumentou e me deu mais vontade de ganhar.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Phát Con đến từ đội tuyển Ranking Gaming. Đây là giải đấu rất là thú vị vì mọi người có thể show off được cái kỹ năng của mình.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Đô La, mình đến từ đội tuyển Serbia này. Cảm giác của em khi mà được tham gia giải Fight Club thì cảm giác của em rất là vui.
Hello, I'm SGJ Yobig, attacker of the team. Kinakabahan ako sobra. Gagawin ko ang lahat ng aking makakaya.
Hello, I'm Awesome and I'm playing for Lazarus. I'm very happy because it's a great opportunity to play in the Fight Club in the season 2.
أنا اسمي حورس، أنا بلعب لفريق تيم ميسي. لقد تفاجأت في البداية من هذه المسابقة، لكن الآن سوف أخذها كتحدي إنني سوف أنتصر في هذه المسابقة.
السلام عليكم، أنا بيفا من أنوبيس جيمنج. ما كنتش عارف أصلا إن أنا أخش في فايت كلاب، بس هم اختاروني عشان بطلع الإيس وكده وبكاري التيم.
Xin chào mọi người, tôi là Lucas, đến từ team Serbia hay là với tư cách là vô địch của mùa 1 Fight Club thì tôi thấy lần này tôi được tham gia thì thấy là rất bình thường và tôi rất là tự tin sẽ giành được chức vô địch toàn quốc gia.
Now let's go through the main rules of Fight Club Season 2. 10 challengers will go through a total of 3 rounds to determine the last winner to win the fight money and also the champion title. The matchup for the first round will be decided through the random draw. Once the first round ends, the loser will have his turn to choose his opponent from the first round winner. Challengers who got defeated twice will be eliminated from the competition, and the challenger with 2 wins will have his turn to choose his opponent to play against. The first challenger securing 3 wins will be granted to advance to the final stage, but the remaining players will continue the ultimate challenge to advance as well. The ultimate duel will continue until we reach the 4 remaining survivors who will play in the final stage. Every fight will be played in a best-of-3 series on compound, and the last challenger who will be the champion will be granted to earn $3,000. Everyone, stay tuned to witness the champion of Fight Club Season 2, who will be the top 4 survivors advancing to the 3rd round. Let's find out. This was the host, 7. Thank you so much.
Tôi được bầu đội tuyển đó thì tôi cảm giác rất là nhẹ, đẹp, màu dáng các thứ rất là ok, rất là đẹp và cảm giác tôi bắn ok đấy.
So, fierce battle is about to begin then Fight Club. Now we are going to start a random draw for the competition. So the first match is between Awesome and Fatcons from Vietnam.
So your first was against Pekins from the ranking games. When you first heard of that, how did you feel?
Since I... Oh, wait. What was his in-game name?
Facon.
Is it his name Pecons? Pecons?
Tên của tôi không phải là Fitcon mà là Facon.
Round 1. Headshot.
After the match, I was excited that I won my first match.
Lúc đấy em rất là cay cú và em quyết định là sẽ bích bạn ấy để gỡ lại lần 2.
So the next match is between, let's see, Action from Brazil, Beva from Egypt.
Sinceramente não conheço muito o jogo dele, ele acabou de chegar, não sei qual era a estatística dele lá na CF West, mas pra mim é só mais um.
أنا عارف اللي هو كل واحد طلع في التيم بيطلع عشان بيبقى الإيس وبيكاري التيم بتاعه، بس أنا ما كنتش أعرفهم وكنت داخل على أساس إني أكسب. أنا شايف إني أسهل حد في فايت كلاب كان أكشن.
Beva, não conheço, mas acho que vai ser fácil.
Round 1. Shots.
كسبت 2-0 فمش شايف ان في حد يقدر يكسب.
Agora eu conheço ele e posso derrotar da próxima vez. E aguarde que eu vou te derrotar.
So match number 3, guys, is between Dola from Vietnam, Yobib from the Philippines.
Em nghĩ là Yobib là một người dễ bị đánh bại nhất ở đây, tại vì là lần đầu tiên bạn ấy cũng đi thì tâm lý sẽ không ổn định.
Kaba, excited, 50-50.
Thật là buồn khi mà đối đầu với Yobib, tại vì bạn quá là nhỏ con.
Si Dolo, puro ayos lang naman ang buhok, puro paporma lang naman ginagawa.
Round 1.
Trận đầu tiên em gặp Yobib thì em hơi chủ quan vì tự tin về skin của mình nên là em đã thua ở trận đầu tiên.
Masaya ako, siyempre, puro ayos lang siya ng buhok. Anong pakiramdam mo, Dola, nang tinalo ka ng Unano?
So let's come to match number 4. Silva Sarah from Brazil, Lucas from Vietnam.
Estou muito tranquilo, sei que ele é um jogador muito bom, mas estou tranquilo pro jogo. Como o Lucas foi campeão na edição passada, eu estou querendo jogar contra ele para ver o jogo dele.
Vì tôi biết rõ tất cả cái skill của đội Brazil nên tôi không thấy sợ.
Round 1.
Esse que era o campeão, foi um jogo muito tranquilo e muito fácil.
Hãy đợi đấy, để xem ai là người cuối cùng.
And last but not least, Goken from Brazil,
Acho que eu vou cair contra o Horus.
Horus from Egypt.
أعتقد أنه لاعب رائع، لكن أنا أعرف نقط ضعفه وأعتقد أنني سوف أنتصر عليه.
Como planejado, eu caí no sorteio contra o Horus, acho que eu vou conseguir ganhar.
So guys, last match of round 1, Goken versus Horus. Let's fight!
Round 1.
That's the championship point. All gamers will be.
Từ nước chủ nhà Việt Nam, chúng tôi xin được gửi lời chào nồng nhiệt đến toàn thể quý vị đã cùng đến với ngày thi đấu tiếp theo của CFS Summer Championship năm 2023 được tổ chức bởi Smilегate Entertainment và VTC Online. Thưa quý vị, và trước hết chúng tôi cũng xin được tự giới thiệu, tôi là Thu Hà, người sẽ cùng đồng hành với quý vị xuyên suốt giải đấu lần này. Thưa quý vị, và ngày hôm nay từ nhà thi đấu quân khu 7 thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, Việt Nam, chúng tôi xin được gửi những lời chúc tốt đẹp nhất đến với tất cả quý vị khán giả, đặc biệt là quý vị đang cùng theo dõi thông qua những nền tảng trực tuyến của CROSSFIRE. Và thay mặt cho ban tổ chức, chúng tôi cũng xin phép được chúc quý vị có thể có được những trận đấu kịch tính, mãn nhãn và hòa mình cùng với cộng đồng CROSSFIRE. Và dù quý vị là những fan hâm mộ chân chính và cuồng nhiệt của CROSSFIRE, hay là những người đam mê bộ môn thể thao điện tử, ESPORTS, hay đơn giản quý vị chỉ đang tìm kiếm cho mình chính là những phút giây thư giãn thật khó quên, thì quý vị ơi, còn chân chơi gì nữa, hãy cùng đến ngay với nhà thi đấu quân khu 7 thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, Việt Nam. Nhưng mà nếu quý vị chúng ta không thể có mặt ở đây để đắm chìm vào trong những giây phút thăng hoa này thì không sao cả, đừng lo lắng nha. Chúng tôi đã có những giải pháp tuyệt vời hơn nữa cho quý vị, bằng cách quý vị chỉ việc tham gia vào trong nền tảng trực tuyến của chúng tôi, như là trên Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. Và còn gì tuyệt vời hơn khi vừa được theo dõi những trận đấu kịch tính và quý vị lại còn được bình luận và chia sẻ niềm vui này cùng với cộng đồng CROSSFIRE của chúng tôi, đúng không nào? Và thưa quý vị, ngày hôm nay hãy sẵn sàng để hòa mình và thưởng thức ngày thi đấu sôi động của CFS Summer Championship năm 2023. Và chúng tôi cam đoan rằng dù quý vị đang theo dõi thông qua một màn hình điện thoại nhỏ thôi hay là một màn hình lớn hơn, thì tất cả chúng tôi đều đem đến cho quý vị những trải nghiệm online tuyệt vời, mượt mà và sắc nét nhất. Và ngay bây giờ quý vị ơi, hãy cùng nhau đến với CFS Summer Championship năm 2023 bằng những tổng kết của những trận đấu vào ngày hôm qua, cũng như là sẵn sàng đến với phần bình luận từ các bình luận viên ngày hôm nay về hai trận đấu tiếp theo sau đây sẽ là giữa Imperial và Pacific Macta. Xin mời!
And yes, indeed, once again, a very warm welcome back to the CFS Summer Championship 2020. Maybe a 2-2-1 scoreline would be what we'd be looking at for them. For Imperial and Cara House yesterday, this was probably the match of the day, I think it's fair to say, and it was quite close, especially in that first map of sub-base. We're getting a look at those replays right now, 13-10 for Imperial on that first map, and that one really did feel like it was pretty touch and go. Cara House had to make a bit of a comeback to even get it to OT, still did end up going down. Second map, maybe not quite so much of a discussion there, which was a 10-4 favoring Imperial on a compound. Then we moved over to Baisha and ranking, and that was easily the most one-sided match of the day, particularly on map 2. Baisha just dominant really across the board.
Yeah, really swift punch in the final game, but I have to say, impressive performance from Ice Cube nonetheless. This guy, I think, is going to be a really key component of this team in their future matchups, and he could ultimately do a lot of damage against some of these lesser teams in the group.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. But it is time for us to turn our attention back toward today, and it is going to be day number 3 of the competition here at CFS Summer Championship. And so, day 3 of the groups as well, Kyle. We're now at the halfway point until we start this next game of those group stages. I think based on what we've seen over the first couple of days, we are starting to get a bit of an understanding maybe of how those groups are going to play out, but as of yet, still a couple of pieces of the puzzle that need to be put into place.
Yeah, today's going to be a lot of pressure on many of these teams. You're going to see some lock in their spots in the playoffs, and others probably lock in that opportunity just kind of lost at this point because they might have a rough day. There's already teams that have gone 0-2, and even in that position, you're basically down and out and have to hope things kind of shake out perfectly to make it through.
Yeah, definitely. And look, at this point, you know, maybe both of the Chinese teams are the ones looking to top their groups. Jury's kind of still out, I guess, when it comes to all gamers, but Baisha have picked up 2 wins out of the 2 games that they have played, so they're in a pretty good spot. We'll take a quick look back at how the tournament does break down for those of you at home who maybe aren't aware as to what is going on here. If you haven't joined us for those first couple of days, we are now on to the 23rd of August, so we've still got another 5 days of competition if you include today, right up to the 27th of August for that finals day. 8 teams playing off for 300,000 USD. Pretty standard stuff as far as the map pool is concerned for CFS. But yeah, it's been fun so far, and we're just working our way through the groups at this point in time.
Yeah, excited to see maybe a couple more of these maps we haven't seen yet. I'm very surprised we actually haven't had Port come up at all. And on top of that, still everyone avoiding Eagle Eye. Would love to see it before the tournament is over. Of course, we do have a couple more days left in the group stage. We're just over that halfway point as we get into day 3 here, and then we've got a 3-day playoff run. That's going to be a double elimination, best of 5 playoffs on the way after this best of 3 group stage, and it's going to be the top 4 teams making it through, top 2 seeds from each group when it's all said and done. As we hop into the group stage results, we're going to look and see where everybody's at currently. That could definitely shake up today, but across the board, no major surprises, I would say, so far.
Yeah, I think the 2-0s as the only result is probably the biggest surprise that we have had. A lot of the games we would have probably predicted for a 2-0, but certainly some of those games yesterday, it felt like maybe there was the possibility to go to 3. We didn't ultimately end up going in that direction. Maybe day 3 will be the day of 3 mappers. Imperial Pacific Macta, I would say I probably think that one should still lean toward a 2-0. I've got a bit of faith in Imperial. Pacific Macta didn't hugely impress me in their first game against Cara House, but we'll see. Maybe the second game of the day, that again looks like it probably will be the closest one on paper. Here's the group standings for Group A. Baisha, as we've mentioned, are up in that 2-0 bracket right now. Very hard to imagine they're going to be dropping out of first place in this group. Obviously, there is a world where that could potentially happen should VASCO win the rest of their games, but that seems a fairly difficult prospect at this point in time. And then over to Group B. Haven't played as many games from Group B just yet, but that will be rectified today.
Yeah, we'll get a good kickoff with Imperial and Pacific Macta to see how this group might actually shake out. And for Pacific, it's going to be interesting for them. They're that team that's at the back of the pack right now, and they've got a chance against Imperial to maybe shake up this group completely. It would be cool to see them have at least a map win before they go down and out here, and maybe something even more miraculous than that. But as we take a look at the matches of the day, you know, looking at these 3 set of matches, anything that stands out to you is kind of the match you're looking for to determine the most today?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of interested to see All Gamers and Cara House. I think that is one that's going to really dictate whether or not All Gamers will be able to take the top seed in Group B. We did see Cara House play already a couple of times. I haven't been hugely impressed. I'll say, like, they did have some decent moments, that's for sure. They had definitely high peaks, but I think that the inconsistency is definitely a bit of a problem for them. And so if their run is to be maintained and to actually go all the way through to the playoffs, then we will kind of have to see them beat All Gamers, which I think, as far as the tasks they've had for themselves so far, is a little bit above what they've had to deal with so far. So tough one for them as well. I think Imperial Pacific Macta, again, an interesting one considering, look, Imperial were kind of almost considering as that second seed to go through from their group, but that is under the assumption that they beat Pacific Macta. So first, of course, we actually have to see whether or not they will beat Pacific Macta. And so that's something that we're waiting to see today. And I don't think we're going to have to wait too much longer for that one. Our first game of the day, Imperial and Pacific Macta. It's Brazil taking on the Philippines. And it is not too long away for us to start inviting our teams back onto the stage. Of course, we have seen both these teams play already, Kyle. Imperial did manage to get a pretty solid win yesterday, I thought. I think we can all be very impressed by that, but it's time to welcome them back to the stage for day number 3.
Estou muito feliz por ter vindo esse ano, porque no ano passado a gente veio aqui novamente e eu gostei muito do Vietnã. Eu acho que todos os times do CFBL evoluíram muito, incluindo principalmente o VASCO, e tem muita chance para poder ganhar esse campeonato. O nosso grupo é um grupo mais forte do campeonato e com certeza devemos prestar atenção no time da AG e no time da Celeb. O nosso objetivo nesse campeonato é ser campeão.
Star, reinvent.
And here they are once again. It is Imperial, the team from Brazil. They've had a bit of a tumultuous time so far at the CFS Summer Championship. This will be their last group stage game. They went down 0-2 against All Gamers on day one. They beat Cara House yesterday 2-0, and to ensure their place in the playoffs and to ensure that this is not actually the last game they play at this tournament, they will need to find a win against Pacific Macta.
Yeah, still an important game for them. They're not locked in just yet. And Pacific, as we've seen, a team you don't want to underestimate completely. They had a really close matchup against Cara House, so I definitely expect these guys to put a fight up, but
I'm excited because it's been a while since our last major CFS event. Our bracket is full of champions. That's why we are excited to face them. We respect everyone in the bracket, so we pay attention to everyone. Our goal is to give out our best individually and as a team. Then we will see where it gets us. We want to be champion again, so we will give it our all.
Star, reinvent.
So welcoming Pacific Macta back to the stage. They did have a day off yesterday, which is probably a good thing considering the loss that they suffered on day one against Cara House. It was a fairly devastating loss, I'll say, I think, with that 13-11 coming into play on Black Widow. They will need to have found some kind of an improvement, you know, and when you're looking actually at this group, you can, at the moment, almost say Cara House looked like the weakest opposition that they will face, because now they have Imperial. The next team that they'll have to face is going to be All Gamers tomorrow. It's a real uphill battle for Pacific Macta.
yeah, it's a tough road ahead, but that's kind of the group they've drawn here. I mean, you've got all championship caliber teams, as they mentioned in their interview, and it's just a tough group all around to make it out of. I mean, when you look at this group of 4 teams, this could have easily been a top 4 in my eyes just with these 4 teams, but they've got to go against each other to make it through. So I think Pacific, they're going to have a tough time in this one because Imperial, they may have had a rough day 1, but their day 2 looked really good.
Yeah. We'll take a look back at some of Imperial's results over the recent history, but I think for me the most important thing to touch on when we're thinking about this matchup is the fact that both teams have played Cara House kind of gives us a bit of a barometer, right, as to maybe the relative strength of these two teams coming into today's game. It was Cara House that played against Pacific Macta first. They won 2-0 against Pacific Macta, and yes, to be fair, it did take them a little while to get that one over the line. But, you know, when you take into account that Imperial themselves beat Cara House yesterday, I think we're looking at a world where Imperial comes into this one as the fairly hefty favorites, and you've got quite a lot of individually talented players on this roster. You know, we've been talking a lot about Gokun for Imperial at this event so far, but I think for me as well, ADRF and Ryu Zhao have probably been 2 standouts when we're talking about the rifling core, so sort of feels like they can kind of get it done in multiple facets, and I think that's going to really benefit them going into this game against Pacific Macta.
Yeah, really just a well-rounded team on the side of Imperial, but as we take a look at Pacific Macta, a really solid team in their own right as well. You have kind of the younger guns coming in being Justin and MVA, the veterans Aldrin, Revenge, and ZYK, very dominant regionally, and really for them, this is their first foot back into the international scene after not qualifying for the last CFS. They looked decent, I would say, in their first matchup. It wasn't a complete blowout like I expected. They actually took it into overtime on one of those maps, and as we look at the stats, MVA, one of those new additions, has been pretty positive so far, but I know you mentioned as well, Aldrin has impressed you a bit at this event.
Yeah, I would say for me, the 2 standouts on this team probably have been MVA and Aldrin, which in a way is almost a little bit disappointing, because I think when you initially look at the names on this roster, you really see Revenge there and you think, okay, he's going to be a very big talking point for Pacific Macta, but didn't really get the sense that he really showed up quite so much for Pacific Macta in that game against Cara House. So At the very least, you've got maybe a little bit of extra emphasis available to them in the future if necessary, and well, it's going to be probably necessary up against Imperial. We talk about that sniper matchup if Revenge can't handle Gokun, and let's be real, Gokun is one of the most individually talented players in this event. That's really going to be a sore spot for Pacific Macta.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough 1v1 here between Gokun and Revenge. I think both of these guys are probably at the top of their game, but Gokun has just looked lights out so far, especially in their last game. He was hitting some insane shots. Looking at the potential maps, though, it's going to be tough as well, I think, for Pacific to find that right pick. Looking at the MVPs, it is going to be MVA, kind of that key player on the side of Pacific. No surprises there. Lucum as well for Imperial, kind of one of those veteran guys who's been around for quite some time. He can really do a lot when it comes to entry fragging for this team, and no surprise to see both of these guys up there.
Yeah, OKK definitely deserving of picking up the MVP in that last game yesterday on Subbase that we did get to see Imperial playing against Cara House. He had a really big performance there. Still, I think, you know, it's not really just a case of, okay, who's the key players here for Imperial. It does, to me, sort of feel like they have a little bit more there as a team as well. I think the 5 members generally just have a little bit of a higher level that they're bringing into this competition than what we've seen from Pacific Macta. But to be fair, they've had a little bit more time to impress us as well. We've seen 2 games from Imperial. We've only seen 1 game so far from Pacific Macta. Big talking point, of course, is going to be the maps. Last time they played, Ankara and Black Widow were the maps, and it doesn't look like that's necessarily going to be the case today. We will get to see Port for the first time.
Yeah, I really like this map selection from Pacific, actually. I think this is a really good pool for them, but Imperial, a very, very strong sub-base team. No surprise to see them pick it again. They looked very dominant on their performance yesterday, and I think coming into it today, Pacific has got to be ready, but they are a very good sub-base team themselves. I just feel like the firepower is what scares me in this matchup, because Pacific, strategically, they're not a bad team, but when you look at the shots alone Imperial hit yesterday, that's a scary team to go up against.
Yeah, tend to agree with you. I think that mechanical level is really going to shine through. It does kind of worry me that Compound is the decider match here for Pacific Macta. It's a difficult one for them, I think, to get over the line, considering how strong we saw Imperial look yesterday on said map. Now, predictions across the board pretty much are favoring Imperial. No regional bias there, of course, from the 3 Philippines casters who have all predicted for Pacific Macta. But yeah, I think you can, you know, maybe look at this and say, okay, there's pretty much a general sentiment that Imperial comes in as the heavy favorites for this matchup.
Oh yeah, certainly. I would love to see a world where Pacific gets a map, maybe even upsets completely. Here, it's just going to take them playing some of the best CROSSFIRE they have in quite some time to do that, because Imperial, they're not looking at this team as the team to beat in this event. They're looking like a team that wants to go through to those playoffs and go all the way into the finals if they can do so. And for them, this is just a must-win for that to happen.
Yeah, for mine, I think Imperial have also looked better as they've gone on in this tournament, right? If we consider how they played against AG, right, there was some decent moments, some good rounds here and there, but really it kind of only felt like it was Gokun showing up in those matches for Imperial. Then we go on to first map yesterday, very close affair against Cara House. They get it over the line, obviously, and they do it a little bit more by committee. And then by the time we get to Compound, which was the 4th map that they've played at this event so far, it really felt like all guns really were blazing. So if you're now Pacific Macta having dealt with that, you're going up against an Imperial that looks like they've gone from strength to strength in this event. And I can only imagine it's going to be a good day for them today as well, as we head on to Subbase for map 1. All right, and here we go on to Subbase. Pacific Macta ready to go on that blacklist side. See what they can do on the outset. Is it going to be a faster round? Well, speaking of fast, it's Gokun to open the account very quickly indeed. And this is what I'm talking about, right? He, as an individual, just seems to be like such a difference maker for Imperial.
Yeah, he truly is, and already you can see a lot of additional damage dealt onto Aldrin and ZYK on half HP. Imperial, they've got a massive advantage in this opening round to work with. They're already forcing that control towards A long on the side of Pacific Macta, but they've got no room to work with. Imperial just holding the line here, but ZYK, this is an interesting one, aggressively sniping in the vent from the BL side. Not something you see all too often here, but maybe he can make it work. He really wants to find that pick to answer back. Almost has a shot there onto ADRF, but he will back off as the team resets for this B execution.
Yeah, I'm not too sure really that we've seen a whole lot of vent play from Imperial, to be quite honest with you. So I'm not sure how much value he's really going to find if he is going to AWP in that position here on Blacklist. But something that we'll have to keep in mind. Ultimately, Pacific Macta have decided that they want to rotate their way back over to B. And again, they met with Gokun holding that AWP. 2 from 2 so far, and this very nearly could be 3 from 3. It's Ryuzao who will end up striking alongside LKK. MVA, you know, he's doing his best, and a couple of sharp shots there do make this round possible. He is holding the C4. You really thought that was going to be easily done for Imperial, but MVA is making it happen. And that is why we highlighted him as an impressive individual for Pacific Macta. Now he has a very winnable round ahead, particularly with the shots he's hitting. Got to say, though, Imperial giving him these 1v1s has been a bit of a problem.
Yeah, but who else would you want here? It's Ryuzao, who yesterday consistently was winning these 1v1 situations for Imperial in their previous matchups. So he has the HP advantage as well to work with. MVA, he does at least have the bomb here, but he's only got 8 seconds. Ryuzao is going to know he might be able to go in and peek right off this plant and catch him off guard. MVA, though, if he could somehow win this 1 versus 5, it would be a massive shift in momentum. It's going to be a quick spot from Ryuzao. Can he get it? MVA, he gets it! The 1v5, what a way to start their life off in this matchup.
I can't believe it. I really can't. That is insane from MVA. Super, super sharp shots. Those first 3 that he was able to grab on the site, and then the fadeaway 4th as well into control room. And obviously in the 1v1, like once you've got it down to that position, anything is possible. Imperial's got to have a look back at that and just make sure they don't allow that to happen again, because that very much should have been their round to win. And, well, obviously it's not. Now they're down a member in round 2. It's got to be a little bit tilting how this has actually played out. This was the dream start, and now it's turning into a nightmare.
Yeah, now they're crumbling a little bit under that pressure of losing the 1v5. They've already lost 2 players in this round. Lukum finally able to answer back, takes down Justin. But it's still going to be a tough round. Feifei able to find one. Ryuzao finds another. They make it a 2-on-3 situation, but with MVA still in the mix here, it's definitely a winnable one. He's alone again now, though. 1 versus 3, but Feifei gets it done this time around.
All right, well, that's a little bit more like it for Imperial. I dare say they'd be saying that's probably what we should have done in the first round. Not even give the Pacific Macta players the opportunity to fire back, it felt like. So, 2 really explosive rounds so far, one from either side.
Pacific putting a lot of emphasis on this lobby control play. It is going to be Gokun getting boosted into the vents on the other side of things here. Not any commitment, though, from Pacific, just playing for a lot of utility pressure in this A lobby. The rest of Pacific starting to work their way slowly towards this A long position. 2 of them just holding on to the B control room, but Imperial playing very reserved here.
Yeah, a bit of a slower start to this round, that's for sure. Don't know that Pacific Macta will half mind that. It's given them the time to start working through the map. Now they're just starting to probe their way into that B site. Ryuzao will go into the vent to try to play a little more aggressively. Good spot to take that fight against Justin. Will be traded down, but by and large, the exchange goes quite favorably for Imperial. Now it's on to MVA to try to make the difference. He holds that spray, but not long enough. And now 3-on-1 for Revenge, who is yet to get on the board for Pacific Macta today.
Yeah, now the pressure's on him to try and make a big play, but after losing that first round, Imperial likely to be very cautious in this situation to try and not take these 1v1s like they did in that 1v5. But just as I say that, it's going to be Revenge who finds Feifei J caught alone in the top of the A bomb site. Adrian and Lukum coming in together now to try and secure this trade, but Revenge, he's got a really good angle here to work with for the remainder of the round, but it is all about the timing on this staircase push. He could potentially get himself caught out here.
Yeah, Imperial's being very patient at the moment, but in that meanwhile, Revenge has used the time to clear out behind him. So he knows he really only has to focus in on one direction. He'll know where they're coming from. Sharp shot straight away onto ADRF. Another clutch on offer right here for Pacific Macta. First a 1-on-5, then a 1-on-3. Imperial have really got to take a long, hard look at themselves and think, how are we letting this happen?
Yeah, just kind of insane the rounds they're able to take away right now on the side of Pacific. The individual players getting it done, but Imperial kind of allowing these things to happen. And you can see the frustration as they go in for the B control room push. A lot of utility damage being dealt onto them. Justin as well, getting knocked down to 20 HP. Both teams going to go ahead and reset here. Play it a little bit safer moving forward, but Imperial, they've lost about half HP on the majority of their lineup, so not a huge amount of value coming out of that initial push.
Yeah, I don't really think that necessarily favors one side over the other. I guess you can make the argument that having Justin down to a sliver of HP is probably more beneficial than a bit more of that spread damage onto Imperial, but either way, it seems like both kind of come out of that one quite even in terms of the exchange. Once again, Pacific Macta to slow things down and just try to work their way through the map with the time that's been given to them.
Yeah, right now, Pacific putting a lot of emphasis towards the A bomb side. It is going to be two players on the opposite side of the vents. Probably one of them going to be jump spotting here. Goken playing underneath. Feifei going to run into trouble on the bottom of the A bomb side. It's going to be Justin going for this first peek. Feifei, counter flash, going to stall out his position. Adrian able to get one. The vent flank not going to work out. Feifei going to be good for one as well on the lower bomb side. 3-on-2 now as they still have yet to cross here. Goken, though, misses a crucial shot, and now Pacific at least have the bomb site.
Yeah, one nade right here for Goken. It's not going to be enough to finish off any planter, but plant's not even going down right now. And in that time, Imperial are being active on the map. That angle is being watched by MVA, and he's a bit of a sharpie, so let's not count this one out just yet. Ryuzao will be the entry fragger. He's gone completely past MVA. It has not been checked. Trade should come in, though, pretty quickly, and does. And this time, finally, Imperial do not make a mistake. They had the numbers advantage. They just grouped up, played it together, and ensured they could find those trades.
Yeah, an interesting position there from MVA as well, kind of allowing that player to sneak past and get that initial kill. Still an even match so far, but when you think about player advantages, Imperial's had it every single round. The only rounds they've given up are those 1v5 and 1v3 rounds that we saw. Feifei, though, gets very aggressive this time. A-long, he's going to get taken down right away. ADRF looking for the follow-up, can't find anything out of it, has to kind of just back off here and let it happen, but that is not the start Imperial needed.
Yeah, definitely not, but Ryuzao might be able to make a difference here. He's hiding behind the smoke and will catch Aldrin off guard. ZYK, though, is there to trade it down. Good spacing from Pacific Macta. And Imperial now have lost a lot of map control, so they're going to have to do something a little silly. Goken on the timing. This is going to be a huge, difficult one to entry, but NBA low, and it's not going to matter anyway because Goken headshot with the Orm. Well, that'll pretty much finish anyone off. Does sack a lot of his HP for it. Now, job is there for ADRF to hold the stairs position. Can't do it.
Yeah, down and out very quickly there. The rotation going to be caught as well. Revenge finds one onto Lukum. Goken now left in a 1-on-3 with 10 HP. Imperial, maybe they're due for a clutch after the 2 that have gone against them, but with just 10 HP, it doesn't seem too likely. Revenge holding the angle. The timing, though, he turns around in an awkward moment. He's taken down by Goken, who now has a chance to crack this bomb site, but the bomb is ticking. Only about 10 seconds to get in here and find these kills, but the stall is perfection here from Pacific. Not peeking out, ZYK holds the angle till the perfect moment, and Pacific, they're back in the lead.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Imperial is finding it as difficult as they are. And I don't think they really have anyone to blame but themselves, to be quite honest with you. You know, obviously we were quite confident. I especially was confident in my prediction. I know when we were talking coming into this, you were sort of saying like, okay, well, you've got to give some credit to Pacific Macta. They're not a bad team. I was saying, look, I just think Imperial's going to destroy this. I think they're going to 2-0 it. And, you know, I think the opportunity really was there. This scoreline could be 4-1 right now, but it's not. And Imperial are finding it much more difficult after having given some of that confidence over to Pacific Macta in the first couple of rounds, allowing some of their stars to shine. ZYK with a sharp shot onto LKK, but still 2 players on this A side, so he's not going to be able to get in there too easily. But I really want to see Imperial accelerate at some point in this half, and it just feels like they're going through this quite lethargically.
Yeah, now it's going to be up to this solo hold as well from Goken. He's alone on the back of the B bomb site. Aldrin spots him out. ZYK trying to sneak on him through the smoke. He's going to find the kill. Ryuzao very low on HP for the retake as well. And Pacific, they are well on their way to another round here. Feifei has to go in for the long rotation along with Ryuzao and just hope for the best. But this is not a good situation to be in.
Yep, once again, Imperial find themselves in a good spot and then just squander it. And they're tasked with a 2-on-3 retake. And Pacific Macta, quite disciplined in these post plants. That is something that has impressed me. Ryuzao does hit a good shot, but it's going to kind of give away the game here for the Imperial retake. And Revenge will find the timing onto Feifei. Great peek. ZYK not really required at this point, and so Revenge starting to kind of find his feet in the CFS Summer Championship. Did go a little bit missing in that first match against Cara House, but nice to see him having some pop-off moments in this game against Imperial. And if Pacific Macta is to win today, I mean, this is the way to go about it, right? You've got your individuals firing. Aldrin, you know, he's taken a bit of a backseat. He was the guy that was kind of getting it done in that game against Cara House, but everyone else on Pacific Macta, they've had a bit of a reawakening. Maybe that day off has really helped them.
Yeah, right now, I mean, Pacific in a really good position to at least take this first map, especially considering it does tend to lean in slightly favorable for the GR side. So a blacklist lead for these guys is just massive, but a lot of it is that individual effort. A 1v3 and a 1v5 clutch is why they're in this position. Otherwise, Imperial would be fully controlling this first half, but as we can see here, they are hungry to answer on the side of Imperial. You can see 2 players getting aggressive on A long, but there's nobody there. It's going to be the rest of Pacific working their way into the B bomb site. Only 2 players on the back of it. It's going to be Goken holding the back of the blue room here, waiting to see if this push is going to come through. Lukum sneaks into position, but it's already Revenge who finds the opening frag. Lukum looking for more here, but he's not going to find it. Aldrin already pushes through, pre-fires Feifei, and just like that, Pacific fully have the site.
Yeah, I'm really starting to question my Imperial prediction at this point. I had full confidence going into today that Imperial would be able to win this game against Pacific Macta and do so pretty cleanly, but this game of subbase is really starting to make me a convert for Pacific Macta, and I tell you what, the casters from the Philippines, they might have been onto something. 4-on-3 post plan here for Pacific Macta. Again, you'd expect that they should be able to close that one out. Aldrin is now having his impact on this game as well. Justin to get that trade. It's looking good so far. Pacific Macta playing that buddy system, and Revenge will finish it off. Another big round for the team from the Philippines, and I wonder if this is getting under the skin of Imperial. Tactical pause. I mean, they need one, definitely, right? I feel like this really could have been a completely different half had they just not let slip those 2 pretty egregious 1vXs at the start of the half. And it's a completely different looking Pacific Macta to what we saw against Cara House, and it has me worried a little bit for Imperial, because we are going to be going on to Port next, which is not a map that we've seen in this event so far, and it is also Pacific Macta's map choice, so I'm not so sure how confident Imperial are going to be feeling if they go down pretty handedly here on subbase.
Yeah, it's a really tough situation to be in, even just mentally starting off a match, losing a 1 versus 5, and you can tell it got to them. And you can even see it here during the tag pause, a little bit of frustration on these players' faces as they try and figure out how to redeem themselves in this map because they haven't looked good. But Pacific, on the other hand of things, they're looking fantastic, winning rounds, converting several situations where they didn't have anything to work with, and that's a really scary team to go up against. And now it raises the question, if they can win on Imperial's pick and then potentially take this one in a 2-0, the group then actually becomes a 3-way tie for second place.
Yeah, that's definitely something to think about. Carahouse is watching this and thinking, fantastic. We're actually still in with a chance if Pacific Macta win here. Not sure who would actually have the advantage there, what the tiebreaker actually is. Imperial did go pretty close with AG, but then again, you know, it's not exactly the greatest round differential against Carahouse because one of those maps did have to go into the OT. Pacific Macta also an OT loss against Carahouse, so that's not too bad, and I guess that largely then depends on what Pacific Macta looks like against all gamers, and also if they were to win this game, how cleanly could they win it? That's definitely something that they have to keep in mind is, hey, we're up 5-2 right now. We're on for, let's say, a 10-3, 10-4 kind of a scoreline. That's actually what they need to be aiming for. They need to win this as cleanly as possible because if it does come down to round difference, it might be this game that is the difference maker.
Yeah, Pacific, if they can have a huge differential here overall, they weren't in the best place, but at least with the close first match, they can recover their differential quite well with a massive map victory. So hopefully they can make that happen with how they've been looking so far, but you've got to know Imperial. They're looking for that answer back coming out of this tag pause. It's going to be 8RF to find one. Feifei flashed out of position, though. He's taken down instantly on the A bomb site. Justin now has control. The counter utility is coming down from above, but the rest of Pacific, they're just holding the line here, letting the bomb go down, not taking that extra nade damage. And now Imperial, they've got their whole team in the upper A control room. They've got to make a move.
Yeah, the first smoke that Pacific Macta used to try to cut off that choke point didn't quite land, so they had to reinvest another one. But it is keeping Imperial at bay for sure, and really good counter utility coming out from Pacific Macta right here is hurting the offensive of Imperial. They don't seem too concerned about it. Aldrin looks for the one trade, but can't get more than that. I thought it was the perfect setup for Pacific Macta, but Imperial just brawl their way into the site and get themselves a third. Half is far from over, and if Imperial can pull it back to a 5-4, maybe that, you know, brings a bit of a resurgence for the second half.
Yeah, it is possible they could still win back this map, especially with a 5-4 half. It makes it a pretty decent position to be in. And they're a team that knows how to pull back these matches, so I definitely think they could do it here. Pacific, they've got to continue to keep that foot on the gas. Even though they lose that round, they still have looked like the superior team on this map so far. It's going to be a lot of early pressure building towards this lobby position. Gokin, he knows he needs to find that initial pick. He's not going to see anything yet. The smoke screen to make it pretty difficult to get anything done there, but there's still a lot of attention from Gokin on this angle.
Another A hit right here from Pacific Macta would not go astray. It's just Feifei watching that angle. And he's, to be quite honest, at the bottom of those stairs been someone that has been exploited by other teams as well. Pacific Macta want to do the same. Justin, though, creeping through that smoke was just spotted out. And unfortunately for Pacific Macta, it looks like they're going to go out of this half with a whimper rather than a roar.
Yeah, not ideal now. You've got MVA, Revenge, and Aldrin still alive, but arguably the best three players to have here to try and make it work. Ryuzao going to find Revenge very early on the B push alone. The C4 also down in the middle of the map. MVA going to go reclaim it. But they've got to deal with Ryuzao, already going for that info play, pushing for the flank. They've got so much information, they can likely just stack things towards this A bomb site. But Aldrin trying to sneak through. Is he going to spot this one? No, he's not ready for it. Aldrin taken down, leaves MVA alone. Surely not starting the half and finishing the half in the same way, though.
Yeah, that would really disappoint me, actually, if Imperial allowed that to happen. Bit of a pre-fire there onto Goken, but won't land his shots, and it does look like Imperial are trying their best to make this difficult for him. Should be the nice double swing, and 5-4 the scoreline at the end of the half, and I'm not sure that either team's really too happy with that, right? Pacific Macta, they had the opportunity to really sink the boot in, but they just give up a few rounds at the end of the half, and ultimately a pretty even scoreline. And obviously in the case of Imperial, they'll be really ruining those 2 rounds that they had to deal with at the start of the half. Could be a completely different story. It could be, you know, 6-3 scoreline for Imperial at the first half, but when they're able to see what they can do now, moving over to BL.
Already a quick exchange here. Ryuzao down, ZYK down on the other side of the field. And Pacific look to try and hang on pretty aggressively towards this A bomb site. No pressure felt in the direction of Revenge, who's solo holding the B bomb site from the locker's position, waiting to see if they will come through with the push. Goken trying to lead the charge up the lobby, throwing a lot of utility here to try and just smoke screen their way through, probably going for this late A hit towards the lower bomb site. But Imperial, they have this weird habit where they just kind of leave the C4 on their spawn. Not a big fan of that, but Revenge gonna play the light boost, but that is a big mistake. Gets caught by Lucum, and now they've got the 4-on-3.
Yeah, really needed to convert that kill, didn't he? Had the advantage every day of the week, but ultimately it is Imperial that walk away with the numbers advantage, and Justin looks like he'll be the next point of contact. Not having a great time there with that exchange. Aldrin is here on the alternate angle to swing for a couple. He gets LKK as well. Triple kill for Aldrin. Saves the round. It was not looking good for Pacific Macta. Now it's on to Goken to try to salvage, but he's gone in the right direction. If he can manage to find Aldrin, maybe he can isolate this into a 2-on-1, but inevitably decides better of it and just swindles his way back in the direction of A.
Yeah, now for Goken, it's going to be up to him to get a clutch going. Imperial hasn't really found too many clutch situations favorable to them in this match so far. Pacific having a good lockdown, at least towards the B-bomb side, but the pressure is going to be felt on A very soon. MVA, the only player to try and stall this one out. He's just holding on to the upper bomb site, lets the plant go down, but now this is where Goken's going to run into trouble. A 3-man burst of aggression onto the lower bomb site. Justin takes him down, and Pacific hold the lead.
Tense times definitely for Imperial still. Do we have attack pause here from Pacific? No. It's taking a little while to get into that round. 6-4. Very much a game that's still hanging in the balance. General theory would say Pacific Macta much more favored moving on to this half. Ryuzao's not letting the occasion get the better of him.
Yeah, already 2 down again for Pacific, but we saw the same situation in the last round. And Aldrin, he was the one to turn it around. He's still alive on the back of B, playing in the rafters, waiting to see if the push will come his way. And it seems likely that's going to be the case. The C4 leaning in that direction. 3 players in the B control room alongside ADRF here, trying to find that way to poke around. Revenge as well, in position to stall if the locker push comes. They're going to go ahead and full reset here, working their way back towards the A bomb side, and this is a good call. MVA, he's left alone there.
Yeah, Imperial are a little bit hesitant. They know the danger that still lurks when they've got the 3-on-5 advantage. I've given up a couple of such advantages so far on the map, and it's going to make it really difficult to actually get a clean win over Pacific Macta here, but they are working their way into A now, and that's much better. A bit more standard. Plan will go down. It's just Aldrin, who's been spotted out as well by Goken, so Another one on the board for Imperial as they once again bring that lead back to just 1.
Yeah, at this point, Imperial, they're looking a little bit better, but Pacific, it almost seems like they've got that core ready to go. If you make the mistake, they'll be able to capitalize. And I feel like for Imperial, they just have to play a little bit stronger as a team, and this should be theirs to win because Pacific isn't necessarily outclassing them. It's just that they're always ready to counteract the mistakes when Imperial does make them. So they have to play a little bit more flawless in this one, and they could be able to take it on their blacklist side. Goken and Ryuzao as well on this side of the map, very effective. And if they can keep this up, there's a real world. This is still their map to take away.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, it is their map choice, so they should have a thing or two on the blacklist side. Very slow approach from Imperial this round.
There's going to be a lot of pressure towards the A bomb site. MVA has the extra support this time around. It could be enough to catch Imperial off guard. I'm not sure if they're ready for ZYK to be here as well. He's going to be spotted out early on. ZYK has to step up big time, not going to work out. Feifei opens it up with a double. Goken finds another onto Revenge. Justin going to be trading out, but it's not enough. Aldrin left alone, 1 versus 3, and a full retake to deal with, but Adrian, what a final shot, gets it done, and Imperial, just like that, they've tied it up.
Yeah, they've equalized for the first time in the map. I mean, it's been a long time coming, really. It has felt like, I would argue to me that Imperial still have looked probably the better team overall. It's just that they really did give up a couple of egregious rounds in the first half that led to that lead for Pacific Macta. But they slowly but surely clawed their way back, and now 6 apiece, they can start to focus on taking that lead and closing this map out.
Yeah, at this point, it's going to be up to Pacific to try and find a way to slow them down, but once these guys get the momentum on their side, they are very hard to shut out. A lot of early pressure in the A lobby this time around. Justin going to be playing that spot on the vents, but as we've seen Imperial, not a team that goes for too much vent control. We could see Ryuzao here maybe take a late approach there, but instead, you're going to see a lot of pressure as well towards this B bomb site. 4 players grouping up in the B control room. Ryuzao is going to slide in potentially that vent position for the late lurk, but it does add that extra pressure onto these 2 players for Pacific holding down this bomb site. Revenge and Aldrin, they've been good, but they need something great here.
Well, C4 is quite heavily committed to that B site. LKK is going to find the opening duel. Aldrin in position to try to strike, but he wasn't aware of ADRF coming up on the side of him. And it looks like it's going to be another fairly clean sweep from Imperial. Another really solid round on attack. Unless MVA has something to say about it, but no shenanigans this time.
Yeah, at this point, it feels like Imperial, they've got the ball rolling now, and they know what needs to be done. Pacific on the GR side, not looking quite as good in finding those answers, but they need them soon. Imperial, they're now just 3 away from the win. And here comes the push. Pacific changing things up, taking that 3-man control play into the B control room. Goken as well goes for the early peek onto Revenge. Neither player able to connect, but ZYK, he's moved into a different position as well, rotates towards the upper A. But now they've got to decide what they want to do here. Imperial, they've turtled up all the way back into their spawn, and it's going to be a full reset.
Now, what's the adaptation going to be from Pacific Macta, right? They've been playing kind of the same style so far this half. When are they going to throw something a little bit more aggressive in? Something a little bit different? Not this round, obviously. If they go down 8-6, though, I wonder if there's going to be that change-up. I'm sure Imperial will be expecting it at this point.
Yeah, the pacing here from Imperial, very, very slow, but they're waiting to see if any counter aggression is going to come through. They really want to find that pick before they push through. This is a seriously tough site to crack on the B bomb site, so I don't blame them. Just going in blindly can be a little bit challenging. MVA as well has moved to this position. It was Aldrin previously holding on to it, but now they're both here playing for the rafters. Imperial, they're still running down the clock though as they work their way slowly back towards this A in mid positioning, but they still don't want to commit. They're going to run this down to the wire, it seems.
Yeah, this is the slowest round we've seen from Imperial so far. Most of the rounds that they've won, there's still been at least a minute on the clock. And now we're sub 1 minute left, and only now are they starting to think about hitting the site. Do have only one Pacific Macta player down on A. Maybe ZYK is going to be able to help out from the window position, or even starting to work his way down the stairs, but it's not a heavy defense over here from Pacific Macta. It seems maybe it will be enough though, as ZYK doubles down. And Imperial, well, they've got to keep going. They don't have the time to reroute, slow things down at all. They're just going to have to take those fights. Gokun will give them a little bit of a chance in this round with that pick. But Justin very quick from behind. Aldrin on the other side of it is going to give Pacific Macta another round, 7 apiece. The scoreline, another very close map, it seems, here for Imperial on sub-base after their result yesterday against Cara House, 13-10. They'll want to avoid another overtime.
Yeah, right now for Pacific, they're starting to look a little bit better on the GR. I love the rotations there on that round, especially the way they just swooped in for the retake on the lower A bomb site. Imperial, I feel like they've got to play a little bit more assertive. They took too long, and they gave that chance to Pacific to read what they were doing. And if you're Imperial, you've got to know. You've got the aggressive plays to make it happen, and sometimes just go for it here. Ryuzao almost goes into the vents. Definitely a smart call to get out of there. ZYK sitting on the other side of it, waiting to see if someone's going to go for that early vent control play. But Ryuzao, is he going to go back into this? It could be the one play that causes an error and gives Pacific the round, but the nade, oh, he thought about it. He had the nade drawn to nade that position, but thinks better of it, gets out, and now they start to pressure towards the B bomb site.
Well, these are the dying moments of the map where you've really got to make it work. Every round feels like it's got a massive premium put on it. C4 back in spawn, though, for Imperial does mean that I think this ends up looking like more of a fake than anything else over toward B. They've taken a bit of control outside of B, but they haven't really gained much off it. Aldrin still looking in that direction. Ryuzao does get the better of ZYK in the vent. That's, again, one of the first vent plays we've really seen from Imperial in this half. My point was that Aldrin has already peeked out of the vent, checked the locker room, and see that there's nothing happening there from Imperial, so they know that's not an area of the map right now that is occupied by Imperial, so all of that earlier exploration kind of amounts to nothing. Revenge is posted back on the line. He'll spot 2 players crossing. Doesn't land a shot, but gets the info there for Aldrin, who only is able to land 1. That's not really enough. Another trade in there from Imperial, using their numbers well here. Gokun does take a one-on-one, though, and it's against MVA, who, need I remind you, clutched a 1v5 at the start of this map. Let's not count him out until LKK puts it to bed.
Yeah, Pacific, it felt like they were actually going to win that round for the majority of it. It just came down to that execution miss from Revenge. He had to connect on one of those players on the cross to make sure they kept the advantage, but Imperial doing a good job of making sure he couldn't hit those on the cross and getting in quickly enough to make sure Aldrin couldn't be very effective either. Now they've got to deal with fighting from behind. They're down 7-8. Imperial, they just need 2 to close out this first map, and even though it is close, this is their map pick. You'd expect them to win on it. Justin caught in the upper A bomb site. It's not going to matter. He gets the kill anyways onto ADRF. And now they can just reset, play even more safe, and just hold on to the numbers.
Again, a very spread out setup from Imperial. I gotta say, I think they have looked a lot better when they've just hit the sites as a unit with time on the clock. But when they play this split pick style and they run the timer down, Pacific Macta do feel as though they're able to go toe-to-toe with Imperial. So headed in the direction of an 8-8 scoreline.
Yeah, at this point, I don't even know who that would favor here. It's been so much back and forth. But it's still really anybody's to take away. Feifei runs into trouble. ZYK, the player to take him down. Now they've got the big advantage to close this round out. It's going to be Goken and Lukum looking for these picks to answer back. They're not going to find anything. Ryuzao as well sneaks into the vents. Revenge, though, finds the corner shot, takes down Lukum. They've got a 5-on-2, and Ryuzao, he's the player who needs a big play here.
Not the easiest of positions to make a play from, though. We'll just back off. Still so much time left in the round here for Imperial to work with, but only 2 players. Not exactly ideal. Both those players, their positions were known as well. This is going to be a pretty routine finish for Pacific Macta. 5 players alive. 8 apiece the scoreline. Pacific Macta are not going down without a fight, that is for sure.
Yeah, you've got to give these guys credit. They look really, really good right now on the side of Pacific. I mean, they know what they need to do to bring this back. They have a lot of luck when it comes to converting these rounds compared to many teams as well. And now for Imperial, this is kind of going to be their big fight to try and close it in regulation. Either team can do it with 2 rounds back to back, but there's been so much round trading here that it seems likely overtime could be on the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, no real argument to be had against that when we're at 8 apiece after 16 rounds. Who's to say one of these 2 teams is going to win the next 2 in a row? Preferring this approach, though, from Imperial, as I spoke about earlier. When they go as 4 and they go with time on the clock, they have a little bit of a better time. Rotation's not in just yet from Pacific Macta, though. They're making a lot of noise. Missed shots on the side of Pacific Macta is allowing Imperial into this side. ADRF eventually swings the numbers back in the favor of Imperial. That was really touch and go for a moment. Both sides missing a few shots. There's another one. The pressure is getting to both Imperial and Pacific Macta. Omplat's not down yet either, but eventually it looks like Imperial are going to get through this round.
Yeah, now it's a 1v3. Justin, he's got a chance here if he can find a way to get them to peek onto him one at a time. But hopefully at this point, Imperial has learned their lesson. They've given up so many rounds in 1vx situations, but this one of the most important to hang on to, and Goken make sure that they grab onto it. It's going to be a 9-8 lead now, and this is their chance to get it done in regulation.
Do you have faith, though?
I would say probably not. I feel like Pacific, anytime they've had a pretty bad round themselves, they swing right back. So I'm expecting this one to go into overtime, but Imperial, I would be impressed if they can pull this off.
Double orm set up initially, but ADRF has gone straight back over to the rifle after not finding a look in for that opening pick. Maybe a default back over to A from Imperial this time around. Continuing to look for early presence from Imperial. We're not quite getting that in this round. Another slower approach.
Yeah, very strange for Imperial as well. I'm used to them being a lot more in-your-face type of play, but for them at this point, they're just playing to see if they can catch anyone off guard early on. They're going to run down this clock and try and find those opportunities, but they are going to go ahead and test Revenge. I like this call. If anyone's been a little inconsistent on the holds, Revenge, probably that #1 player on the side of Pacific, and they sneak right past him. Aldrin, he's got to lock it down. Only going to be good for 1 on the push. Revenge, he's got to make something happen here. He's able to find 1. Revenge, he's still alive. Somehow ZYK slides in behind him, and it's a 3-on-2. Ryuzao on the flank. He gives away his position, but still gets the kill, but somehow Revenge hasn't been taken out of this corner. He finds a 3rd.
Yeah, messy entry from Imperial. Goken, though, on for the clutch. 2-on-1. He doesn't know exactly where MVA is. Has to retrieve that C4. If he continues forward, he's surely a dead man. You don't check this corner. MVA tucked down. This could be a big mistake from Goken, but never mind. Hits the shot. 10-8. And it is Imperial that will secure the first map victory in a very tense fashion. I really thought Goken was done there in that one-on-one. How does he check that? How do you have the wherewithal to hit that shot as well?
I mean, if it was anyone else, it probably doesn't go down that way. You got to be real. I mean, Goken, he can just hit those crazy close quarters reaction shots, and he's the reason they're going to be taking this one 10-8. A very shaky road to get there, but a huge victory nonetheless.
Yeah, indeed. 10-8 scoreline. It's not exactly filling me with a huge amount of confidence going into port, but you know, when you consider a couple of those rounds, it felt like there was an easy fix for Imperial to get those over the line. Maybe it could have been a little bit of a cleaner scoreline than what it actually was, but hey, there goes sub-base. 10-8 in the favor of Imperial. Their map choice. You might have expected better, might have hoped for some better, but either way, they're up 1-0 in this map, and so that's really what matters at the end of the day.
Yeah, now for them, it's just about closing it out. They're going to have 2 more map opportunities to do it, though with this being their map pick, I do worry a bit now going into the map pick of Pacific, because they looked pretty good on that first map, and going into a map they're even more comfortable could play to their advantage, but we are going to take a look at some of the highlights real briefly from this last game.
Yeah, such a ridiculous clutch right on the back end there from Goken is what staves off that overtime. He is continuing to be such an impactful presence for Imperial, and you have to wonder if he wasn't in the server, what a difference maker that would be.
Yeah, I mean, Goken kind of the saving grace of this lineup, because for a lot of moments in this matchup, it didn't look like they were going to win. It was just a very, very good effort in those final 2 rounds to make sure they could pull it off, but I definitely still have my doubts now going into the second map.
Yeah, that said, Port is definitely a map which you can kind of consider a bit of a sniper's paradise, right? Over towards that A site. There's some long angles. I can imagine Goken might be able to take advantage of those, plus in mid as well. We'll see what he can do and whether or not he can continue to abuse Pacific Macta. We'll take a look at the stats right here and see who was the pick of the bunch. Well, as we've mentioned, probably was Goken, 1.9. Not only the top KD player, he also got a really, really impactful clutch right on the back there. Justin definitely had his moments for Pacific Macta, so did MVA, but just too few and far between in the end, and ultimately Imperial was able to lift enough as a unit to make it happen.
Yeah, for Pacific, I feel like it always seems like they just barely fall short in some of these key situations, because if they don't get a map somehow in this event, I will be surprised because they've come so close so many times already, and for them, I definitely see that potential to maybe swing back in the next map, but we're going to go ahead and look at the MVP, likely Goken in this situation. I mean, the 1v2 alone for me might be enough, and there you have it.
Yep.
He is going to be the MVP there, securing that first map for his team, and now Imperial, this is a big moment for them because they are just one map away from securing themselves at worst in that second place position.
Yeah, you'd say so. It's got to be a good feeling for them, although I think they'll look back at that map and say we probably could have done a little bit better than that, and hopefully that's going to be what mentality drives them forward into Port. I would be looking at that and saying, you know, as Imperial, I do still feel like they have enough to kind of get this one over the line and make it a 2-0, but only if they're playing at their best, and I'm not sure we got to see their best today yet on sub base. I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting pick from them considering now they've had a 10-8 win. Yeah, they've had a win in that game, and then they've had a 13-10 win as well against Karahaus. It's both wins on their map choice of sub base the two times they've played it, because they chose Black Widow against AG, but not exactly the cleanest of map wins. So I wonder if, you know, when we do go into playoffs, are they going to change that up at all? Do you feel sub base is really as strong of a map for them that warrants a map pick at this moment? I'm not necessarily sold on that.
Yeah, the consistency just hasn't been there for Imperial, but I'm hopeful that moving forward they're going to show us a little bit more of it, because with what's on the way potentially for them, they're really going to need it. But we are going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break, get ready for map 2, and we'll be right back with it.
That's a championship point. All gamers will be That's the championship point. All gamers will be.
Welcome back. It's Imperial and Pacific Macta taking each other on right here in the CFS Summer Championship for game 1 of day 3. Very tight scoreline on that first map. It was sub-base 10-8. That was the choice of Imperial. They did just win it, but really it was only down to a 2v1 by Goken at the end of that map that avoided overtime. And, you know, if we got to overtime, who knows where we would have gone from there. Couple of pretty glaring mistakes, though, I thought, made by Imperial that can be fixed up here moving into port. And hopefully for them, they will get fixed up. Otherwise, we might be seeing our first 3-mapper of the event.
Yeah, I mean, step one, don't lose a 1v5 to MVA. I mean, for these guys, they gave up a lot of clutches, and in converted rounds, I feel like Pacific played the stronger game in that regard. They won more of those conversions, but you had to think at the start of the round, Imperial played the stronger game overall, and just getting those initial executions to go their way, especially when you look at how their blacklist sides played out. But now, as we look to port here, I'm very curious to see how their play styles are going to adapt to this map, especially considering it's the first time we've seen it so far in this event. It's not a map that teams are kind of jumping on as a pick. We had it as a potential map 3 yesterday, but we didn't get there. I think outside of Eagle Eye, this map is going to be avoided just because a lot of teams feel like certain regions are very strong on it and will probably ban it very early on. Eagle Eye is just that map that most teams I feel like aren't prepared for, and they always kind of go to ban it just so they don't have to deal with getting prepared for that map. But going into this, I think Pacific, it is their pick, so I would expect them to actually pull this one off here. I think if there was a map they could win in this event, it's them getting their pick of port.
Well, let me ask you this though, like obviously if they've now played 3 maps in this event, 2 of which have gone to overtime, 3 of which they haven't actually won, 2 of which they haven't won even despite getting to overtime. And in that previous map as well, they win a 1v5 and a 1v3. If they can't win those maps, how are they going to win any map at this point?
I think for them, it's just having that IGL keep the composure together when they are in the lead. It feels like they have so many circumstances where they have an advantage and then they kind of just let it slip, and a lot of times it's in these crucial moments like that 1v2 for Goken. They peeked him 1 by 1. They had a chance to peek him together, but one of them was just a little bit too nervous, didn't go in for the swing at the same time, and that very well could have been the difference between overtime and not for them. And then you look at their other match where they had a 9-6 lead, they let that slip too. So I definitely have some concerns for them, but this is a map where historically it is one of their strongest, but it's not to say Imperial's bad at this map either, because you give Goken enough room, he can do just about anything.
Yeah, definitely, and I think this is definitely a map that he's going to be able to have that room. Yeah, maybe there's some mental fortitude issues for Pacific Macta. It's something that I'm sort of becoming a little bit more and more cognizant of, the fact that they've been able to find these leads reasonably, somewhat consistently, and then just haven't been able to convert any of those rounds. And you know, obviously the only other one where they haven't had a lead was a fairly straightforward 10-6 that CROSSFIRE did win on Ankara. But let's see how map 2 goes for them. Maybe they can keep themselves alive in the CFS Summer Championship. And we're moments away from getting into Port, which is obviously the map choice of Pacific Macta. They'll be feeling, I hope, confident going into this one, but I have to imagine that if you've lost 3 maps already in this competition and 2 of them have been in the OT, how confident do you really think you would be at that point?
Yeah, I feel like most teams, they might just let it happen to themselves at this point and go down and out. But I feel like Pacific, when I look at kind of the mannerisms of the team, they never seem too hard on themselves or too disappointed in how the situation's going. They always seem pretty cheerful, pretty easygoing. And I think in a situation like this, it can play to their advantage because I don't think they take themselves too seriously in these circumstances. They're more just going out there, playing everything 1 round at a time. And in a situation like this, it could be enough to send them to a map 3.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, right, regardless of how your results are looking, you are still kind of living the dream if you're a kid from the Philippines, getting to travel around the world. A few of these guys have been to multiple CFS events, even dating all the way back to, 2015. And, China a few times. They've been, obviously, to Vietnam. They've had events locally in the Philippines as well. I don't recall if Pacific Macta played in Katowice that one year. I don't think they did. And, I remember Super Valiant and the European team at the time were there. Can't remember who actually rounded that out. Probably at least a Brazilian team. I remember that being only a 4-team event though. So maybe Pacific Macta didn't quite make that one. But, they've been around. They would have gone to Korea, right, as well. So...
Well, that was the big thing. They didn't qualify. So I think for them, just being back here is a step in the right direction because they had kind of their first major upset in years happen in the last CFS qualifier, losing to SGJ Gaming, which for them was pretty much unheard of, especially when you look at those regional stats that we saw from them. I mean, it's a very confident position for them normally, but now we'll see what they can do. Their backs are against the wall as we hop into map number 2, and they've got a lot to prove here. As we start off Port, it is going to be Imperial on this GR side, causing some trouble already. It's Ryuzao who picks up the kill onto Revenge. It's already off to the races for Imperial.
Yes, certainly not a slow start to this map. That is something to note. Both teams more than happy to bang a lot of nades into mid especially. That initial trade has gone favorably for Imperial. Now things slowed down. It's the eye of the storm, I suppose, right? You go through the stormy period, then when you're in the eye of the storm, everything slows down a little bit. But there's still something coming, so you have to get out of the storm as well. And we're waiting for that to pop up. 1:30 left on the clock. Goken, this is the site you expect him to really be playing on the A-bomb site. Eddie Ruff and LKK are also there to help out. This is a decisive start from Imperial. No shenanigans in the 1vX this time at the start of a map.
Yeah, a much better start here. And now it's going to be up to Pacific to see what they can do because this is the harsher side to be on when you're already in this situation. The blacklist side, not so easy. So Imperial getting that comfort pick of the side choice of GR. Definitely a good place to start this map. It's easy to build momentum here and add that pressure onto Pacific Macta, who haven't had the best of it so far. I feel like for me, one of the missing components here has really been Revenge. I feel like he's been kind of quiet. I feel like in the past when they were that top caliber team, this guy was always topping the leaderboards. This time though, they've got Goken to deal with. Already the kill onto ZYK, and he's going to continue to be a threat here in map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair enough as well. I would have highlighted Revenge 8 years ago, 7 years ago, 6 years ago. Revenge was definitely one of those players that you would have feared, but, is he past his prime? Is he past his peak on the international level when you have newer, younger players kind of coming into the mix? It seems like maybe that is a conversation that could be had. Goken especially, I know, has been around for a while, but I really feel like he's still kind of almost hitting peak after peak, whereas the same can't be said for a player like Revenge.
Yeah, I feel like Goken's almost due for a championship at this point, but you've got to remember the 2 teams waiting to block them. All Gamers and Baisha still flawless themselves in this event. But Pacific, they're going to be going this time towards the B-bomb site. A lot of pressure going to be felt from Feifei. He's going to go down without much of a fight here. Aldrin Good for the first. Lukum, though, he had 3 in the first round, only 1 here in the second. 3-on-3 now for the retake, and there's not a whole lot to work with just yet for Imperial.
Yeah, still a bit of a rotation to make across. And 1 avenue for the retake, which is currently smoked off. That said, they haven't really seemed to have had too many issues with that on sub-base, and they've retaken through smokes before. It's a good flash out, but Justin on the angle is going to get himself 1. Goken, though, on for the clutch once again, nearly does it. Revenge jumping over the top will finish it off, but that was a bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, it always seems to be with Goken alive in those situations, but now at least they've got the tie out of it on the blacklist side. That's a good way to get things moving forward. And now Revenge. He's looking for that fight in mid. He wants to go ahead and challenge Ryuzao on this position. I like that back box peek. It's a hard shot to hit, though, especially considering a lot of these mid players, they're never going to be standing still, always jump spotting, going for those jiggle peeks. It just makes it so hard to catch them off guard. Revenge, though, just laying down those pre-fires through the double doors, trying to find anyone hiding behind here for the side of Imperial, but it's a pretty slow pace, actually, just playing this 2-2-1 setup, waiting to see what Pacific will do.
Big stack over toward B. A lot of faith being put into the Orm of Goken, and he is really playing in an interesting position with that one. Very easy trade in the end for Justin. He can't just quite get off of his perch in time. ADRF has to try to jump up onto the site. He's going to be overwhelmed. LKK now, a chance! Low HP players in front of him, and he makes it look pretty easy as he does take down that 2K and gives the advantage over to Imperial. MVA, though, does have the high ground here, and LKK so low. He's going to get the info. Fei will finish it off. That was a tight one for Imperial, but they get it over the line pretty comfortably in the end.
Yeah, so far in this half, Lukum, very impressive in how he's been able to hold and retake these bomb sites, and they've got to find a way to answer him. He's been getting so many multi-kill trades in positions where he really shouldn't be getting more than 1. Imperial, on the other hand, you can tell they can see that light of the 2-0 finish in this series, looking better and better as we continue forward here. Goken still out there with 4 himself, looking for the mid pick this time around. Aldrin on the other side of it, trying to challenge Justin as well, coming in for that support on the peak. Neither player wants to peek out for too long, though.
Yeah, Revenge is looking for it, but not finding it. Heavy presence over toward the B side this time from Pacific Macta. I don't mind that as a choice. My personal opinion is that Fei is kind of the weak point in the fragging department for Imperial. And if you can look to his position to try to exploit that when Imperial is on GR, then I think that's where you can potentially look for some advantages. Especially when he's being left alone on B, right? Is he the guy that you're expecting to see 2-3 frags from? Not really.
Yeah, not too often he's able to capitalize with those big plays, but they are going to test him here once again on this position. Last time he wasn't able to find anything here. This time he's going to fall back and wait for the support. Lukum now in position. I like the call here from Fei, not challenging, just calling for that rotation quickly. Ryuzao as well. He's already directly behind them. They have no idea. He's already good for 1, good for a second, and this is a perfect timing on the flank. Justin, he's now left alone 1 versus 3. There's no way out of this one, and Goken gets the final kill.
Yeah, really intelligent choice from Fei. Just as I'm sort of criticizing him in a sense, I'm going to give him some props for that play. That's a very wise decision. There's no need to really take that fight and give up your life. You're still a threat, even if you drop off the boxes. It's a position that Pacific Macta continue to have to be worried about as long as you're alive. So, well done by him on the B hold this time around. 3-1. Scoreline is starting to balloon out a little bit for Imperial. And they're looking more and more confident as they get eased into this first half.
Pacific again putting that attention towards B. A lot of teams do prefer to execute towards that B bomb site just because they don't like to deal with that A-top sniper. And I don't really blame them. It's going to be Gokun over there, so knowing that, they're probably going to want to avoid those A-long peaks as long as possible. But if they have this much trouble executing onto B, it could be time to change it up, and we are going to see a decent change here. The execution now working its way towards mid. Ryuzao, the player to make first contact on the side of Imperial here. He's going to have 4 players just pushing right onto that pressure position underneath the bridge. The counter flash comes down. He just has to back out here, but look at ADRF over the top. He's able to line it up. Ryuzao gets the double kill follow-up, and now things are completely shattered for Pacific.
Yeah, nice double from Ryuzao. We'll take that peek in the mid as well and even further improve upon that result. Revenge won a 1-on-3 on sub-base. Now he's got the chance at a 1-on-4. Not liking the chances, really. Ryuzao's looking sharp on this map. 8 and 3 for him. And another one on the board for Imperial. I don't know what it is about sub-base that seems like such a problem for them, but as soon as they win sub-base, whatever map they go on to next, just like clean sweep. Easy peasy. Same thing happened yesterday. That was against Cara House. 10-4 on compound.
Yeah, they're kind of just making it look a lot easier for themselves here on port. I'm not sure if Pacific just wasn't ready for this in the way they're facing it, but for this being their pick, it's definitely not looking too good so far. Justin getting spotted out long. Gokun gets the follow-up right onto him. A pretty brutal headshot there. Aldrin trying to find something, but it doesn't matter. Imperial, they just collapse onto the position, and it's going to be all for nothing unless Revenge can find his way out of A long. He's the only player alive already. 5 versus 1, gets the kill onto Gokun, but it's just a matter of moments before he's hunted down here. There's no way out of this corner. Lukum finishes the job, and it's already halfway to a 2-0 victory.
I think ADRF was looking for the knife kill there. But either way, yeah, problems abound here for Pacific Macta. Wouldn't be too surprised to see a attack timeout getting called, but not happening prior to round 7. So off we go again. Imperial, oh man, it just doesn't get any better for them, really. It continues to be a huge impact from Gokun on that A site. Gets 2 before eventually being shut down. He did, want to go for more. He wanted to go for the hero play again. You could say against a better team, you would want to see more discipline than that. But right now, it doesn't really feel like, even if he is going to give up his life there after getting the 2 frags, Pacific Macta is going to be in a position to really take advantage of it. They are being outclassed by Imperial.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a tough GR team to go up against. You've got Gokun on A, you've got Ryuzao always hanging out in mid, Lukum on those fast speed rotations. It makes it feel like there's nowhere to go on this map, and you can feel it in how Pacific is shifting around here. They're desperately trying to find an opening, but they just can't find them here. The shots aren't being hit, the executions aren't good enough to break through. And this is the problem they're continuously running into. They're going to go for Ryuzao again here. The smoke screen used to try and grab control over the mid-bridge, but Ryuzao, he's ready for it. Gonna find one, gets the double kill as well. Revenge left alone, 3-on-1, trying to get out, but Ryuzao says why not make it a 3rd and a 6th round here, and a massive lead.
Ryuzao wants that MVP, and he's doing a really good job of getting it at this point in time. First half has been owned by Ryuzao and by Gokun, but I would say Ryuzao has probably been the pick of the bunch so far for Imperial here on port. 12 and 3, not putting a foot wrong. Now he's feeling it. Gets aggressive over the mid-bridge. Won't quite manage to land the kill onto Revenge, but does a huge chunk of damage.
Yeah, I mean, at this one, it just feels like it's almost already over at this point. It's going to be up to Pacific to find anything they can in these final 2 rounds of the half. It's almost a bit of desperation to try and claw back here. They haven't found any forward momentum on this map. And again, they put that attention towards the middle of the map, trying to maybe poke around at Ryuzao, but given his frags currently, I don't know if that's the right call.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Justin's going to give it a crack. Gokun on that A-bomb site, ready to receive. This time, No such luck, and LKK in mid is run down, but Ryu's out. The threats eventually is dealt with after he gets himself a double. Still, the numbers are favorable for Imperial. This was the best looking round for Pacific Macta so far, and even then, it's down to Revenge, who's on 6 HP. ADRF with a well-placed nade is going to be able to finish this off, and Revenge still has to collect the bomb.
Yeah, it's just so tough here. At least he's got an ARM to work with, so maybe there's a chance. But with how things have gone, yeah, it's just going to be tough here. He has the time to play with if he gets this bomb down a little bit quickly, but that time is quickly dwindling away. The last two players working their way into A connector, but Revenge seems to know that could be the case. The timing going to be missed by mere seconds, though, and that's going to be everything here for Fei to get this final kill. 7-1 now. This is not looking good, to say the least, for Pacific.
Yeah, Revenge is making a little bit too much noise there. If he's going to go for an expedition like that, he needs to stay silent. But Imperial, another pretty easy round win for them. Just look at those damage numbers from Ryuzao. 167 ADR. That is like something that you're not going to see very often at all. And he's adding to that tally in this round already. Up to 173 now. That's nearly 2 player kills in any given round. Finally, his rampage is shut down. And maybe there's going to be some respite for Pacific Macta in this round. They're going to have to hope they can get this one over the line.
At this point, though, it may not even matter. I mean, a 7-1 lead, that's a 7-2 half worst case scenario for Imperial. Maybe even an 8-1 if they can convert this round in the 4v5. There's nobody holding on to mid. And this is where Pacific has to try and figure that out quickly. There's no direct line of communication that they can get this done just yet, but they're going to go ahead and fall off of the angle, actually, so not challenging out of mid. It's going to give a chance to Imperial to maybe shift Lukum back into that position, which he is going to go right onto the bridge now and hold this one off. But Pacific, you can tell they're very nervous in where they might go here. It looks like they are going to go ahead and challenge towards that A bomb site, but it's always got to be in the back of their mind that Gouken is there and ready.
Well, as you would be. Gouken's changed his position up to the left side of the site. But it's all over the place. Lots of utils being sent in his direction. Unfortunately, not into LKK's direction. He'll be the first one to strike, which gives Gouken the angle and the opening. A little bit more damage done there by LKK before he does fall. ADRF is trying to cut off those crosses and will be able to do so in ZYK's case. But MVA, he's going to have to repeat his heroics from sub-base. A 1v5 there, a 1v2 here to try to give Pacific Macta at least one more round. On the blacklist side of the map, he's not finding any success, and nor is Pacific Macta. It is an 8-1 scoreline. At the end of the half, this is just incredible from Imperial. This is much more like what I was expecting on sub-base.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it does not feel like Pacific's map pick at all. Imperial doing exactly what they need to secure themselves into those playoffs. And this is looking like a team that could potentially contest the best of them, as they already find that opening pick as well. ZYK goes down to Gouken on the mid-bridge fight. And now Imperial close in on this mid-bridge position. It's going to be Justin looking for that late response here, trying to find anything he can on the edge of the smoke. But Imperial, they've got that A connector control. They can go easily into an execution from here, but they are still looking for that secondary pick before they make the move.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like a whole lot has changed, even despite the side swap. Imperial continuing to find advantages. LKK is going to cede some territory in middle. Still kind of got ADRF there looking in that direction to make sure there's no push coming through from Pacific Macta, and Justin needs to be careful with the position that he's playing right here. MBA now also under the pump, the pre-fire around the corner from Gouken. He's looking for those entry frags and he's getting them. 2 already in this round.
Where will they go now, though? They've got the bomb in hand, but they're still toying with these defenders, trying to catch them mid-rotation. And to be fair, it's working really well. Ryuzao going to look for that third kill of the round. They can't find anything yet, but Revenge, he is really stuck here in a difficult position. Aldrin slides in to try and maybe help him out, but there's no real defense here towards this A bomb site, and he realizes that he's got to go back quickly. The rest of Imperial all going in now, guns blazing towards the A bomb site. They've got that one lurk of Goken in mid, and he's going to find a kill already from mid. Aldrin left alone on the back of ladder here. He goes down, and that will be the 9th round. Match point on the table for the side of Imperial, and you've got to think with 8 chances to do it in regulation, that should be well more than enough.
Well, I'll ask you the same question I did going into that 10-8 scoreline. Now that we're at 9-1, how are you feeling about the chances for Imperial to close the map out? I just say it's going to be a different answer.
Oh yeah, a lot better than before. It would be probably one of the biggest upsets of all time if Imperial somehow let a 9-1 slip. I can't recall the last time I saw anything that crazy happening. We did see some crazy individual rounds from Pacific, but 8 of them in a row doesn't seem too likely, especially considering just how they're playing in this circumstance. It almost feels like they've given up or lost some of that steam in map number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. It just feels like they haven't even contested this map. I even say this is the fastest map we've had. I know we had a 10-1 yesterday for Baisha over Ranking and a 10-2 from Baisha over GV yesterday, the day before as well, but this has actually felt like it's played out even faster than both of those maps. MVA will start the account for Pacific Macta in this case, and he's going to grab himself another one. LKK just didn't really know what he was looking at there. But I'm still not sure this is over yet. Feifei brings one back. And who can really bet against Imperial at this point? So let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Even though Pacific Macta have that 2-player advantage in this round, now it's down to 1.
Yeah, Pacific, this is so difficult to try and hang on to Imperial. They've just got the world of confidence behind them that could get them this 3-on-4. ZYK, he's going to be spotted out here. Feifei looking for that follow-up kill, and he's going to get it already. It's been neutralized, a 3-on-3 as they work their way towards the B bomb site. There's only 1 player left to defend over here. And it's going to be Justin playing behind the long box, waiting to see if he can catch them on the cross into sight. But Imperial, they know they are just 1 step away from finding themselves in a playoff position. It's going to be a full play onto the B bomb site. Justin has to drop down into the pit and just bide his time here. Aldrin going to be spotted on the rotation, but Justin, he's already found one. Ryuzao gets the trade, make it a double kill. This should be it here, Revenge. There's only 20 seconds to get this plant off. He's working his way right back into it, but there is no room for error here. Revenge, he's already been spotted out. Here comes the double peek, and there you have it. Ryuzao gets it done, and Imperial with a 10-1 victory secure the 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, what more really is there to say about that map? That is the most decisive map we've seen in the event so far. Imperial was just on one, and whatever that map choice was from Pacific Macta, why they chose Port for whatever reason, it has completely blown up in their face. And that pretty much seals the deal for Pacific Macta. They're more or less out of the competition now. And you'd say that also is a big win for Imperial in progressing through to the playoffs. I would imagine there should be no world where either of those results change. Obviously, if we talk about it literally, things can still be a bit up in the air based on some of the results still yet to play, but it would require Pacific Macta to beat Baisha, and it would require some other shenanigans to go on for Imperial. Sorry, it would require Pacific Macta to beat all gamers, I should say, which, you know, much of a muchness really at that point, whether it's Baisha or all gamers. I'm not sure that it really matters too much for Pacific Macta. Imperial have played their 3 games. They've gone 2-1, and generally speaking, that's going to be enough to get you over the line. So unless Pacific Macta or Cara House somehow beat all gamers and force a 2-1 tie for whatever reason, then you'd say it's probably going to be Imperial going through from this group. So very happy days as far as Imperial is concerned. They had a job that they needed to do today. They set out to get it done. It took a little while on sub-base, but very much secured that victory in earnest on Port. And we'll take a look back at the highlights from that last map. Well, as you can see, a 10-1 scoreline, whichever way you paint it, is going to end up being a pretty dominant-looking display, and pretty much all the highlights come from the side of Imperial. Questions now start to arise as to who actually walks away with the MVP from that map. We were, I'd say, about halfway through it when we were saying, well, yeah, it's Ryu Zhao pretty much hands down, and he was doing a huge chunk of the heavy lifting over on that GR side. He had about 170 ADR at one point, which is absolutely insane. Did slow down a little bit, though, when they moved over to Blacklist. Not that there was too many rounds that they had to necessarily worry about, but, I mean, would there be much of an argument in your mind if it were to go to Ryu Zhao, or do you think maybe Gokun is in there as a discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I think both Gokun and Lucum also had really good games, but at the end of the day, when you have a 10-1, I feel like it doesn't even matter who the MVP goes to. They just completely mastered everything they needed to just conquer these guys completely. So I feel like for them, they're going to be happy regardless. And you know what? The MVP is just icing on the cake for whoever got it here, because everyone played extremely well for Imperial to take this so commandingly.
Yeah, absolutely. Not really too much more to say about it, right? When you have a 10-1 scoreline, there's only so much that you can really break down about it. But obviously, it's a very nice confidence builder for Imperial going into the playoffs, if indeed they are the ones to make it through, which it looks like they should be. They will have a day off tomorrow, so they get a bit of downtime. I saw them hanging out at the pool. My room overlooks the pool at the hotel, and I do regularly see the Imperial lads in the pool. So I think they'll probably be spending a fair bit of time there tomorrow, I should say, and you know, just resting, recuperating, and you know, maybe they'll come into the venue to have a little bit of scrim time or something like that on the PCs if they're feeling it. But I mean, at this point, obviously, after having a 10-1 scoreline and a pretty decent group stage, right? They beat Cara House as well. I think they should be feeling reasonably confident going into those playoffs. The only question, of course, is going to be who do they play against in those playoffs? We're probably thinking it'll be Baisha, who will take first seed in the other group. We'll assume that Imperial will take second seed in their group, which would put them head-to-head. So that will definitely be a tough game when they get to that one. But really for Imperial right now, it's just a case of, look, we've done our job for now. Let's focus on you know, celebrating this win and take a little bit of a rest, and then come back on Friday and look to improve upon the result.
Yeah, for Imperial, I'm really excited to see what they can do in the playoffs. Obviously, it's very likely they're going to be going up against someone like Baisha, where I think it's a whole nother beast for them, because the rest of this group didn't seem quite the challenge that All Gamers was for them. But at the end of the day, I think even now, getting further into this event, they've looked better than they did in that day one match as well. So I wouldn't be surprised, even if they get up against All Gamers again, if they don't have a better time there.
Yeah, what about VASCO and ranking esports? That's going to be the matchup coming up next. You've got another Brazilian team taking part in that one. Are we, you know, expecting to see 2 back-to-back wins for Brazil today?
I would say so. I feel like ranking could give VASCO a little bit of trouble, but at the end of the day, I think VASCO is going to be in a pretty good position to probably take that second place in their group as well. So we take a look at the stats here, though. It is going to be no surprise to see Ryu Zhao up there, but Feifei J as well, 4.0 KD.
Yeah, I think the thing, though, that I'm really kind of looking at in this graphic is the 1.55 kills per round from Ryu Zhao, right? Feifei, you know, he's obviously got a nice KD, but he didn't really have to do a whole lot on that map. There wasn't that much presence over toward B. A lot of the presence was over toward A and toward mid, which was where obviously Ryu Zhao was able to have his impact. So for me, you know, KD is nice, definitely, but Feifei was kind of able to hide away and kind of keep that KD looking solid just off the basis of that. I would be looking at Ryu Zhao definitely as the MVP, just looking at those numbers. The only other argument probably would be Gokun. He was sort of up there toe-to-toe with Ryu Zhao, but I don't think he quite eclipsed him in that department. And just having a look at the stats on the behalf of Pacific Macta, it tells a pretty sad picture. No one positive, only a couple of members even over a 0.5 KD. So there just wasn't that many kills to go around, and there's only the one round won by Pacific Macta, so only one round where anyone survived on Pacific Macta, and that was one player. That was revenge only. Everyone else died every single round. Not a fun time to be playing that map for sure.
Yeah, definitely not, especially when you look at the 3 veterans being the 3 that were below that 0.5 KD mark. Not what you'd expect out of Pacific, but as we take a look at our MVP, it is going to be Ryu Zhao locking that in. And I think this is just a statement to what this guy has done throughout the tournament so far. For me, I'd say if I have to give an MVP to Imperial's performance so far in this whole event, he's definitely the player I'm looking at. Even though Gokhan, he's such a strong player individually, I feel like in those clutch moments, Ryuzao has been very, very impactful. So many 1v1s. He's almost the king of 1v1s in this event so far.
Yeah, most definitely. He's been a bit of a clutch master, that's for sure. Can't really go past him, certainly for Port. I would say I'd probably lean toward Gokhan personally if I'm talking about overall impact player for Imperial, but I can sort of see why you've gone the way of Ryuzao. And obviously, there's still a fair bit of a discussion to be had, right? When we get into the playoffs, both of those players are going to be incredibly key for Imperial in taking on both of the Chinese teams, if things play out the way that we would expect. And so with that result now, I guess the biggest conversation that we have got left for the group stage is what's going to be the other team, right? We're thinking about the top four. We've probably got three almost locks, like Baisha's definitely in, Imperial's definitely in. We're thinking All Gamers is in, but who's going to be that team to join them? Well, we will find out over the course of today, I'd imagine. And taking a look at the results from that previous match again, 10-8, 10-1, both going the way of Imperial. One thing I'll note is I think that they probably do have to have a little bit of a look back at their vetoes. Not sure that I want to be seeing sub-base as their pick. Maybe prefer to see that one go through as the decider, because I think there is definitely better looking maps in the pool that I've seen from Imperial. So something that they might consider going into playoffs. But we'll have that conversation when we get to see Imperial play again.
Yeah, I mean, for them, I'd love to see more of them on Port, especially against another strong Port team. Maybe it could be a map where they show down against All Gamers and do really well on. I think for them, this is probably the best they've looked on any map we've seen so far. The sub-base has been kind of hit and miss, but I mean, when you haven't lost a map yet, it's still a good sign of what's to come for these guys. Other than their map, obviously, against All Gamers that they lost, those two, they've looked pretty much flawless outside of that match. So I think moving forward, these guys, it's going to be just preparing for what's on that horizon for them, because it's almost inevitable their next matchup now will be a Chinese team.
Yep, you would say so. Barring some kind of weird results in the groups. And we're looking forward to seeing how those groups do play out. The rest of today's play is still yet to come. This is the first time we've been actually really quite far ahead of schedule. So we'll probably be jumping into our next match in, you would say, about 25 minutes or so if all things go to plan. That would be at 5 p.m. local time. We're on GMT +7. And we'll be looking forward to VASCO and Ranking Esports. It's an interesting matchup, definitely to think about. Ranking didn't really have the greatest of times yesterday against Baisha, but you'd say maybe against Ranking, against VASCO, things could be a little bit easier for them. So here's the overall results from Imperial in the group stages. Yes, they lost against All Gamers, but they did what they had to do against Cara House and Pacific Macta and found themselves those 2-0s. So no complaints where that's come from.
Yeah, I mean, really looking forward to seeing what they can do now going into that playoff picture. I think for me, probably their most impressive performance was being able to take down a team like Cara House 2-0. All Gamers, I would have liked to see a little bit closer maps. I thought for them, they kind of underperformed in how they started this tournament, so I was worried about them going into that second match, but from that point on, they've looked as good as they can be at this point, and now it's just a matter of their playoff picture. But the next match is probably going to be equally decisive in determining who that final team could be in the playoff picture. I mean, you've got VASCO and Ranking coming up, and both of these teams are kind of hungry with something to prove. I'd say even more so maybe for Ranking after a bit of a rude awakening yesterday against Baisha.
Yep, indeed. This is going to be the group that we've still got a little bit of a question mark over. Obviously, GV Esports, you'd say, are probably out of the running, but this next game between VASCO and Ranking could very much be the deciding vote in who goes through to the playoffs. Now, though, having a look at Group B, Imperial have played all of their games, and All Gamers have only played one game. So you do have to sort of bear that in mind when you look at this and see Imperial at the top. Obviously, they're at the top now, but what happens after All Gamers gets to play against Cara House and Pacific Macta? Will they go 3-0 in this group like we are all expecting? Look, maybe there's a world. Maybe there's a world. If Cara House beats All Gamers, then that can throw a little bit of chaos in the ranks where we'll have two teams at 2-1 plus 190 for Imperial, plus 11 for their rounds as well. I think you'd look at that and say that's a pretty good tiebreaker statistic at the moment. So something to sort of bear in mind. But these are the matches that we do still have coming up, and that all-important game between VASCO and Ranking is next. All Gamers and Cara House as well, another important game. It's the do or die for Cara House at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm hoping they can find a way to pull it off. It would be a shame to see on home turf no Vietnamese teams making it through to the top 4 playoffs, but you've got to hand it to both the Chinese and Brazilian teams. They've looked pretty dang good so far, and it seems like they may keep it up. VASCO, though, they're going to have to hold their own against Ranking coming up next, and we'll see if they can do just that. But I think this is where things start to get interesting, though. You've got these teams with their backs against the wall, a lot to prove, and I'm hoping at least one of these teams can prove us wrong here.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm really holding out the same hope as you are, Carl. I think it's feeling pretty dire at this point in time. But hey, I might be proven wrong. So far, though, haven't been proven wrong this entire event. I've still got that 100% prediction rate. I'm going to hang on to that for as long as I possibly can. I mean, we'll see. I think at a certain point, probably when we get to see the 2 Chinese teams face against each other, maybe the 2 Brazilian teams face against each other in playoffs, if that ends up being the case, that's where it's going to be a little bit more difficult to call. But at least so far, I've felt like a lot of these matches have been somewhat predictable. Either way, that's us done for this first game on the desk. We've got to hear from our host down on the stage for an interview with Imperial.
Như vậy thì lại là một chiến thắng nữa đến từ vị trí của Imperial, và chúng ta lại được gặp gỡ nhân vật quen thuộc ngày hôm nay trên sân khấu, MVP của chúng ta. Hãy cùng chào đón Ryu Giao ạ. Và một lần nữa thì Ryu Giao ơi, đây không phải là lần đầu mà đứng ở đây và trò chuyện cùng Thu Hà ở một cái vị trí của đội chiến thắng đâu. Nhưng mà một lần nữa Ryu Giao có thể gửi lời chào đến với tất cả fan hâm mộ của CROSSFIRE được không ạ?
Vou dar mais uma gala para todos.
Olá a todos.
Vâng ạ, và dường như là lần nào khi mà nở nụ cười để mà chào đón mọi người như vậy thì ở đây cũng rất là hạnh phúc, bởi vì mình đang chào với cương vị là đội chiến thắng rồi. Nhưng mà nhìn lại về trận đấu vừa rồi thì có vẻ là ở những phút đầu tiên thì mình thấy là đội của mình cũng đã bị hạ gục bởi 1/5. Cụ thể là từ phía đối thủ thì mình có nhân vật là MVA đã một lúc là hạ 5 đồng đội của mình luôn. Thì bạn cảm nhận ra sao về đối thủ của mình ngày hôm nay?
O que você achou do primeiro jogo? O MGA esteve aí 1 contra 5 do vosso time e matou os 5. O que você achou daquela?
Foi round bom da parte dele, mas foi por causa de comunicação. A gente se comunicou errado.
Đấy là một cái pha rất là đẹp của bạn ấy, nhưng mà đấy là do cái lỗi, tức là cái lỗi mà khi mà các bạn ấy có một cái sự trao đổi, một cái thông tin sai khi mà các bạn đang bắn.
Và bạn nhận xét là đó chỉ là một chút nhầm lẫn về mặt trao đổi với đồng đội của mình mà thôi. Thế thì bây giờ ở đây á, sau khi mà mình theo dõi cả trận đấu thì cũng có rất là nhiều lời khen dành cho Imperial. Những bình luận viên cũng chia sẻ là họ đã có những chiến thắng cách biệt và hoàn toàn có cửa để đến với chung kết. Thì bạn nghĩ sao? Mình có tự tin là mình sẽ bước vào chung kết hay không ạ?
Depois do jogo, tive muitos comentários que disseram que vocês podem chegar até o campeão. O que você achou sobre isso?
É bom saber disso, que todos torcem pela gente, que a gente veio para ser campeão.
Bạn rất là vui khi mà có những cái comment ủng hộ team và các bạn đến đây để giành chiến thắng.
Dạ, thế thì Hà muốn hỏi thêm một ý nữa thôi. Đó là bạn nghĩ sao về trận đấu ngày mai của Imperial? Mình có tiếp tục giữ được phong độ hay không ạ?
O que você acha do próximo jogo? Será que você vai manter na mesma forma? Tudo atacado, tão nervosos todos?
Tá todo mundo muito tranquilo e a gente está ansioso para poder ver quem é o nosso adversário e estamos preparados.
Các bạn ấy rất là thoải mái và những trận đấu tiếp theo các bạn sẽ tiếp tục cố gắng giữ đúng cái phong độ bây giờ.
Dạ, và Thu Hà cũng nhận được rất là nhiều câu hỏi ngay lúc này tại các bạn khán giả đang cùng theo dõi online trực tiếp. Thì các bạn cũng hỏi rằng là ở cái giải đấu này thì được xem là checkpoint của đội thôi. Thế thì còn đối với giải Grand Finals thì bạn có tự tin là mình cũng sẽ giữ được phong độ như vậy hay không ạ?
Umas perguntas sobre no live que eles mandaram para nós que essa aqui é só um jogo pequeno, então o próximo jogo, o Grand Final, o que você acha que se vamos também vencer o campeão?
A gente vem treinando o ano todo para poder ser campeão em todos os campeonatos brasileiro ou internacional.
các bạn ấy luyện tập để chiến thắng ở tất cả các giải đấu và kể cả giải Grand Final.
Xin được cảm ơn rất nhiều và xin được chúc cho tinh thần của Rizal sẽ luôn luôn giữ vững được phong độ của mình, cũng như là xin được chúc cho Imperial sẽ còn giành được nhiều chiến thắng hơn nữa ở những vòng đấu tiếp theo ạ. Một lần nữa xin được cảm ơn các bạn rất nhiều ạ. Và thưa quý vị, như vậy thì mình cũng được lắng nghe phần chia sẻ từ phía Imperial. Và quý vị ơi, hãy cùng tiếp tục theo dõi. Chúng tôi sẽ quay trở lại sau ít phút nghỉ giải lao. Và tiếp theo đây sẽ là trận đấu thứ hai giữa Ranking Esports và VASCO Esports quý vị nhé. Đặc biệt quý vị nào đang theo dõi trực tiếp ở khu vực trường quay ngày hôm nay, hãy nán lại đến cuối chương trình. Còn bây giờ hãy cùng nghỉ giải lao cho ít phút. Xin cảm ơn ạ.
Đô la đang đứng chờ, đô la sẽ bị check vào, đô la từ nay đến giờ thì không ai của Imperial đây cả ở đây rồi. Ngay lập tức thì sẽ có dần hỗ trợ đến từ Lucas. Lucas không chết rồi, nói cho mình người gọi là và Shady lên thành này. Cuộc tiến công vẫn tiến công và đó là hai mạng cho mạnh. Nào, Imperial đang bị mù. Đây là một góc một mà phát hiện ra người thứ hai đối với Yomi. Và đó là anh cứ bắt được Siroka. Nhưng trong phố Nga có người và anh cứ đang móc một mạng lên cho David. Liệu cơ hội làm rất nhiều thứ như vậy. Một mạng rồi kêu đã bổ kêu Imperial vẫn chưa cần.
Montanha Russa, 자기소개 먼저 부탁해볼게요.
Tá, meu nome é Adriano Faria, meu nick em game é DRF, tenho 25 anos e faço parte da equipe da Imperial.
Meu nome é Felipe, meu nick dentro do jogo é FF e eu sou o capitão da Imperial.
Meu nome é Caio, meu nick é Goten, tenho 23 anos e sou da Imperial.
Meu nome é Lucas, meu nick é Lucão, tenho 22 anos e faço parte da equipe da Imperial.
Meu nome é Denison, tenho 24 anos, meu nick em jogo é Riozão e eu faço parte da equipe da Imperial.
Meu nome é Vinícius, meu nick no jogo é VN, tenho 21 anos, faço parte da equipe da Imperial, sou substituto.
E o programa vai ser dividido em 2 dias, como eu tinha falado para vocês. A gente vai comer umas comidas aqui do Jeju e vamos fazer umas programações, fazer tipo umas atividades pequenas aqui em Jeju. Vocês acham que vai ser que tipo de gravação hoje?
Só conhecer a cidade, não?
Jogar boliche, pô.
Conhecer a cidade, conhecer a cidade.
Jogar boliche.
Jogar boliche.
Jogar
futebol.
boliche.
Não, futebol.
Futebol. Brasil.
Comida.
vocês falaram de comida. Tem alguma comida que vocês querem comer?
Churrasco.
Barbecue.
KFC, cara. Ah, uma comida daqui, cara. Daqui, porra.
Picanha.
KFC. KFC, então fala pra ele.
Pô, já falei já, cara. KFC,
Não,
cara.
KFC, Lucas.
Vou falar que eu nunca comi, cara.
Das coisas que vocês falaram, nenhuma tá preparada.
Só tá tentando.
Não tem. E aí vamos terminar dando um adeus, assim.
Ni hao? Ok.
1, 2, 3.
Posso fazer um history disso, mano?
Pode, cara.
Olha isso aí, cara. É BBB agora aqui na Coreia.
Caralho, olha aí, cara.
É brincadeira, hein, amigo?
300 câmeras, cara. Ah, ainda vem mais uma aqui, ó.
Essa aqui é a nossa.
Essa aqui é a
melhor. Tua vida de cineasta, cara. Agora é isso aí.
É um dia com a Imperial, mano. Nós somos pessoas very happy.
Vai cair. Mano, acho que a gente vai fazer um passeio muito divertido num parque. Eu também.
Pessoal, a gente está indo para uma das praias mais famosas aqui em Jeju.
Como é o nome da praia? Como se chama?
Kwakji.
Ui, caraca.
Ele pergunta qual será a pontuação de vocês no CFS.
Campeão.
Primeiro. Champion. Fefe, você que é o capitão da equipe, Fefe, você acha que o nosso time está confiante?
Exato.
Acho que nosso time tá preparado, bem confiante. Só manter a calma dentro do jogo que não, tudo certo.
Tanto
E você,
mentalmente
Lucas?
quanto emocionalmente.
Emocionalmente tem que ir só dentro do jogo. Você acha que a gente está preparado mentalmente para essa batalha?
Essa empreitada?
Não?
Não, acho que sim.
Então, eu confio muito no meu time e é isso. É isso aí mesmo.
Cara, eu acho que tipo assim, a gente vai ter vários obstáculos, sabe? Pô, teremos vários obstáculos, mas acho que com foco e determinação, nós conseguimos chegar lá.
Pessoal, aí vai ter um mini jogo agora. Sabe o jogo Jankenpô? Tesoura, pedra, papel? Aí cada um de vocês vai competir com o produtor. Se quem ganhar, vai ganhar 5.000 won para poder gastar na praia.
Quem não ganhar,
Quantas vezes? Uma, duas...
Cada um de vocês.
Uma vez só?
Isso.
Mas é sorte, cara.
Quem começa?
Eu começo, já tô aqui
É
na
pra
frente.
vocês decidirem quem começa mesmo. Você que vai começar, né?
Sim.
E em segundo, terceira...
Assim, SBN, Adriano, quem?
Quando vocês descerem no degrau, pode começar.
Ok.
Tá. Ok. Falta muito tempo? Muito tempo pra ficar. Muito tempo pra chegar? A gente quer... Fala que a gente quer ganhar logo deles.
O cara desejou bom jogo pra nós.
Não quer ganhar do cara.
Não quero um bom jogo, eu quero ganhar.
Pode descer por aquela ordem.
Vai lá.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Jankenpô. Jankenpô. Jankenpô.
Primeiro, cara.
Ganhou, perdeu. Ganhei.
Agora vai dar ruim, vai começar a mudar, cara.
Vai sim.
Ele vai de
Vai mesmo. Então tem muito burro, não é possível.
Hello.
Jankenpô. Ganhou?
Então eu falei que ele ia matar de novo, cara.
Ele botou o quê, cara?
Botou pedra de novo,
Botou pedra de novo.
Botou
Ô, amor. Jankenpô. Oh! Jankenpô. Oh! Destiny? Ok. Jankenpô. Oh! Essa é empática.
Acabou, ganhou aqui.
Jankenpô. Ok, papai.
Perdeu o Bocânica.
Já era Bocânica.
Já era. Jankenpô. Papai. Perdeu.
Pô, ele começou botando pedra? Pô, vocês têm que levar pelo, pô. Ele tava direto nisso, cara. Ele vai botar sua pedra de novo, ó.
Ai! Jankenpô.
Perdeu?
Cara, nós ganhou 3, perdeu 3. Cresce, cara.
Na minha vez, a Xuxa é branca.
Pô, vou te falar. Eu vou tirar meu chinelo. Não é não?
Aí, rapaz, coisa linda. Tirou o chinelo.
Na água! Vamos para a água!
Dá não,
Bora.
dá não.
Muito frio.
Moleque, muito gelado.
Tá maneirinho.
Porra, mas então não mergulha então, velho. Vai dar não, hein? Dá não, velho.
Cara, tá igual a praia do Rio, cara.
Bora correndo, bora. Só pra ver se o cara
Vai correr atrás daí. Gravei muito. Calma, deixa o muito gravar aí, cara.
Ah, não, tá matando o filme pra correr. Ué, aquele ali é atleta, tá?
Meu time só tem maluco. Crazy.
É que o anãozinho correu muito. É bonito.
Ô, Adriano! E aí, cara?
Pra cá. Pô, vai dar
Por
não.
quê? Bota CFS, cara.
Bota aí logo CFS. Vem assim, Carol.
O quê?
Caraca, bravo. Da hora.
Aí, ó, vem pra cá. Aí você vai ficar pisando no
Aí
né?
essa merda aí nem faz, cara. Pô, mas faz um C decente aqui, pô.
Caralho, Boqueiro,
Caraca.
pegar sol. Não, na moral, no pé. Sol no pé.
Pessoal, ele pergunta, ele fala para vocês comentarem, falarem entre vocês, como é que vocês começaram a entrar no jogo?
Vai, puxa aí alguém. Puxa aí,
Vai, Adriano.
Pô, vou puxar então, mano. Eu acho que, tipo assim, eu comecei a jogar em 2012.
Mas quem te apresentou o jogo?
Quem me apresentou?
Uhum.
Foi a galera da rua, todo mundo da minha rua jogava. Aí todo mundo jogava entre si. Aí acabou que depois foi passando os anos, todo mundo foi parando, eu fui o único que foi continuando, jogava com meu irmão na época também, mas ele parou. Aí eu continuei, consegui ganhar o campeonato de acesso para elite com meus amigos, né? Pra jogar a CFL.
Que ano que você jogou?
Foi em 2014. Aí eu fui jogando e consegui, tô aí até hoje, né?
E seu nick é ADRF, surgiu da onde?
ADRF
E o porquê?
ADRF significa o ADR de Adriano e o F de Faria, que é o meu nome e sobrenome, entendeu?
E você, Bucano?
E você, Bucano, my idol. Comecei a jogar uma house.
Quando, Bucano?
2020, aí eu jogava por diversão, né?
Distração, né?
Isso, eu não tinha nem computador, né, cara?
Eu não tinha nem intuito de ser profissional, de estar aqui onde eu tô. Aí eu comecei a jogar um pouco mais sério. O primeiro time profissional foi com o Viana, só que eu tomei ban do jogo, injusto. Deixei de jogar um ano.
Atrasaram um sonho.
Um ano sem jogar porque eles achavam que eu era raio. Aí saiu o ban, me chamaram de profissional. Aí eu comecei a bater nos caras que eram profissional, jogava com tudo ruim, os caras com tudo bom, os caras apanhavam. E é isso.
E essa é a caminhada do Bucano.
E você, meu mano Fifi, como é que você começou? Qual foi a sua trajetória?
Comecei a jogar em 2013, no final de 2013. Tinha beta, só beta, era uma criancinha.
Servidor de clã,
É, eu tinha 12 anos. Conheci o jogo através de um amigo meu, que tava lá na roletando. Aí eu falei, o que eu comecei aí? Aí eu comecei a jogar, ficava disputando pra ver quem pegava a maior patente. Não, em casa mesmo. Aí ficava jogando, até que eu descobri um competitivo, me interessei e comecei a tentar desde 2015. Subi pro profissional no final de 2017 e tô aí até hoje.
Todo mundo termina falando isso, né, cara?
Terceiro mundial e é isso. Muito feliz de estar aqui. E você, grande Riozão, começou a jogar quando?
Foi em 2012 que eu jogava combate armas na Lan House, só que aí depois meu pai comprou um computador, só que era muito ruim, tá? Aí não rodava combate armas, eu fui jogar CROSSFIRE em casa com 40 FPS, 30. Quando eu ganhei o primeiro acesso foi quando a Brave me chamou. Quando eu ganhei o campeonato do Sonho em 2016. Desde lá então, sempre foi isso.
Subiu pro profissional em que ano?
2016, na Brave.
E por que o nick Riozão?
Meu nick era Ryu Dead, em inglês. Ryu, era Ryu. Só que, tipo assim, eu botei na intenção, na época de Betinha, né? Botei na intenção de chamar de Dead, né? Só, tipo, isso com 12 anos, 13. Aí só que chamava de Ryu. E nem pra ser Ryu, porque carioca. Aí o Zão eu botei que, tipo, todo mundo do time tinha, tipo, era PHzão, era GBzão, eu fui botei Zão. E eu botei Rio, porque só chamavam isso, Rio. O Rio, eu falei, vou botar isso aí.
Cara, que interessante essa história, cara.
Mas e você, velho?
Me vem, então vai.
Pô, comecei a jogar CROSSFIRE lá em 2011, 2010 na Lan House.
Caraca.
Mas nunca tinha me interessado pelo competitivo. Acho que em 2020, porque eu tava passando por uma fase muito difícil na minha vida. Foi quando eu comecei a jogar competitivo e comecei a gostar. E hoje, depois de 2 anos, estou aqui.
Da hora, mano. Mas por que VN?
Porque VN é a abreviação do meu nome de início. Aí só o V e o N.
Criativo. Nick Vinícius.
Parece muito, me lembra muito o ADRF. Sério.
Muito criativo.
Criatividade.
É igual o Fefe, né?
Cara, mas
não, mas o Fefe não é Felipe.
Bem criativo.
Fefe
não, não,
mas aí, pô, mas não fui eu.
E aquele da Fefe?
Meu sobrinho só botava o nome de Fefe.
Aquele Fefe.
Me chamava de Fefe.
Felipe.
Não, mas não é por ele. Eu não, cara, meu nick não era.
Não tem criatividade.
Não tinha um nick assim.
Cara, mas sabe qual era meu nick?
Cara, meu sobrinho só me chamava de Fefe. Aí eu botei Fefe. Sabe qual era o meu nick?
Cara,
Fefe 1, 2, 2, 3, 4.
Cara, Fefe é...
Fefe, cara.
É de Cabação, não.
Não, Fefe é a filha do meu cunhado que se chama Fernanda, cara.
Tá, velho. Tem vários. Tem Fernando que chama Fefe, Felipe.
Cara, mas meu nick antigamente era Sulat, cara. Sulat.
Tá bom, cara. Isso que eu tô falando, cara.
Não, ninguém quer saber desse cara, não.
Como que você começou a jogar? Eu quero saber como você começou a jogar CROSSFIRE, que você só chutava pouco. Fala.
Cara, eu conheci o CrossFire em 2011, em uma Lan House. Na época não tinha o servidor BR ainda, eu jogava no servidor NA americano. Mas no ano seguinte eu parei. Aí em 2015 eu tive um problema de saúde muito grave, que eu fiquei em casa 5 meses, sem poder sair pra rua. Foi quando ganhei um computador e voltei a jogar CrossFire. Na época eu tava muito na onda da era competindo beta. E eu comecei a jogar e um cara falou que tinha potencial para jogar Elite. Então eu tentei de 2015 até o final de 2019, fui para Elite. E o ano que eu decidi parar de jogar eu fui chamado profissional. E nesse mesmo ano você foi campeão mundial,
No mesmo ano eu fui campeão mundial.
Caraca.
Acho que você foi o único jogador que subiu do profissional ganhando tudo, né? Brasileiro, internacional e campeão mundial, né? Como que você se sente com isso, com esse feito?
Muito feliz. Cara, o Lucão com o M veio... Na época todo mundo usava muito A e O, né? No aumentativo. Eu decidi fazer algo diferente e botei o M no final.
Bem criativo.
PHzão,
o seu nick me parece... Hein, cara? A criatividade dele me lembra muito o VN e o ADRF, cara.
Lucão. Eu sei você também. Cara, eu lembro que o nick bravo é meu Deus.
Cara, mas quem que falou que o seu nick é brabo?
Não, assim, que não tem nada a ver com o nome, tá ligado?
Ah, tá. Agora sim.
Mas é brabo.
That's a championship point. All gamers will be
VASCO and Ranking Esports playing off for a spot in the playoffs in this upcoming game. It is day 3 of the CFS Summer Championship 2023. And things are starting to get pretty tense now. Kyle, we are getting quite deep into these groups. We've already started unofficially locking some of the teams in amongst ourselves. And the result of this game will also help us to kind of do the same for yet another team. We think there's probably 3 that are looking pretty good in Baisha, All Gamers, and Imperial. And the question is really, will it be VASCO or Ranking Esports to join those 3 teams as the ones we expect will be the top 4 in the playoffs?
Yeah, I think going into this one, VASCO probably the favorite just off of how they've looked so far. I feel like they've got that momentum to carry into this one, whereas Ranking, they had a pretty brutal opponent in their first one. They went down hard, and for them, it's going to be seeing how they can actually bounce back after that match against Baisha, because that's where I have my doubts. It's really hard to come off a match like that and play impressive.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we'll take a look back at the group stage just before we get into much more of the discussion around this game. Remind you how far we've come from day 1. We're into day 3 now, more than halfway through the group stage. And Imperial did find themselves the dub over Pacific Macta. Bit of a tighter affair, 10-8 on sub-base, and then a very clean victory, 10-1 on Port. So we've still got 2 more games for you today, and 3 tomorrow as well. It's a very extended group stage, that's for sure. We'll take a look at the standings here and you'll get a bit of an idea as to what we are talking about with Group A. GV have lost both of their games. Baisha have won both of their games, and so far VASCO and Ranking have only actually played 1 game each. If VASCO beats Ranking right here, they go up 2-0. They look pretty good, solid, ready to go through the group. If Ranking were ready to get themselves the win in this game, then they do still have a match against GV. Which could sort of throw a bit of a spanner in the works, but given GV has looked a little bit susceptible, we might give the benefit of the doubt there to Ranking, and this feels like it's going to be the decider match for the group. Either way, Group B, obviously what's happening over here, Imperial's looking good. All Gamers still have a few games yet to play, so too do Cara House and Pacific Macta, but Pacific Macta down 0-2, you'd say they're probably a line through, and we're waiting to see whether it's All Gamers or Cara House to make it through alongside Imperial. Which, you know, is again another match that we're actually going to get to look forward to today. We'll take a look at that one at the end of the day. First, obviously, we have to get through VASCO and Ranking Esports. But yeah, All Gamers and Cara House, again, a tantalizing prospect at the end of the evening.
Yeah, it really is, especially because they've had almost 2 full days off. They played at the very beginning of day 1 and haven't really been seen since. So they're going to have to come back and show us that same form they had in day 1 versus Cara House, who've played every day so far. So maybe that plays to their advantage a little bit, but they have been put through the ringer here and put into a very difficult position because for them, I mean, that's going to be a do-or-die match, their tournament life on the line. But looking at this one more specifically, this is where I'm very curious because on paper, I think VASCO is definitely going to be the favored team going into this one. For me, it's just a matter of how much better they're going to look here because Ranking showed some signs of greatness at the start of their match against Baisha, but it felt like after those first few rounds, they just lost steam very early on in that matchup.
Yeah, definitely. I thought Ice Cube was a real standout point for Ranking, even though they weren't able to get that win against Baisha. He seemed to be the one that was really like leading from the front. So what will VASCO be able to do to shut him down? Didn't really feel like they had a sniper that was quite as impactful. In fact, actually, in terms of impact, probably Ice Cube was so far almost the most impactful individual. But either way, let's welcome VASCO back to the stage.
Sensação muito boa, a gente está muito feliz de estar participando pela primeira vez. Com certeza a gente vai dar tudo para a gente sair com o melhor resultado possível e estamos muito preparados para isso. Um grupo bem qualificado, acho que quem quer ser campeão não escolhe adversário. O nosso objetivo é se classificar, independente de que grupo esteja. Que a Baisha é um time muito qualificado, mas todos os outros 2 que estão também podem fazer jogo duro e a minha cabeça é só no meu time para a gente se classificar independente de qualquer um. Eu acho que a gente estudando cada um deles, vendo o POV, treinando, acho que isso é um dos motivos e o melhor preparativo para todos nós.
Star, reinvent.
Well, here is VASCO Esports once again making their way to the stage, and they have played 1 game already in the event. That was against GV Esports. They were able to win that one 2-0, but a very close affair, 10-6, 10-8. Subbase and Mexico respectively. You know, when you look at that, I don't know that it fills me with a huge amount of confidence that VASCO is going to be able to get the 2-0 over ranking today. I think, if any, again, this is one of those matches where we look at it and say, actually, really does feel like maybe this is going to be 3 matches on paper. Of course, we do have to welcome ranking first.
Lần thứ 2 trở lại với giải đấu quốc tế, ranking ESPORTS mang tham vọng lật đổ mọi kẻ ngáng đường và trở thành một hiện tượng.
Bảng A được đánh giá là dễ thở hơn, nhưng đã là giải đấu quốc tế thì đội tuyển nào cũng đáng gờm hết và chúng mình chỉ có một cách là chiến thôi.
Ngoài Barca Gaming, đối thủ mà chúng mình đánh giá cao hơn là VASCO ESPORTS. Tuy nhiên bọn mình đã từng đánh bại cụ vương Black Dragon. Vì thế mình tin chúng mình có thể đánh bại người Brazil thêm một lần nữa.
Với bộ khung đội hình chất lượng cùng độ lì, sự quyết tâm chiến đấu đến điểm số cuối cùng, ranking ESPORTS sẽ cố gắng đi xa hơn tại CFS Summer Championship 2023.
Bước được qua vòng bảng là mục tiêu trước mắt của bọn mình. Cả team sẽ cố gắng hết sức để đạt được danh hiệu cao nhất có thể.
Mọi người thường không để một cái tên quá mới như RKE, nhưng sau giải đấu lần này, mình nghĩ mọi người sẽ phải xem xét lại. Vượt qua mọi giới hạn, RKE sẽ viết lên một hành trình đẹp tại CFS Summer Championship 2023.
Star Reinvent.
Well, here comes Ranking Esports, and after their performance yesterday, they've got a lot of answering to do. Game against Baisha is a tough ask, to be fair. They went down 10-5, 10-1. But this definitely is going to feel like a much more winnable game for them. And, of course, again, home crowd advantage. There are a few Ranking fans in the audience today cheering them on.
Yeah, I think for Ranking, this is actually a really good team to shake up this group because they have one glaring thing that makes me think they could have a chance here, and that's their only international win is against a Brazilian team. They beat Black Dragons at CFS, and VASCO, I'd say, is a team pretty similar level in how they play.
Right, okay, well, that's something to kind of consider. I believe I initially had my prediction over there for VASCO, but I wouldn't be super surprised to see Ranking actually taking this one away. I don't know if maybe that result against GV is weighing on the mind a little bit more now. The fact that it was quite so close, and for Ranking, you know, did they really get the best opportunity to make a run when they played against Baisha? Perhaps not, but take a look at the stats for both of these two teams as well and see if that gives us any insight as to what we might get out of this game. VASCO, being the 2nd seed from the Brazilian region, would be wanting to follow suit with what Imperial was able to do earlier on today.
Yeah, they seem like a team that could make that happen. I think individually it's a really talented roster. MG, one of the better snipers in the Brazilian scene, obviously right behind Goken, not quite to that level yet, but still very strong nonetheless. And when you look at this lineup as a whole, I think the big thing for them is out of the Brazilian rosters, they are a bit more unproven. Action, the only one having a lot of high-level experience out of these 5. You can kind of see it in the stats here as well, but obviously MG, their overall leader and who they look to for that sniping across every single map. And that seems to be kind of the bread and butter of Brazilian Counter-Strike. Get a really good sniper at the forefront of your play to open up those rounds.
Yeah, indeed. And I think when we take a look here at Ranking Esports, you're going to get a bit of an insight as to why we continue to talk about Ice Cube over on that next graphic. He was really the standout yesterday for them. I thought Humio and Nevis kind of had a couple of decent rounds in there as well, but it really did feel like for Ranking, especially on the second map on Compound, it really was only Ice Cube that was fragging, and you know, he was the only player that was kind of able to stand up against Baisha. So again, he'll be a key factor today for Ranking when they do play against VASCO. You can see there the statistics, 1.54 KD, I should say, for Ice Cube. And he's getting almost a kill a round as well. Considering he's the sniper for this team, you generally look to see the sniper actually opening the account and getting the initial frags in the round. So if he's getting almost a kill a round and he's getting them early in the round as well, like those kills are actually even more important and impactful than some kills that are coming later on in the piece. So he's going to be a really big point, focal point that we're going to continue to talk on. As far as the match history between these two teams is concerned, there is nothing to speak to there.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't faced each other just yet. Obviously, Ranking, they've only really had one big international experience. That was at CFS last year, where they went out in the group stages, but they did beat Black Dragons there. However, they also lost to the Western team of Anubis, so you have to kind of look at that and the trajectory you might expect from this team. A little bit inconsistent, but when they're playing at their peak, they can actually do a lot of crazy things. Looking at the key player, though, in this team, it is going to be Humio on the side for Ranking Esports. He definitely was, I would say, a little bit underwhelming compared to Ice Cube in that opening set, but in the past, he has done a lot for this team. He was actually one of the players who stood out to me in their match against Black Dragons where they got that upset at CFS. On the other side, though, Action, I think we saw a lot from him already in that first match, and I wouldn't expect any less from the veteran on that team.
Yeah, back-to-back MVPs for VASCO. Action seemed like the standout really for that roster for me as well. I do wonder if maybe GV gave him a little bit more room than he ought to have been given. Like a lot of the multi-frags that he was able to pick up sort of seemed like they should have probably been traded down a little quicker than he was. But either way, he definitely had a bit of a standout performance there for VASCO, and we'll see what he's going to be able to do. So the maps that VASCO played in that match against GV were Subbase and Mexico. Mexico was their choice. Not sure we're going to see Mexico picked again by them, but we'll get the answer to that question right now as we do have the map picks and bans again. I hope we don't see Mexico because it didn't really look like a fantastic map for them, I thought. But anyway, they've gone straight back over to it. Ankara, the choice, of course, there by Ranking, and then Subbase as the decider. Ranking yesterday, they also picked Ankara and they got a 10-5 against Baisha. Wasn't a bad shout from them on that map. But yeah, Mexico, you know, it kind of reminds me of the picks that we've seen here from Imperial going back towards Subbase a couple of times. Didn't look so great on it the first time they played it. Again, we saw reiterated today. I wasn't super sold on VASCO on Mexico yesterday. So interested to see whether they can make amends or not here today. Predictions across the board are a little bit back and forth, actually.
Yeah, very 50-50 here. I think it's very fair, too. This was actually, I would say, the hardest one for me to pick, just because Ranking, they're very inconsistent in my mind, and that's where I actually didn't give them the benefit of the doubt. This team, even though at their peak, I could actually see them winning this matchup, I just feel like that first match against Baisha, we didn't see enough, and that's what made me think, you know, looking at their future in this tournament, they're probably not going to have the best of times in a group like this because there's not a whole lot of room for the mistakes we saw from them, whereas VASCO, they kind of fought tooth and nail in their first match. They impressed me a bit. Even when they had their bad moments, they bounced back really comfortably and looked pretty decent in their match against GV. So even though I think this is going to be a close one, I think VASCO does have that edge, but Ranking, if they bring a stronger performance, this could be a really close game.
Yeah, my opinion as well is that VASCO has the edge, but not by a massive margin in that game against Ranking. That game that Ranking played against Baisha, I'm not sure how much you can really read into that. I think this is going to be a much better representation of what they can bring to the CFS Summer Championship. For both teams, a big game. As we jump into map 1, it is going to be Ankara. All right, here we are with Ranking starting off on Blacklist and VASCO on Global Risk. It is an interesting one. Ranking, keep your eyes on Ice Cube with that Orm. He was doing so much work on this attacking side. Even in the game against Baisha, he found a lot of openers that ultimately did get brought back. But if he can do that against VASCO again, continue to put Ranking in good spots, I can see them winning this map easily for sure.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see if Ice Cube's consistency remains the same in his second day on the stage. Meanwhile, VASCO, this is their chance to prove a little bit more than what we saw against GV. Even though they picked up the win, it was definitely rough around the edges, to say the least. Ranking already putting that early pressure play with Ice Cube towards the A-long angle on Arches. Nobody going to be peeking it on the other side, though. VASCO very reserved in this opening round.
Yeah, a bit of a fake over towards the B site here from Ranking. A little bit of util getting tossed over in that direction. You do have a member working in connector, but It's this push through the vent that Ranking is really hoping is going to work out for them. Action just watching those angles, periodically checking the vent. Two-man setup over toward the A-bomb site. Still waiting for the explosion from Ranking, and they haven't opted to go just yet. They're still playing for the contact more than anything else, and now we're going to see the util getting tossed out by VASCO. They need to have the guns in hand, though, as Fatcons is trying to make his way up the stairs. Action behind the boxes. Will get his head ripped off. MG, the only one to strike so far for VASCO. That entry onto A has worked out nicely.
MG, what a shot to follow it up, though. Takes down Ice Cube. Silva able to find another, narrowing it to a 2-on-2. The time is ticking. They've got to move in, but Silva gets it done. Beautiful double kill, and VASCO steal away the opening round, even though it was a 5-on-3 at one point.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy, right? When you see the entry like that onto the site, you think, okay, well, 3-on-5, they've probably lost, right? You expect your site defenders to at least get one and not go 0 for 2, but hey, it doesn't seem to matter. VASCO still make that retake happen, and off to a flying start. No real inroads made by Ice Cube in that round. We've continued to highlight him, and if he wants that to be the case going into tomorrow and potentially the playoffs as well, he'll need to pick up the pace. I know it's only one round, but he was doing a lot of the heavy lifting yesterday for Ranking, so otherwise he or someone else is really going to have to step up here for Ranking. If neither happen, then Ranking is going to look like a pretty flat team.
Yeah, I'm hoping they can find the response here. Tom as well, a little bit quiet in their opening set. Hopefully he can be equally impactful here today. It is going to be Action who finds the first outside of A-Long. Takes down Ice Cube, not the player you want to see fall on the side of Ranking, but Tom right there to get the trade in mid, but Action already finding himself a second.
Yeah, now he's got to try to get out of mid though, or just try to change his position up, which he's been able to do. Uses the cover of the smoke and the flash to get back into B connector. Ooh. VASCO with lots of presence over on the B side of the map. Are going to see Ranking just moving away from that side of the map. So you'd hope to see them just float twos and back over towards A, which is what they have done. Bolster the defenses over there.
Here comes the rotation. Working their way into mid. There's only a couple players ready for that potential attack, but they've got the setup to try and hold it off. Silva going to be playing the first contact on mid, but it is going to be an underpass push starting to come through. Action, the first player to hold on to that position, anchoring B. Tom trying to sneak up mid here, maybe even find that pick. He's going to get it. Silva goes down. Now it's all on to Action, the solo hold on the back of this bomb site, but he's already got two players right in front of him. They've got to check this angle, though. A lot of teams are reluctant to go all the way through and peek this sandwich position on site. They're going to check him out, but it's a little bit too late. He gets the first kill onto Humio, making a double kill, and that's not what you want to see here. Tom left alone in a 1-on-3. There's just no time here. It's just going to be Action stalling the clock, and VNC, he's not even going to get anywhere near it here.
Yeah, unwinnable round, even if Action doesn't get that final kill, but two big individual plays so far from the VASCO members. First, it is Silva in the first round on the retake, then it is Action on the hold. And VASCO off to the races with a 2-0 start. It's dire straits for Ranking already on their map choice. And if you allow the individuals to get that confidence up, then it's going to be problems definitely for Ranking. There's a 1-for-1 in mid. It's about as good of a start as what they've had, but Silva, he is not leaving anything up to the imagination at this point. Another advantage for VASCO.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they've got to find some sort of early round swing. But Ice Cube being silent is not something they were used to yesterday on this map. He was that key factor to make it such a valuable map for them. But at this point, he hasn't found anything yet. He's still looking in this round for his first kill, but VASCO, they are so good at that early round pressure. That's really the difference between a team like VASCO and Baisha. VASCO, they're not going to hesitate to get right in your face within the first few seconds.
Well, play slows down now as Ranking look to work their way through middle. Really relying now on Ice Cube to try to open something up, and he's been given the opportunity there by Silva. Maybe a little bit of an overzealous peak, but there is that flank still coming in from the backside. You've got to be aware of Tuzin. C4 is out in no man's land. Tuzin as well has heard Ice Cube jumping around. Took a little while to get that kill, but does enough to lock it down in the end, and this should well be a 3-0 for VASCO. That's now secured in the back pocket. VASCO really dominating to start off this second series. It's very much silenced the crowd, and of course silenced Ranking Esports as well.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, especially considering they had some really solid rounds in their matchup yesterday, but so far we haven't seen any of that magic from Ice Cube. The rest of the team as well, not really stepping up across the board. Tom playing a little bit better than what we saw, but other than that, it's been a tad underwhelming. Tom, though, able to get the first kill, but look at this. It's 3 kills, make it 4 kills going the way of Ranking already, decimating the defense, and now Action's left in a 1v4.
Yeah, might have been a little bit of a whiff going on there from VASCO. Just looking at the position of some of those players, I really thought there was going to be some better shots hit, but Ranking beating them for pace. Action has found the first one to Ice Cube, and it hasn't cost him any of his HP, so that's about as good of a start as you're going to get to a 4-on-1. Now he has to try to isolate a couple more of these aim duels. Not the easiest of tasks. He's really running the clock down now as well, so dare say this is probably over, even if he were to win a couple more duels, which, I mean, he's been able to do. He's hitting his shots, definitely, but does he even have time here? Hiomio has been spotted, and I think that time is well and truly away from Action. If he would have just gone a bit quicker, maybe he'd have had a bit more time to play the one-on-one against Hiomio, but you can see the danger that is lurking around every corner for Ranking. If they, you know, rest on their laurels, they're in a 4v1. It almost ends up going the way of VASCO anyway.
Yeah, Ranking, they're just not looking good. Even when they have the advantage, they almost let it slip, and they've got to be very, very aware of that moving forward. If they want to bring this one back, they do manage their first round on the board, but there's a lot more left to be done, even just to tie this one. Right now, it is going to be 2 players pinching onto the A-long play. It's going to be Action. From this angle, he's done a lot already. He's already on 9 kills, maybe trying to have a 9 type of performance here.
Yeah.
On this map, he could. I mean, 9 kills already is a great start, but he's going to have to do a little bit more to cross that line. But 5 players are about to run right into VNC, and he's got no other support here. He has to play for the rotation, gets into the corner pocket behind the box. Is he going to get cleared out, though? This is a tough position to clear with Action already swinging in from the GR spawn. Nevis, though, gets the check, but Action, he has a chance here, not going to find anything else.
Yeah, need that next frag to go the way of VASCO if this retakes to be possible. Silva should catch Ice Cube right here and will, but not before Tuzin did go down, and his position is also now given away. The X factor is going to be MG, who's very much backing away from the A site. He's wanting to link up with Silva. Take the single route into the site rather than the pincer strike. That's a good shot, though, from Silva. Has given him the room to actually get out onto the site and open the door up for MG. What is that? Bang, bang, 1-2, and VASCO, once again, it comes down to another clutch moment, and they're just looking way better individually today than Ranking is.
Yeah, that second shot, though, from MG, you don't normally expect that one. The reaction time just insane from him, and really proving why he is one of those star players for VASCO. I don't think we saw that fully in effect from him in their opening match, but so far he's definitely in a great position. 6-2 for him, but 10-4 as well on Action, making it so hard for them to have that opportunity to break through on the side of Ranking, because this is a map they're normally pretty good on, but what we see so far is just a lot of shutdown, especially on the retakes, because even on these initial executions, Ranking's not looking half bad.
It's not as if they're not getting into the sites, apart from that one round where Action stood tall on B. But just generally does feel like VASCO has a little bit more firepower going on at the moment. Interesting to note, in this round, Action has moved away from middle. That's been completely given up by VASCO this time around, and Ranking's moving quite quickly through that area of the map. definitely does give them options.
VASCO, though, very, very spread out at this point. MG all alone on this angle, holding the B tunnels. He's going to have a really big chance here to take someone out. He's holding on to the angle that 3 players are slowly creeping up on. It's all about how they take this first corner on the side of ranking. They need a good counter flash for that position. Otherwise, MG would not surprise me to get at least a double kill here. Ice Cube, though, he wants to meet the challenge head on. Neither player connects. MG able to get out safely for now, calls for the rotation, and ranking, they back off.
Well, you don't want to see an over-rotation actually here from VASCO, because ranking headed back toward A, and it looks like VASCO have dealt with that little moment of panic. VNC's back over toward A. Tuzin hasn't really moved too far from middle. Time running down now though for ranking, and they are going to need to be pretty clean on these entries. If anything starts to go wrong, they'll run out of time. It is, to be fair, just one player defending the site, and it's MG. How many frags can he expect to get with the orb? Already gets one. Can't swing for the second. Now we're looking at Silver and Tuzin to make that difference, which they do. Backons and Ice Cube, the last 2 left alive, and ranking just leaving it a little bit too late in this round and not having the time to properly clear the site. They have been punished for that. 4-1, VASCO dominating. They are very much following suit from what Imperial was doing on Port.
Yeah, I think at this point, ranking, it might be time for attack pause or something at least that can change the pace. That's what they need to do here. It seems their default setup is just getting picked apart over and over again, and now VASCO, they're already halfway to a map victory. This could quickly be taken away from them if they're not ready to find that answer. In this round, though, we see a lot of early pressure towards A-Long. That nade is actually pretty well placed coming out from Action as well. I like the early play call there. They've got 3 players as well this time on that A bomb site. They know it's been a little bit of a struggle for VNC to hold it alone, but here comes the flash. Tuzin going to be good for the first. VNC gets the double kill from the top of site, and now Ice Cube and Tom, the notorious snipers for this team, going to try and make it happen. Tom does have that M4 in hand, but this is still so difficult.
Yeah, I haven't really seen that same magic happening for Ice Cube today as we did yesterday. And that's obviously contributing to this lack in firepower for ranking. Look at that. Silver just gets away with absolute murder on the peak against Ice Cube, who looked ready for it, but man, it is Silver's world. We are just living in it right now.
Man, these guys are looking very impressive. Honestly, it's not even ranking necessarily playing way worse. It's a little bit worse on their end, but also VASCO, the shots they're hitting today look way better than what we saw against GV. These guys have definitely shown up in a massive way, and they know this match is their ticket through, and they're playing like it here. So now it's going to be up to ranking to try and find a way to put to stop this madness that they are running into. But VASCO, so deadly on this GR side so far. 2 rounds left in the half to try and find any sense of hope to bring it back, but I don't know about you, but I don't feel like they've got much chance here unless they can significantly change things up soon.
I agree. Not really seeing a whole lot change up from ranking, right? Always quite slow through the map with the exception of that 1 round, and that 1 round was the one that they very nearly won against Action over on B. So I do think maybe picking the pace up could be something to consider, but they're really running out of opportunities in this first half, right? There's only 2 more rounds left to go, and well, this time Hiomio just hits a couple of blinders walking in through mid. Action and Tuzin both down. I'm not going to count this round over just yet until I see Silver hit the floor. Hiomio has decided to just take matters into his own hands. Picks up 3 to start the round off, and that might just be a bit too much to come back from. He gets the ace. All 5 kills in that round from Hiomio. Not going to expect that every single round, though. So, look, it's nice to get the dub, but you're going to need more than that.
Yeah, at least a good way to build up some confidence and maybe get them this last round. If they can pull it to a 6-3, it's not quite as unreasonable to try and come back into this one. But at the end of the day, this is generally a blacklist-sided map, and that's the side they're on. So only 3 rounds out of this one. not a great look, even if they get that. So for them, I would love to see a little bit more aggression on the pushes because VASCO hasn't dealt with the aggressive plays very well. You can see the slight hesitation in their approach here as they work in towards the A bomb site. This time it's only action as that anchor. They've gambled for a 4-man stack from VASCO on the B bomb site. It does seem like the slow rotations are starting to come through, and this is where that hesitation, if you are going to fully group in one direction, cannot really work out too well for ranking because VASCO, now that they have the information, they're slowly able to funnel back across the map here.
I wonder if they've sort of second-guessed themselves, though. They did initially have an extra rotator coming into A, but still got that heavy mid-presence here from VASCO, and it is just action holding on to A. He's going to have to sit behind the box and just hope to try to buy some time. Gets his own pop flash out and decides to get aggressive on the stairs. No one up just yet from ranking. Action won't quite win the duel, but he's bought time for the rotation. Tuzin holds down the spray. It's messy on both sides. Really needed action to get one frag there, I think, to stabilize the defense for VASCO, but maybe they can still make this retake work. 4-on-2. Silva has been a danger man. Spam through the boxes. Nade over the top. Won't do enough damage. Plants down. It should be ranking grabbing this round.
Seems pretty likely, but MG and Silva have already done some crazy things in this opening half. They've got a chance to open it up. Silva trying to flank, but he's going to be caught early from Ice Cube. MG has to do it alone. Not going to work out. 3-6 at the end of the day. Not the worst case in the world now for ranking. It could have gone much worse if they didn't get those final 2 rounds on the board. So they are moving in the right direction, but it still feels like it could be a little bit too little too late.
Yeah, definitely feeling quite dominant from VASCO still at this point. But at least some signs of life from ranking. Now they're moving over onto the Global Risk side. Ice Cube, Tam might be able to have a bit more success with the Orms. Generally tends to be a little bit easier to make use of those when you are on the defense.
Bit of a nade stack towards B, but VASCO playing really reserved in this first round, trying to funnel that pick towards the lower B tunnels. Nobody on the other side of it. It's going to be Fotcons playing pretty safe there, along with Humio playing fairly safe on the backside of tunnels as well. They are slowly actually pushing. They could meet here onto VNC's position. It's going to be a tough one if they are not ready, but they definitely are. Ranking picks up 2 kills onto VNC and Tuzin. They're able to fall off perfectly here, executing that opening pick set.
Yeah, bit of work to do now for VASCO. Oh, and Ice Cube hits a sharp shot onto Silva. Ranking definitely taking their time to work into this map, but now that they have started to get involved, they're looking pretty sharp, looking pretty good. Not much to really say about VASCO in this round. And sure, they have a fairly substantial lead, but that can very quickly be overcome.
It is going to be Nevis who gets the final kill, and the 5-1 has quickly turned into a 6-4, so things are starting to look a little bit better and better each and every round for ranking, and now they've got to continue that moving forward. The second half starts out with them in the advantage, and if they can keep things up on the GR side, there's still that opportunity to take this first map. It is their pick after all, so I'm not surprised to see them starting to pull it back. I was worried there for a moment because when this started off 5-1, I thought that VASCO might just run away with it.
Big setup in mid from ranking. VASCO's going to walk right into it. Trades are just not there for VASCO. They are running into the blender right now. Look, Ice Cube wants to take a peek, finds that timing as well. That is how you defend middle. The multi-pronged approach. And no one from VASCO can even buy a frag at the moment in this second half.
And now it's just a complete turnaround. Fotcon's able to find one onto Silva. MG left alone in a 1 versus 5. He is going to get the first kill at the very least, taking down Tom. But that'll be it. Nevis shuts it down, and this is just a 1-round game. Out of the last 6, ranking has won 5.
Yeah, what has happened to VASCO? They looked so good. They looked so dominant Yeah, it's about that time. I really was going to say, VASCO needs to call attack timeout here because they looked unbeatable. And then it's just shifted in the complete other direction. And obviously there is a half change involved there, so you swap sides, and there's that to sort of think about. But what have they got to offer us on this Blacklist side?
Yeah, I think at this point it's just going to be playing a little bit more together at the start of these rounds. You can see these solo players trying to get that information. Underpass or going up mid by themselves are getting caught continuously. I mean, Ice Cube from the A connector has found a free kill every single round in this half so far. They've got to find ways to deal with this opening setup. And I think from the VASCO perspective, I just don't think they expected them to be this aggressive after losing that half 6-3.
No. I do think you have to start exploring a little bit more around the map, though, as well. They can't just keep pushing their way into mid, trying to make that fight happen, especially when there's such heavy presence from ranking being put on that side of the map. Put some extra pieces of the puzzle on the extremities. Try an A hit. It's generally a bit of a tried and true, right? You get your execute, throw your util over the top, see if you can brawl your way in. You do almost always have a numbers advantage hitting the A site if you do it with 5. And as long as you trade down effectively, it is one of the more difficult sites to retake, but so far it's just been straight into mid from VASCO every single round. Looks like there'll be a bit of a change up this time.
Yeah, now it is going to be about this A-long play, but it's read pretty well on the other side of things. I mean, ranking, they've got 3 players on the A-bomb site, so if it's a full execute coming up for VASCO, they're going to run into the wall of ranking on this site. They've only got 1 lurk over towards that B long. It's going to be Silva looking for that push out, but ranking this time, they're not going for any forward aggression. I like this call actually coming out of a tactical pause. It adds that extra pressure onto VASCO to make the first move, and you also have a nice shift to a bit more safe of an approach coming out of ranking. So this is definitely a good call, but they still have to be able to hang on when this push comes through.
It's a good setup, that's for sure. Maybe ranking kind of reading into the same sort of understanding that I am, in that VASCO is going to change something up in this round, and so they themselves have opted to go for a bit of a gamble stack over toward A. You don't traditionally see 3 players defending this site. It looks like it might be the right call, though. This is a little scary for VASCO. They've called incorrectly, and they're going to the stacked side of the map. So unless they hit some blinder entries, they are going to deal with a very hefty defense here. Looks like it's more of a contact play than anything else as well, and that's even worse playing into the stack rather than the execute, because you're not even flashing these players out. Hiomio did back him to hit 1 or 2 of these, and in fact 3 will be the number that he comes up with. Silva can only find 1. Contact play does not work from VASCO. And now they've got to be getting a little bit tilted. MG maybe can restore a bit of confidence and morale, but will not win it. Hiomio has arrived.
Wow, what a performance. I mean, it's hard to believe this started off as a 5-1 lead for VASCO, now 6-6, already tying it up, ranking, showing a lot of resilience already in this opening map of the set. And as much as I may have put my cards on to VASCO, starting to have some doubt here, ranking looking very good as this one continues forward, especially when you look at someone like Hiomio. 14-8, really leading that charge back in, and that's the big step up we've noticed today from ranking. It's not just Ice Cube. This entire team has shown up in a new way.
Yeah, it's very much the riflers that are the ones actually taking the lead for ranking today. Another 3-man stack over toward A. Trending in that direction once again. VASCO might be looking at that A site as their eventual end goal. Can't imagine that's going to end very well for them.
We do see the rotation coming through. VASCO putting the bomb now towards B. 3 players starting to group up for that potential hit, but they're going to go ahead and go back into mid. For some reason, VASCO on this side of the map seems very eager to get that mid presence in their hands, but The slow rotations coming towards A, and last time around, it did not work out for them at all because of these two players on the A bomb side, Humio and Nevis, picking up all 5 of the kills between the two of them in the previous round. We'll see if they can do it again here.
Well, entry is in from VASCO once again, and once again the result is the same. Nevis is looking for all 5. He wants the ace. Fatcons will drop. Nevis in from behind, can't quite land it. But he has held that round down for ranking. And VASCO at this point got to be getting incredibly tilted.
Yeah, right now, this is just insane, the comeback we've seen. Now ranking actually going to be in the lead here for, I believe, the first time on this map. So for ranking, this is really everything. A team that we thought might just be down on their luck in this one, proving everyone what they can do when they've got that opportunity. It is going to be VASCO still with a chance to tie here. They could still take control of this one before it's too late, but the ranking momentum has just been insane since that pause coming out of it. They've looked really, really good, only giving up 1 round since the pause. And out of the last 7, they've won 6 of them. So these guys, they know exactly what they need to do, and they're doing it here, but they can't afford to slow down. VASCO putting that early pressure this time onto the middle of the map. This seems to be their go-to strategy, but as we've seen, it doesn't really work out for them.
Yeah, I think ranking really had a good understanding of how VASCO was going to play on this attack. Every single read that they've had has been the correct one. They've had the numbers in the right positions. First time in the half that VASCO have actually had the player advantage, though, off the back of that kill. Ice Cube down. He certainly hasn't been setting the world on fire in this map. It's not the biggest of losses for ranking, and they're even going to try to play a little proactively on this defense. I'm not liking that push quite as much. Straight into the stack of VASCO in mid. And now you're putting a lot of onus onto Tam to try to hold on to this B side alone. He's early, called for the rotate. So they do have the numbers here, ranking, to try to fight for it, but they are a player down.
Smoke screen's down. Humio goes charging in, though. Gets the first headshot onto VNC. Now they've got a shot to hold it down, but maybe not too much now, as Tom is left alone. 1-on-2. The bomb gets planted. Action in Tuzin. They've got the crossfire on site, ready to go. Tuzin almost gets spotted on the jump there, but he's got the info to go for the double swing. They'll get it done. They bring this one to a tie, and it looks like we are going to see a pause coming out as well. 7-7, but it's going to be interesting to see how these teams come out of it, because this is a really close game, not at all like it started now.
All right, well, first tech pause of the day, so we'll try to get that info through to you as to what that might end up being.
Yeah, at this moment, I think it's going to be
something to do with the mic, I think.
Yeah, a bit of a headset issue coming out from them, but hopefully we'll get it resolved soon and be back into it. But an interesting time to be paused here. Curious to know your thoughts so far with ranking, because I know we were both kind of expecting how this match started, but what are you thinking now at this point? Do you think ranking is actually going to pull it off?
Yeah, it was a mic issue, just to confirm. I'm not sure, really. I don't think it's the easiest of call to make. We've obviously seen the level that VASCO can kind of hit. They look really impressive when they do. I'm almost still feeling ranking actually to finish off this first map, just because I think they've looked a little bit better in this half, and you know, closing it out, they're going to be on that global risk side, which has looked to be a little bit more dominant on Ankara so far today. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't know who this timeout probably favors more. Ranking have just lost a round, so they've got a little bit of time to sort of reset off the back of that. But actually, VASCO really do have that momentum against them, and having this time to just slow things down probably does help them deal with maybe some of the tilt. Obviously, that would have been affecting them after ranking just went on such a spree. Right, you're up 5-1, and now all of a sudden it's pretty much equalized scorelines. That pressure is more so on the shoulders of the team that was actually leading from the beginning. And that would be obviously VASCO in this case.
Yeah, I think that's really helped Ranking get back into this. I think when they started playing like they had nothing to lose, they realized they could actually win this. And I think for them now, they're in a position where if they keep playing this way, they can definitely, at the very least, pick up at least this first map. Going forward, I don't think it gets any easier for them necessarily, but VASCO, you can tell they're a little bit shaken with how things have turned against them, and that could be a nice little advantage for the side of Ranking to work with moving forward. And, you know, even knowing that the pressure could start to get to them, that's ammunition for the next map as well, and knowing how they can apply pressure to this team successfully. And for Ranking, it's very impressive to see, because this is a team that I think initially in my mind, I didn't expect them to win any of their matchups coming into the group that they were placed in. So this would be a pretty bold statement if they could pull it off.
All right, now we're remaking the lobby. So this tech pause probably will take a little bit longer. Tends to be the case when the lobby remakes do have to come into effect. But hopefully it won't be too much longer before we get back into game. Ranking Esports still feeling confident on their own map choice. It was looking pretty grim for them for a moment, but yeah, they've very much proven that they deserve to be in this matchup, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, especially without Ice Cube being that player leading it, I think that's been the most impressive thing for me so far, is seeing really what the rest of this team can do. I mean, you've seen some great plays from Humio, from Nevis. These guys, to me, really came in a whole new light today that we didn't really get a chance to see too much in their first round match. So if they can keep it up, I think that's what this team was really missing in the first day, because Ice Cube was the only light. Now it's starting to look a lot more like a well-rounded unit.
Yeah, I mean, and if anything, actually, Ice Cube has a little bit more to offer than what he's shown so far in this game. It's kind of been quite a reserve performance from him today so far. And really, it's been more so on the rifling core to kind of pull Ranking through this game. Ice Cube and Tam taking the Orms haven't really felt like they've had much of an impact. Tam especially has been a bit of a non-factor, but that's been outweighed by the fact that Humio and Nevis in particular were the two that have really sort of stormed away with those rifles. Fatcon has had some solid moments himself.
Yeah, as we return to it, I am going to be curious to see what both of these teams do coming out of the pause. I know a lot of the time that aggressive play style right after a pause like this can play to the benefit of that team who's, you know, a little bit fearless coming back into it and does something a little bit bold and risky. It does seem like the teams are ready to go here, so we should be back in a matter of moments and getting this one underway. If you guys are just tuning in, we are tied up 7-7 on our opening map of this set, and I think this is going to be one that continues to deliver. We're going to go back in, though. VASCO looking for a chance to take this one back into their hands on the blacklist side. We'll see what they've got to do as we kick it off after this pause.
Well, is it that fast to play as expected? Ranking Esports actually going a little bit quicker here, but it's Tam that just gets deleted by MG. It's really having a rough time in those Orm battles. MG's been getting the better of it, and I'll actually make the argument that MG's been better on this attacking side, I've thought, which is not normally what you would expect. Fatcons ducked behind the box, could find his timing nicely here, and will swing to catch the kill onto MG. Double kill as he catches Tuzin as well and brings it back to the pairs on either side.
Yeah, now they've got a really good chance here to try and take this one. Action as well is only on 18 HP, so they've got the advantage in terms of health for this retake. VNC really needing to be that player who can help lock things down. The double pinch play is coming through as well. Humio working his way on the GR flank. Fatcon's working his way into the arch position. He's going to run into trouble pretty quickly, though. Action playing the close angle. This fight is going to be crucial in determining the round. Action, though, looks away. Both players look away, though, at the worst possible time, and it plays to the benefit of VASCO as they take the lead right back at a very opportune moment.
Yeah, I was going to say, I like the positional choice from Action there. It's not the obvious angle to check, right? When you're coming in from that position, you're often looking a little bit more to the left, toward the stairs, toward the vent, and even a little bit up onto the side itself. But to the right is probably the least likely position for you to be checking. Action knows that. He's low on HP. It's a bit of a one and done position, but all he really has to do is get one there, and it works out perfectly. The players from Ranking not checking him, and he can make full use of the low HP that he had anyway. So VASCO would start after the timeout. And if they follow suit with another round here, then that pressure goes right back onto Ranking, considering, again, the next map choice is VASCO's. So VASCO gets up 1-0 right here. Then Ranking are going to be feeling pretty unfortunate about that.
Yeah, for Ranking, this is their chance to keep things even, to find their way through to a potential map number 1. But if they give this over to VASCO, they could be able to close it out. Humio looking for that play underneath. It's going to be a full collapse into mid from Ranking, trying to steal away a kill. They're going to find one. MG goes down. They're able to get out successfully. The late peek trying to come through there from Tom. He's not going to find anything just yet. The rotation now looking towards this A bomb site, but it's a good read. There's no defenders here.
Yeah, this is a strange choice, actually, from Ranking. When you have the numbers advantage, there's not really a need to stack one of the sides, but Tam's getting the info early, and VASCO would have to really pick the pace up into A if they want to beat that rotation across. They are up on the site. Backcons, though, is going to contest, and he is not slowing down at all. Tuzen gets himself one. Humio, though, the danger man arrives, and he is just jumping all over the place. Nevis with a big round. That could have gone really wrong for Ranking, but it's imperative that Tam gets the info in the ACON at the time that he does, and that is what allows Ranking to come back across.
Yeah, really solid response from Ranking, and now this is where things come down to the wire. 2 rounds left in regulation. One of these teams needs 2 in a row to take it. Otherwise, it's going to be going all the way into overtime to decide their fate. VASCO, a lot of early presence towards A long. Silva working his way back towards mid and towards B long as well now. It's going to be a little bit of a safer approach on their side, but for Ranking, they've got a lot of forward pressure on this lower B tunnels position. It is going to be Nevis as well, looking for that fight. He's going to find it, but it's not going to work out too well. VASCO already up in a 5-on-3.
Yeah, Humio looks like he wants to try to equalize those numbers and will almost be able to do it. Big duel against Tuzen that doesn't quite go his way. Now Ice Cube trying to push his way forward, but Tuzen you'd think would swing for the trade. It doesn't really work out the way that he wanted it to. Still does a lot of damage to Ice Cube in the end, and well, Ranking are being really mobile on this defense, and they may well even catch VASCO off here with the timing. Look at that, MG would have been spotted by Ice Cube. And I'm not sure the same can be said in the other direction. That's a big kill to find.
Yeah, things are really falling apart for VASCO in this round. They had a 4-on-2, now it's down to a 2v2 situation. Action is a little bit low on health. They've got to find a way to hang on if they want to close it out.
Whoa, what are you doing?
Quick little gun switch, almost gets dicey. Silva still manages these kills at the perfect moment. That could have been a disaster.
Yeah. Goodness me, it's just out in no man's land that they're doing that, but ultimately it works out. Silva has really been the key man for VASCO. And now 1 round away for VASCO from securing map 1. Will we see yet another 10-8 victory for Brazil today on the first map of their series? That's exactly what Imperial was able to achieve over Pacific Macta on sub-base. And a chance for VASCO to do the same here on Ankara. Again, the 3-stack over at A has generally looked pretty good from Ranking when they have opted for that setup. But C4 back in the spawn for VASCO makes me think they're not going to commit to this.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. Two players working their way into mid, but Ice Cube, he's got this angle fully covered. But he has to be spot checking the bridge as well, and this is where there could be that little gap to get in there and find the pick for VASCO. It's all about that timing if they do slide in for that mid fight. Ice Cube, he's gonna have to be ready to react either way it comes to him. Tuzin, you can tell he wants to start creeping up, but we actually see VASCO putting that pressure down low now. It's gonna be an underpass, two players starting to work that pressure play, trying to find a way to open up MG for the initial fight, but there's a lot of hesitation here.
There's a lot riding on this round. Ice Cube's in the perfect spot to crack the round open unless VASCO opts to go into the A-con. Util's getting tossed over the top. Surely someone's walking into his position, but somehow he doesn't land the shot that he needs to, and VNC opens the account. Now it's just Tam, who's really been quite embattled so far on this map. 0-3 even after that tech pause. Plan's gone down. VASCO in a great spot to close the map out. 10-8 scoreline is looming.
Yeah, at this point, it requires a crazy risk here from Ranking to even have a chance to take this round away. They're going to go guns blazing into the back of sight. Action, though. He's on the flank. He's already found one. Nevis has to try and deal with this now, but there's just no time. It's going to be VASCO collapsing into this position. Nevis able to find one, but not the 1v5. VASCO 10-8. They're able to pull it off.
Yeah, very solid stuff from VASCO in those last couple of rounds, and it's got Imperial in the crowd getting hyped up. That's a painful loss for Ranking Esports. They really felt like they were on the precipice of making that comeback happen, but I suppose they gave up a little bit too much earlier on in the game, right? Going down 5-1, that's probably where that difference is made. If they can grab one or two more of those rounds, it's a much closer scoreline going into the second half. VASCO doesn't have enough rope to play with, and ultimately we might have gone into either an OT or even maybe like a 10-8 victory for Ranking Esports, because they were pretty close to getting it done, but yeah, them's the breaks, unfortunately, and two 10-8 victories in the first maps for Imperial and for VASCO, the two Brazilian teams, in similar fashion starting off their series today. It's fantastic news for VASCO, of course, as they now think about moving into their own map choice of Mexico right after this, and that's got to be a positive feeling.
Yeah, I think for them, they're in the greatest position they could be at this point. It's just going to be a matter of seeing if they can close it out and not get too overzealous to get it done and start to make those little mistakes, because I think that's kind of what happened in this first map. You saw at the beginning, they came out with a lot more strength. They had that 5-1 lead, but then they started making some more individualized decisions, and things started to turn around very quickly for Ranking when they allowed that to happen. So I'm really hoping they keep their composure start to finish on the second map if they want to get it done.
Yeah, going to be an interesting discussion to be had on Mexico. Before we get there, though, it's time for the replays of Map 1. Yeah, so a very tight affair between VASCO and Ranking, and obviously in the end 10-8 is the scoreline there, as you saw for VASCO Esports, which points them poised to potentially still take the top 2 position in this group. Obviously, we're still a long way away from finishing off the group stages. We've got all the matches yet to go today, and then even into tomorrow, 3 more matches. But if VASCO can win this one, it feels like a really big, impressive result for them. We'll take a look back at the results from that previous map and see who the big difference makers were. Thought a lot of individuals actually stepped up on this one, on both sides. MG particularly towards the back end really felt like he was actually making a lot of difference there for VASCO. And then of course you had Action and Silva earlier on doing a lot of that heavy lifting. Mio, I felt like was really the standout there alongside Nevis for Ranking Esports, but unfortunately just left a little bit to be desired in the long term.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the overall stats here, it really paints a bitter pill to swallow here for Ranking because they did play so well. But looking at MVPs, probably going to be MG for this one, even though it was really a team effort across the board. But it's actually Action who picks it up. I can definitely see why that's the choice as well. This guy, very vital when it comes to those retake frags and really just consistent round to round and what they need out of him. So I think looking ahead, he's going to be a player to definitely keep your eyes on as they get deeper into this tournament. But at the end of the day, I think VASCO pulled it off as a unit in those final 2 rounds because they really needed to show us what they could do there, and they made it happen.
Yeah, yep, tend to agree with you. Really did feel like a bit of an across-the-board performance from VASCO rather than just one person hard carrying. Now, what has me interested, of course, is that we're going to be moving on to Mexico in just a second, and that is the map that they did play yesterday, and you know, I don't know if I was like super sold necessarily on their win against GV. Did really come down to the wire again, 10-8. It hasn't been an easy affair so far for VASCO going through any of their matches in this group. It was a 10-6, 10-8, 10-8 now again. So we'll see whether or not they can clean things up a little bit better here on Mexico. Benefit is obviously it's their map choice, but fairly heavily one-sided map, so they might have a bit of a tougher time here on this one of making it quite clean. We'll see on the other side of this break.
Championship point, all gamers will be That's the championship point. All gamers will be.
It's the CFS Summer Championship, and we are into day number 3, game number 2. We're starting to get to that point in the event, Kyle, where it's hard to say words. But look, the key fact of the matter is that we are into game 2, map 2, and things are getting pretty spicy right here between VASCO and Ranking Esports. It was a close affair on map 1, 10-8 went the way of VASCO on Ranking's map. A choice. We'll show you what map 2 is going to be. GV. I wasn't 100% sold on it, but they've gone for it again as their map choice.
Yeah, it's a tough map to play, especially on the Blacklist side. They looked a little bit shaky. That is where they're starting in this set as well, so I definitely have some worries if they haven't made improvements, but at the same time, maybe they use that as an opportunity to get some more practice on it against GV, and they can come back looking even better on it as their pick again today. So I feel like going into this one, it's anyone's for the taking, but let's just hop right into it and see how it goes.
So here we are into the swing of things, and VASCO on the attack. That Blacklist side, as ever, we're expecting to be a bit difficult for them. Now, yesterday they instantly started with a very fast round against GV. It seems like Ranking were watching that, and they have responded in kind. They've thrown a lot of util early on into mid straight up, but VASCO not really being connected by any of it. Have decided to play a little bit more of a slower approach into this first round of the game against Ranking Esports.
Yeah, I like the play from Ranking, but maybe not that one. Nevis going to be shut down early on. Action gets the cross peek through the smoke onto the mid ramp, and now they are already fighting from behind, and this is the situation you don't want to be in against VASCO. You can't afford to sacrifice an early number already, and now VASCO sees the opportunity. They're going to push through. The trade still keeping favorable for them, but look at this. It's Tom able to find one and actually fall off somehow. Ice Cube finds another, and it's a 3-on-2.
Yeah, it's just a massive spam through the smoke, really, from both sides, isn't it? But Silver has managed to get across, and you know, if you can isolate that duel against Tam over on the B side, I can imagine this round actually working out quite nicely for them. Just leave MG here in the alley to cut off the rotations. Silver does find Tam. MG gives away his position as well, but yeah, I'd love to see a bomb plant right here straight away on that B side. Put that time pressure onto Ranking Esports. Doesn't look like they're going to opt for it. And MG actually finds that timing onto Ice Cube as well. But can you imagine if in all of this the plant was down on B already? The round would be over. Fatcons, though, still in with a chance of winning this, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. He finds that timing onto Silver, who eventually gets chased down, and now we're back to a one-on-one. I think that's a big misplay from VASCO not to plant the bomb on B.
Yeah, now MG has to play recovery, but look at this collision in alley. He has no idea it's coming. Fatcons wins the round, somehow stealing it away from VASCO, but a lot of little mistakes on the VASCO side.
Yeah, that is a huge throw. That is a huge throw. They had every chance to win that round, but just not pulling the trigger on the plant over toward B. I guess you can make the argument that they don't know exactly where that second player on A was, right? They'd only spotted one over toward A, but you know, you still do sort of have to just take that gamble. Particularly when MG goes down. I think Silver there straight away decides to plant the bomb over at B, and at worst case, if there's someone still on B, it's ending in a 1v1. But you know, maybe just a little bit hesitant.
Yeah, it's a really difficult map to crack this mid position on. That counter utility, that smoke screen, so many teams just don't want to have any attempt to push through it. It can be very hard to get through, but I'm surprised teams just don't counter flash their way through the other side of it a little bit more often. You can see 3 players playing towards that A ramp hold on mid. You've got Humio playing kind of that first contact role in the backside of the middle of this map, and moving forward, it's going to be on to him to really put a stop to things here, but a lot of hesitation from VASCO. Here comes the commitment. It is going to be a little bit of a fake, though. They just fake flash to see if anyone's going to pre-fire. They get 1 pre-fire out of that last player on the back of quad, but that's going to be it. Silva goes for the wide swing to try and take him down, and here comes the full commit.
Well, counter flash out here from Ranking as well to try to buy some time. Nicely timed grenade as well is going to chunk down Action and Tucson. But still, VASCO waiting down that timer. They've got 40 seconds left. Now smoke, flash, and everything else into mid. VASCO have got to go. They've managed to establish mid control. Ranking continuing to seed ground back into their sights now. Looks like it's going to be over toward B that VASCO want to go with the smokes going down. It's not a bad setup, but they've only got 20 seconds to make this work.
Humio hits a nasty first shot as well. Ice Cube able to find another. The shutdown not going to be good enough, though. They've got to plant this bomb now. 10 seconds on the clock. And the time is ticking. They get it down just in time, but Ice Cube's already there from the alleyway to find one. Action doesn't get the trade either. Nevis gonna go and find him. Tom comes in and they get it done. Ranking 2 in a row now to start it off.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how difficult it is really to make this map work, and that's why when you get those opportunities on the attack to win those rounds, like in round 1, you have to be converting them. I just feel as though VASCO have maybe missed a trick there with that first round. Second round, you know, can't really complain too much. Just good old-fashioned trading down from Ranking on the site. And VASCO not really given enough time to establish themselves in the post plant. We'll let it slip. Now we're back to waiting for the timer to sort of tick down before I'm sure VASCO will do something into mid again. It's a cycle that this map presents.
Yeah, I mean, the big note, though, always on Mexico is how GR side this map can be. Even in their first match against GV, they only got 4 rounds in the first half, and that was enough for them to scoop up a 10-8 win, just having a good, solid defense. So we'll see if that's the same case this time around. But Ranking, you can tell these guys have put in the time to actually study what they're up against too. The nade sets they're using in mid are really good at blocking these spawn plays that VASCO loved to do in their match against GV, because if you do have that front spawn on the blacklist side, you can actually get out into mid before the first GR player can meet you there. But the utility they're using on the side of Ranking blocks that potential from happening. Action trying to slide in though. Goes for that cheeky little peek onto the back of sight. He can't find anything, but wow. Silva through the box somehow takes out Fotcons, and that's a great start.
Well, it was Silva and Tucson both spamming through that box that actually managed to sort of whittle him down. It was a war of attrition, really. And ultimately, VASCO do win. So here's another big opportunity for them. 4 on 5. You've got to convert these kinds of advantages, and it seems they're going a long way in doing that. Action, VNC both able to strike, but Nevis has managed to double down and bring it back just a step. Maybe he's going to have to do a bit more than that, though. And just not on offer there. So VASCO get there first on the blacklist side.
Yeah, this is the response you need to. I mean, in this position, if you can keep things even on your blacklist side, you're really the team with the edge in this map, because it does have so many defensive advantages, especially when you just look at how these teams play that nade set in mid. You automatically create a lot of pressure here to where most teams have to push with less than a minute on the clock just because of the smoke screens going down here. Ice Cube, he's pretty eager to try and peek through, trying to get those players on the other side to get caught, but VASCO playing extremely reserved on this side, not giving up any sort of early information, but there could be a collision in the alleyway here. 2 players on the other side of it, and Ranking could be a tough one to lock down.
Yeah, it's not the traditional setup from the defensive side. So if VASCO do opt to go through the alley, you could definitely see this working out. Nevis has been pretty solid with that rifle in hand. Two players, the double-pronged approach from Ranking. Flashes up there. Nevis instantly down. VNC somehow finds the double entry, and it's really onto Ice Cube. Pistol in hand to try to defend the sign. He can't do much there. VNC picks up his orb. Humio is going to try to pick the pace up actually through the doors, but ultimately pushed away by the smokes and the flashes. And plant will be secured for VASCO. Another good entry into the site. And if this ends up at 2 apiece, which you'd think it would from here, Ranking is going to start to get a bit worried about this map as well.
Yeah, this retake basically needs to be flawless. You can see Fodcon's here trying to find that opening from the alleyway. He's going to be taken down. Humio able to find one, able to find two. Surely not the 1v4. Humio has a chance, but not for long. The 2v1 trade gets taken care of, and VASCO bring us to a tie.
Yeah, good 3-2-1 coming through there from VASCO, ensuring that they swing together and pretty much mitigating the chances of Humio clutching that one out. Well done. So just making sure those fundamentals are on lock after seeing that first round whittle away. And again, as is ever the case with Mexico, it's a very slow early round map. You very much have probably a minute and a half of waiting around as the blacklist side, while the global risk fellas just chuck in all their util, smoke off the choke point over and over and over again. This time we will see a different approach from VASCO as they're going to explore in toward the sewer.
Yeah, right now it could be an opportunity to catch them off guard. It's only Tom holding on the sewer exit, but look at this counter aggression as well. Ranking pushes through the mid prep, and now they've got to react on the other side of it, but Tom, he's holding the line. 4-on-3 now. The bomb actually down as well towards their spawn. MG has to frag out by himself. It's not going to happen. Tuzin in a 1-on-3, looking for that glimpse of hope to take this one back, but it seems all but lost.
Yeah, it's a good effort there from VASCO. I thought the timing was pretty good for that push through the sewer, right? Just as the push from Ranking Esports comes in from mid, they decide to pull the trigger on sewer. They know that there's a hefty amount of players contributed to another side of the map, but obviously doesn't work out. Tam hits the good shot, shuts it down before it really gets too exciting for VASCO. And, well, speaking of exciting, that round apparently was quite for the Ranking Esports fans here in the stadium.
At this point, Ranking, they've got control, but on the GR side, you've got to win big to be able to close it out. So they've got to start getting these rounds strung together if they really want to have this one go their way. VASCO, I'd like to see them change the pace as well. They're pretty reluctant to try and execute into mid earlier on, but that could be their opening to try and find a bit more time to get comfortable before they execute. There's no mid players this time around on the side of Ranking, aside from Ice Cube just playing the off angle on the quad boxes, kind of helping support this B. But this is actually a bit of an over risk, I think, on the side of Ranking. You really don't need 3 defenders towards this B bomb site.
Yeah, certainly not. It does almost give mid control over to VASCO for free. At the very least, MG's been able to sort of creep his way out here, and with that scope in hand, be a bit worried for either of the A players if they decide to peek. This is getting ballsy though from MG. Ooh, he spotted out Humio and instantly gets that shot. That's huge for VASCO. And it's exactly what you were talking about, right? You're just giving up a little bit too much of that mid presence, and one of the biggest points on this map for the defense is holding mid for such a long time, and they've just kind of given it to VASCO for free this round, and well, they've been punished for it.
VASCO, though, they've still got to push through. They've been a little hesitant. Fodcons, he's got the position, but he's not going to find anything from it. Now Nevis has the weight on his shoulders with Ice Cube to hold down this site. Ice Cube able to find one. Ice Cube, though, it's not going to be enough. VNC gets the double kill, and now they've got full control of this one as they take it to the tie. 3-3, VASCO doing what they need to here on this Blacklist side.
Yeah, I think if you're going 50-50 on this map, on the Blacklist side, you're pretty happy with the proceedings, and so far that is what VASCO's been able to achieve. Ranking, trying to make amends for their mistake in the previous round, opting to have a very heavy mid-presence here into round number 7. VASCO passive as ever.
Yeah, this time, though, we are going to see Ranking going for that mid-control play, not giving it up after that mistake in the previous round. Did come back to haunt them. But this forward pressure means you're going to see an even safer strategy coming out of VASCO. They want to exhaust this utility and then come in swinging once they know the majority of the utility has been wasted. So it's kind of a gamble on Ranking's side as well, understanding how much you actually want to throw so early on, knowing these guys are just going to run down that clock comfortably and go in when there's 40 seconds on the clock. This alley control play, though, could be a good start, but look at that nade onto Silva. Very great placement, takes him down to 44 HP. And this is where Ranking have definitely done their homework here. They've got the right idea on how to lock this one down. Ice Cube gets the opening kill as well. The nade over the top actually takes down Fotcons, a good way to answer back for the moment.
Yeah, Ice Cube's very low as well, so if MG decided to throw that nade over the top as well, he might grab himself another freebie in the end. It'll actually just be the wallbang spam from Silva that catches Ice Cube trying to escape. And once again, VASCO have been able to find the numbers advantage and stands them in a good position going into the rest of this round. 2 players, though, over at A. Hiomio exploring middle. Ranking have got the players where they need to. B has been kind of left alone. They're gambling that there's no push through the sewer, and that's the correct assumption, but another kill for VASCO. And the screws are getting tightened on Ranking Esports in this series. Tam finding 2. Nevis in the perfect spot at the perfect time. Catches the last, and it is down to MG after seeing his entire team fall in mid to try to clutch this out with only 10 seconds left. Yeah, he might find Tam, but even if he does, he surely won't find Nevis in time. He doesn't have the C4, and there's nothing he can do to win the round. Ranking, they did what they needed to do on the defense in that round, right? They gambled and they got it right. So they have the advantage once again.
Now the pressure is on to find the reply. It's been a lot of back and forth in this half so far, and honestly, in this whole set, VASCO looking to try and tie if they can. They had the 4-2 in the previous round. They just let it slip due to not checking that flank position from Nevis. Now we see them going for a bit more of a spread out setup at the start of the round on both teams. VASCO putting that extra emphasis towards sewers. They've got 3 players. Actually, it's their whole team here. It's going to be the double gamble on both sides. 3 players sewers on both ends. Actually, 5 going in for VASCO for the full commit here. And this is going to be a huge gamble, but look at how well Ranking has read this. They've got 4 players close by that can respond, but after the initial nade set, they actually back off. It's only going to be Ice Cube alone now.
I mean, I don't mind the approach from VASCO, right? You got to change things up every now and then. But it's almost the perfect setup from Ranking to deal with it. If Hiomio was just taking a little bit more of an approach into watching the sewers exit, there could be a really nice crossfire, but he's more or less locked into the B site for now. VASCO deciding that they want to go in a different direction. This looks like a nade stack. Where's it going to go? It's not going to connect onto anybody. It's a bit unfortunate for VASCO. What is fortunate for them, though, is that there's no one in mid. Not that they're really aware of that, but if and more likely when they decide to go into middle, they won't actually run into much resistance.
Yeah, we do have an adjustment, though, on ranking. They have the majority towards A, which is what you want to do if you're going to give up that mid-control, so at least you can have a little bit more comfortability in how you rotate across the map and defend this bomb site. But it's going to be VNC who goes in swinging. He's going to grab a double kill, make it a triple kill. He completely clears the site. Ice Cube going to go down as well. Humio, the last alive, trying to clutch this one 1 versus 4. But it's a disaster already in the making. MG takes him down, and we're back to a tie.
Yeah, that is just not acceptable at all from Ranking Esports. You can't let a player walk into the middle of your bomb site in the middle of a 3-way crossfire and kill all 3 of you. I'm not sure what is going on there. Just no one facing for the fight. That's disgusting, and VASCO get their 4th. It's going to build up the confidence for sure. You could see them getting pretty pumped up in the booth there off the back of that round. Another Sewers approach this time around. And they're getting a lot of territory for free here. It really is just Tam that's watching it. He misses the shot and allows VASCO out. Problems abound on that B side. He's getting wrapped in from the alley. Tuzen already catching Humio as well. But VASCO need to commit to something. They can't split their forces like this.
Yeah, it's going to get a lot harder now, but VNC gets the opening for the B bomb site, but already Ice Cube, he's snuck in here. They've got to deal with him now. VNC, he's not sure what's coming his way. He's going to spot it a little bit late, almost goes down. Ice Cube able to find one. That's not going to be enough, though. 3-on-2, they come swinging back in the site. Silva finds a second, and Nevis now alone is the only hope left in the half.
Well, this is one you don't want to be throwing away for VASCO. This is a huge round to be had. A 5-4 lead on offer from the Blacklist side going into the second half. That would very much lean toward a 2-0. But VASCO have to secure the win in this round first. And then, of course, in the next half, well, Nevis around the corner sacks a lot of his HP to get that kill onto Silva. But it's the first piece of the puzzle falling into place in the 1-on-3. Still more to get. Time running out. Has to move quickly and can't get it done. VASCO will get 5.
Yeah, and 5 on your Blacklist side of Mexico is usually more than enough. So in this position, Ranking really has to do something special to win the second half. Winning a map like this on the Blacklist side is very, very rare. They are close enough to, if they get that early momentum on their side, build it up, they could maybe take it. But VASCO, we've seen what they can do on the GR side of this map. It's their more comfort pick here. And now they've got a chance to close out on it as well. They've already got that extra map behind them in this series. You'd have to think at this point they've got a lot of advantages here.
Yeah. Slow start to the round again for Ranking this time, who find themselves on the attack. Much the same approach that we saw from VASCO initially in their half. And a big stack from the Global Risk side into mid. It's very much a standard Mexico round. Both teams kind of feeling each other out, seeing what the setup looks like.
Yeah, Ranking kind of doing the standard thing here on the BL side, waiting for the smoke screens to go away. As we can see, though, VASCO not playing anybody in mid on this opening round. They've got 2 players watching Sewers, 1 watching the B-bomb site, and 2 towards A. They are very much spread out, though, individually. MG almost gets the collateral. He even gets some collateral damage there onto Humio, just not fully connecting for the 2-piece, but he's still done enough damage to line up Silva for a big play here. Silva able to get 1. Can't get the second, though. The trade not working out perfectly, but at the same time, still a pretty equal value across the board. You've got Ranking now in a position where they could maybe push forward and win this round, but they've still got to deal with Tuzen on the back of the A-bomb site.
Yeah, I think if Silva just backs up after getting that initial frag, then VASCO's in a really good spot here, but has kind of left the door open a little bit for Ranking. Tuzen's in a great spot, though. This forklift position is a difficult one to dig out. It gives him a lot of presence on the site, and if he picks his timing nicely, he'll be able to do a lot of damage, especially now that Action has been able to double down. Nevis is really going to struggle to get into the site. That's a big 3-piece from Action to start off the second half. VASCO are really looking towards that 2-0 now to close down their position in the top 4.
Yeah, this could lock them in. They're only 4 rounds away from doing so. But it's going to be up to Ranking to try and grab their first map of the Summer Championship to maybe claw their way back into a winnable position. But VASCO, they've looked really good so far in this series. Just barely scraping by overall, though, in rounds 1. It seems to be when they feel a little bit too overconfident, they start making mistakes, and this is where the GR side has to be a lot more flawless for them. Here comes the pressure, though, on to A. Humio, he's just going and swinging here. VNC able to find one, Silva finds another, but Humio on the back of sight. He's already found himself 2. He has the anchor position now. Botcons gets the ramp peak. This is going to be a close one, down to the 2-on-2. VASCO going to reset and play for the full retake.
Yeah, fully backing away into mid. Bomb plant is going down now as well. Just raw aggression from Ranking that works out, and here's a really big clutch for them to try to win. Action was spotted out. Maybe faking the fact that both the players are headed in that direction. VNC in through mid. Action gets away with a bit of a lucky one, and now he's going to have to chase him down. Batcons is escaping back into the site. No kill just yet for VASCO. They've got to move quickly. Humio hits the headshot, and that's it done for Ranking. Their first round on the blacklist side. This map is definitely heating up.
Yeah, good one to pick up here. It actually keeps it a lot closer than it could have been. But VASCO, they kind of let that one slip as well. A few mistakes, some overcommitment there in the alleyway from Tuzen, causing them some early trouble. VASCO, though, still being in the lead on the GR side, holds well for their future here to try and bring this one to a finish. But Ranking, they've got the answers here. Humio as well, very impressive on the day so far. 11 and 10 for him, getting right around a kill around. I'd love to see a little bit more, though, from Fotcons. He's been pretty quiet in this matchup, but could be one of the difference makers that gets them back in front.
Yeah, Humio really has been the standout. Silva, that's a bit of an expected position, just gets pre-fired by Ice Cube as they walk their way into mid-ranking. Lots of util obviously used there by Ranking to get that frag, but similarly VASCO are starting to run a bit dry on their side of the field as well.
It's a very safe setup from VASCO. 2-2 split, nobody holding mid, nobody holding sewers. It's a bit of a gamble, but it could be the right choice here. It's a very safe play, and it actually holds well for their ability to at least trade on these players coming in from either side they might choose. We do see a bit of a split up as well from Ranking. They've got a couple players outside of sewers, 3 working their way up into the alleyway, and that is going to be where VASCO has to anchor this one down. It's going to be VNC and Action who have all of the trouble coming their way. That flash, though, perfect from Action to at least stall the clock for a moment longer. These other 2 players coming out of the sewers, though, that's the one thing they may not be ready for on the side of VASCO.
Yeah, and these sites are very, very isolated as well. It's going to take a long time for the rotation to come in, so really this A-hold is just going to come down to Action and VNC. They're going to have to be the ones that will get this one done. Good start from Action, lining up a couple more. There's a real chance for him to get a multi-frag there, but he just hasn't quite done the damage. Humio and Ice Cube surviving low on HP. MG and Tuzen across quickly. The nade does a good amount of damage to Humio. We're back to the 2-on-2, and it's winnable for VASCO.
Tuzen trying to poke at this pick onto the forklift, but MG goes down. It's all on to Tuzen, 1 versus 2 Ranking. They've got the time on their side. Tuzen, though, why is he going for a full rotation here? There's almost no time to make this happen. He has to go in now and hit every single shot instantly. Ice Cube, he knows this. He's just playing the clock, toying with him. Ranking, they should have this now. There's just no time to get it done, and Fotcons seals the deal on the tie.
Well, that's got the crowd happy. Yeah, Ranking are definitely not going down without a fight. Working hard on this blacklist side, maybe even looking a little more threatening on the attack than what VASCO did, I might argue. And also showing a tendency to play a little bit faster as well. They're not really shying away from those fights quite as much as what VASCO did. Here's another example of that, right? How quick Nevis is in through that alleyway and trying to contest toward A. Hasn't worked out for him this time.
Yeah, Nevis already down and out. It's going to make it that much harder for Ranking to piece this one together. They are looking for that opportunity, but the smoke screen's going to make that a lot harder to handle. Ranking, though, they've got the counter utility set up to get into mid, but there is nobody there on the other side of it. VASCO going to be playing this one pretty safe. Ranking kind of relying on these initial setups to try and get the job done, but this is where you're going to see VASCO get more and more reluctant to take any early forward pressure because they know they've got the numbers here. All they've got to do is set up these trade positions, and that'll be enough. Tuzin's got a nice little spot here as well. Waiting to see if the sewer push comes through, but look at this. It's going to be the entire team of Ranking. Are they going to go for it here? They've got everybody positioned in the sewers, but VNC catches them all. A lot of damage being dealt. No kills just yet, but it's going to force them all the way back to spawn.
Information is big, and that timing is big as well, as it puts Ranking in an awkward spot where they haven't really got a whole lot left to work with. They're not really even properly out into mid yet. And only 40 seconds left on the clock, so they're really going to have to work their way through these positions quite quickly. Flashes into A. They're going to reroute over toward B, but that seems pretty predictable here for VASCO, who have MG set up on the line. He hasn't connected any of his shots, maybe even just rushing some of them. Won't matter, though, when Tuzin is on a tear. That's a quick and easy 3K. A little bit too predictable from Ranking in that round, and VASCO had the pieces where they needed to answer it.
Yeah, and this is where that blacklist side can be so brutal. You run down that clock, you give them the chance to read where you're going, and then you're forced into a funnel, just hoping you can frag out, and that's exactly the position VASCO wants to put them over and over again into for the remainder of this half. They only need 3 more rounds to take this one away now in a 2-0 sweep. But Ranking, they've made it pretty difficult on this side of the map. Their blacklist not too bad. But trading rounds isn't going to cut it at this point. They've got to go on a little bit of a tear if they want any hope of actually forcing a map 3 in this series.
Slow and steady wins the race for Ranking. XM out for action in this round. He's playing in the alley as well. So if he finds himself in a retake situation, that could get a little bit awkward. But there might even end up being the alley push again from Ranking here. More presence, of course, being put toward mid, but what's Tam up to? He's looking toward mid as well.
That shotgun could have some value pretty quickly. Tom, is he going to be ready for it, though? Certainly not. He's taken down Silva in action, get the kill. They'll back off as well. The shotgun can pocket an angle on sight. And now, again, Ranking have to fight from behind here. And as we saw in the previous round, it is not easy to function in a 4v5 on this map.
Absolutely not. One small benefit is that action is quite low on HP, but he's got the XM, so he can really do a bit of damage quite quickly with that, especially on these close range angles. Pops up and gives away his position, though, gets the info for VASCO, who should start to rotate across and have started to. Players are finding their entries into the bomb sites here, though, for Ranking, and that is a little bit of a failure on the defense from VASCO. Action maybe just going hunting for a little bit too much info, a little bit too early. Gives up that player advantage, and Ranking are able to find their entries. MG and Tuzin to try to make the retake happen. Will have to move a little quicker than they have in some of these previous retakes. They've just sort of let that timer run down, and once again, they're kind of doing the same thing. Here's MG to find the opener on that fork position. Tuzin spots the last player, but it won't matter. MG can't land the shots onto Hilmio, and Ranking will equalize one more time.
Still very even and down to the wire, but Ranking, this is their chance to send it all the way to a map 3 finish for themselves. it would be a nice redemption arc to see. But VASCO, as we saw in the previous map, when things got close, they were the team who was able to force this one across the finish line with that 10-8 victory. And they're looking to try and do the same here on map number 2. Ranking has some trouble brewing in the sewers. It's going to be MG who runs into trouble. He is not ready for all 4 players running at him. It's going to be up to Tuzin to respond. VNC and Silva swing in there as well, and they actually get the better of this situation. Now the bomb's down. Ice Cube has to go back for it, and they're kind of collapsed on in this positioning, but Nevis from mid, that's a huge swing back in their favor.
Yeah, super isolated over on the A bomb side is Action. He's trying to show a bit of presence here and keep Ranking from moving into his side, but he is running out of time. He's going to go down as well. Ranking are being very decisive in the choices they're making, and they're really not scared of taking these fights. Missed shots from VNC going to get the better of him. Fatcons pulls ahead. We might be seeing Ranking pull this one back on the Blacklist side.
Yeah, very impressive Blacklist half from them so far, but this is where things get tough. Closing out a map under this kind of pressure is where we've seen them falter before. They haven't actually closed out a map yet in this event, but they are very close to making that dream a reality. MG looking for the opener. Again, he's not going to fight very well in that challenge. He's going to go back off there, reset, wait for the rotation of his team, but Ranking, they're going to do the same here. They don't want to re-engage on that fight just outside the sewers. And this is where the smoke screen clock starts here. They've got an interesting change, though. This is the position to keep your eye on. Silva, he's got into the pocket position in mid, and nobody has played that so far this entire tournament.
Still going to need a bit of assistance from his teammates in locking down mid, but if he can even be like the second contact or the third contact in an engagement in mid, that would be absolutely huge for VASCO. Just keeping him in reserve at the moment, and it looks like Ranking might even just go completely past him if they opt to go for the alley push into A. Counter util's getting tossed out by VASCO at the moment in that direction. Decent nade onto Tuzin and VNC. But the bulk of the forces are back towards A alley, and Tam's already found Silva. It is Ranking once again charging their way into the site. There is nothing happening for VASCO right now. MG picks up 1, but he's on 11 HP. I don't see him retaking this site. This is going to be 9 for Ranking, and for VASCO, if they want to win this map, they're going to have to do it in the overtime.
Yeah, very impressive round again here from Ranking. This Blacklist side for them looking like one of the best I've seen on the BL side of Mexico. MG looking for a glimpse of hope, but he's not going to find it here. Ranking, they take this one all the way to map point, but can they get it done before overtime is at risk?
Yeah, well, I assume this is a tactical timeout for VASCO. Maybe should have come a little bit earlier, now that their backs are against the wall. And this was kind of the problem that I had with VASCO on this map yesterday. I just didn't really think they looked super solid, right? We're talking about it being quite a global risk-heavy map, and sure, they did okay on their Blacklist side, but their holds have really not looked confident at all, particularly toward the A side of the map. They've just been getting run over by the pace that Ranking Esports is hitting that site with.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising, to be honest. Most teams wouldn't have this kind of struggle on their GR side of Mexico, but for some reason, they're just giving up all of these weird pockets of map control. Not only that, the risks they're taking don't seem to be working out pretty much the majority of the time. They'll try and sneak somebody through mid or make an aggressive play on sewers. But Ranking, they always just seem prepared for that on their Blacklist side, and you can really tell they did some studying on that match between GV and VASCO that happened earlier on, because it seems like a lot of the decisions that they're making from Ranking's perspective are very much a counter to what they're doing on the side of VASCO.
Pressure's on for VASCO. 10 seconds until that tack timeout runs down. And they'll have to win 2 in a row to make it into the overtime and obviously win the map from there as well. It's not the easiest of tasks. See what they can do. Not a great start. An awful start, actually, as action is down, and it doesn't look like a ranking are going to slow things down into the A side. VNC and Silver, though, do combine for 1 apiece. That brings the numbers back for VASCO to the 3-on-3. Big nade damage onto Hiomio. It's just messy. VASCO, I feel like they're getting caught unawares every single time. Ranking picked the pace up, but at the very least this time they are fighting back. And a good headshot from VNC. That might just secure it. Fatcons lines up too. Now onto MG. They don't even land a bullet onto Fatcons. But MG, fast on the rotate here, is going to make it difficult to plant the bomb for Fatcons.
Now the pressure's on. A very, very critical 1v1. Can Fatcons do it from the 1v3? Spots him out. The time is on his side as well. MG, he's able to sneak away at least for a moment longer, but he's already been lit up a little bit here. The bomb gets planted, very safely so, but MG, he knows this can be a really good angle for him to take this challenge. Fatcons, the question is, how is he going to approach this? If he peeks out, there's so much risk involved, and MG, he's going to do it! And now they've got that chance they're looking for. Maybe they could do this still with the 2-0 in overtime.
I got to say, I'm not feeling super confident about VASCO. Even that round, it looked like they should have that one on lock, but it comes down to a one-on-one, which MG very nearly loses as well in the initial pistol exchange on the site. Oh, man. 2 10-8s today. We might have an OT. We might have 3 10-8s. Huge nade stack straight in onto Ranking, who tried to go fast into mid, but they've run into that util damage from VASCO and come off far worse for it.
Now VASCO, this is the opportunity. They have the 4-on-3 overtime potential very high here, and they're starting to get that momentum back on their side. This is huge for them, but they've got to make sure they can close out this round. They can't go frag hunting here. They can't give them those opportunities to play the 1v1 or even maybe a 2v1 against them. VASCO, they've got everything they need here. They've just got to lock it down.
100%. I don't mind the setup that they've got, though. 2 players trending toward A, 1 over toward B, 1 watching mid and watching that sewer push. This is ideal, in my opinion, with the 4-player setup that they've got. I really like that forklift position for Silver when this A alley hit comes through. He's going to be the key. 2's in already, catching Nevis, trying to lurk his way in. It looks like VASCO's going to do it and push this through to the overtime.
Yeah, very surprising to see it come to this, but VASCO at the very least looks to be keeping themselves alive. Humio and Ice Cube, though, the best 2 players you could want to try and redeem this map in the final moments. 2-on-4 situation for them to try and somehow win this map back. VASCO, they've got the stack here. 2 players on the back of site. Silva already spots them out. Now he's just going to hide and wait for the support. Silva able to find one. Ice Cube only good for the 1 and done. And it is going to be overtime here, 9-9. VASCO do it with a 2-round win streak to take us there.
Yeah, nice mental fortitude from VASCO. You'd say that probably puts them back in the driver's seat to win this one, but man, Ranking, I think Ranking have looked better on Mexico so far. Even though the scoreline is 9 apiece, they've looked a bit more decisive. Some of the rounds that VASCO have gotten through have been a little bit touch and go. So I'm still not 100% committed to my prediction of VASCO to win this one.
Yeah, very interesting to see both teams actually winning on their blacklist half. Not something super common on this map, but I think the big difference is going to be, I feel like VASCO played worse, even though they got 5 rounds on their blacklist side. I think they need to have a stronger performance on that side of the map regardless here. But here we go, Ranking back on the GR side as we hop back in for this overtime. It's action who's got that shotgun back out in the mix. It's kind of a hit and miss in his hands, but an interesting thing to bring in for the start of overtime.
Yeah, maybe, you know, he's not having the greatest of performances with the rifle in this game, right? He's 10 and 14. He's just feeling like the aim's not quite there, perhaps, and so he's opting to go for something a little different. Could be one of those little nuances. Not sure how much it's really going to help him trying to get the entries into the A site right here, though. But they've been able to clear out the alley at the very least.
Yeah, action here, it's going to be a tough one. He can't really take that long angle challenge onto the forklift player with the shotgun in hand, so he kind of just has to hold here and hope that somebody pushes directly towards him. But the way they're playing on ranking, it doesn't seem too likely. It's very much backs against the wall, waiting for the push to come through. It just seems like a really, really slow pace from ranking. You can tell they're a bit nervous in this situation.
Yeah, every time MG's been allowed to set up in this position, though, he has actually found the opening pick for his side, and Tam behind those crates is just bobbing up and down. If he decides to step a little too far, he's going to be picked off. MG now, though, is getting a lot of positioning in through mid. Smoke's going to ensure he can't do too much over toward A, but VASCO given free passage in toward the B site. Tam already shutting down action, though, and that's over towards the A alley. It's going to draw the rotation across. An awkward timing for ranking to run into that one. Fatcon's, though, in a position to really make the difference. He'll get dropped. It's Tam this time that is stepping up for his side. Still, VASCO in to the site. Able to plant the bomb if they want to, but opting to take the fights instead.
There's no time, though. 10 seconds, they've got to force the plant here. MG's got to hold the line. He's good for one. The plant still hasn't gone off yet, and this is where Silva's going to have some trouble. He has to force the plant here and now, but nobody actually stops him now. He could potentially win this. Tom takes him down very low, but Silva, he gets it down to the 1v1, and Tam has no health to work with, but somehow gets the swing onto him. Ranking take the round. Tam with 1 HP gets it done. Oh my goodness, what a round.
That's an absolutely insane round from Tam, who has been stepping up in a big way at the back end of this game for ranking. He was slow yesterday. He was, you know, a bit of a non-factor, even we were saying there on Ankara. But massive, massive round where he gets 4 kills. Perfect time to do it in as well. And so back to square one for VASCO. I see it as a bit of a disadvantage actually starting off on the blacklist side in the OT. But I suppose when you consider the circumstances in regulation time for this map, maybe not.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the pressure of overtime maybe changes how both teams are going to approach playing this GR side. As we can see so far, ranking, they haven't contested mid once, and this could be the adjustment that gives them that luxury of playing a little bit more how they'd like to in this situation. And I have to agree with it here, because that mid contest, when you're up against a team that plays as aggressive on those fights in mid as VASCO, it's almost better for them to play the sites at this point and just go down to these very close quarter situations, because that seems to be where players like Ice Cube and Humio can do very well.
Nade's going to give Nevis a little bit of a tickle. VASCO very hesitant to hit this A site. And then once again going to just sort of leave the job to MG to try to find an opening pick, it looks like. This time from the alley position. He might be able to find Nevis jumping around at the forklift. If the angle is right. Here goes VASCO into the site. And this is reminiscent of what ranking was doing on their attack. It worked out really nicely for them. Tam somehow gets 2 with the XM, but eventually drops. He bided his time nicely. Hasn't quite done enough for his team, though, to get the advantage. And here's what could be a very important win for VASCO if they can secure this 3-on-2.
Humio on the rotation really has to find a way to win the early fight here against VNC. He does get spotted out. He's trying to get this counter pick through the window. Can't find anything. Tuzin able to take down Fatcons. and the nade will finish the job, tying this one up 10-10. And this is going to be a very important final round now for both of these teams.
Yeah. Neither feeling like they're really that much further in front of one another. Obviously, the scoreline shows that much. So mid-control again for ranking, of course. And no early opening frags on either side. Very standard stuff into the third round of the overtime for VASCO Esports. Waiting patiently for all that util to be expended by ranking.
Ranking, though, they've got a little bit of a setup here in mid, but not a full actual pinch going on. Just one player on the A ramp, and then relying on Fotcons from the corner box position to really hold this thing off if it comes through. VASCO, though, these guys love to take their time on the BL side. Very, very slow. They rarely will push through that counter utility on the smoke set coming out of the GR side. But this is where the time could come back to hurt them. If they're not careful, they take a little bit too long. They almost have to take these really awkward fights and force an uncomfortable position for themselves in the late round execution.
No damage even done in this round so far, but there's Hiomio with a nasty peek onto VNC. Now VASCO are going to have to negotiate this with a numbers disadvantage. Neves should get himself another one here. That's just a uncheckable angle, really. And it seems to be dissipating away from VASCO, the lead that they would have been looking for in the first half of the OT. 40 seconds, you've got to start to make a move. They've left the C4 in middle as well, so even if they were to get into B here and take that site, they'd have to go back and get the C4, which just seems an impossible task with only 30 seconds left on the clock. Individual aim battles not going the way that VASCO want them to. There's another kill, and it's just down to Silva, so it'll be ranking going into the second half OT that will be up 11-10.
It all comes down to what they can do on this blacklist side in overtime. As we saw there from VASCO, didn't look quite as good for them, but I feel like a lot of these teams, when that overtime pressure is on the GR side, might go a little bit more favorably than what we saw in regulation. And now at this point, it is up to ranking. They only need 2 rounds here on their BL side. They were able to get that pretty comfortably in regulation, but this is going to be the difference in how they play on the VASCO GR side. They love to go for the aggressive nade stack and forward push into mid. They're going to take this early position, but will they hang on to it?
Well, the difference as well on the blacklist side is that ranking like to play an explosive style. We saw that in regulation. Explode out into mid or explode out onto A through the alley. VASCO need to really be prepared for that, and they can't afford to allow this first round to go by the wayside, because at best then they're playing for Golden Point. Not the place you want to be on a map like this. It's going to be the push in through sewer, which Action is watching, and he's been a little bit slow on this map. MG tucked away on the A-bomb site, isn't going to have much of an impact with the scope. And ranking clear out sewer and reset.
It's a lot of pressure now. You don't want to make the wrong move in this position. Ranking, they've been here before on the cusp of victory in regulation. It looked like they were going to be able to cross that line and get it done, but this is where they struggled. Now, here in overtime, it could be a similar fate. They only lost the first map as well by a very slim margin, but it seems to be their fate time after time here. VASCO trying to put that pressure onto mid. Tom going to be spotted out, but Tuzin gets the first one. Almost a second. He's going to find it. Action gets one as well. It's all on to Humio and Fotcons as they push out of the sewers, but they're going to be spotted very early on here, trapped in this position, but they already have the wrap going towards that position on Tuzin. He's going to be playing this back wall, though. This is a huge call from him. Humio's not going to be ready for it. Tuzin gets himself a third and the bomb, and that should be the round. They take it away. MG gets it done, and it's back to a tie. 2 rounds left in overtime.
It's a perfect position to play from Tuzin in a circumstance like that when you know that they're at a numbers disadvantage and they don't really have the time to check every angle, play the off angle. He's very unlikely to be checking it at that point. Works out perfectly. Huge round from Tuzin. Equalizes the score from VASCO. Won't be surprised if we see an adaptation from ranking that changes the pace. But it won't come in this round.
They still want to put this forward early on. You can see the early pressure coming through. A nice little nade there from Silva, but they're going to go right into this trap. Tuzin able to find one. Silva finds himself another. And now there is no easy way out here. Fatkons actually able to trade onto Silva. Makes things at least a little bit closer, but they don't really have any room to work with. They don't have mid control. These last 2 players are just isolated still in the back of their spawn. And now VASCO, all they've got to do is set up to trade.
Ooh, that spam looked a little bit scary, but doesn't connect onto VASCO. Interesting approach here from VASCO, completely giving up mid and moving away from B, but ranking don't take advantage of that. Wouldn't mind seeing an extra player dedicated into the A bomb site right now from VASCO, but I think it might come a little bit too late. It is just MG that's there. And yeah, he should have an easy time of holding that alley position with the Orm. But you'd want to see him get backed up. Maybe he doesn't need it. Maybe they knew. 2 clean kills from MG. Leaves Fatkons alone.
There you have it. They get it done. VASCO, now they've got match point here. The 2-0 somehow could come right back into their hands. It feels like ranking a lot of missed opportunities here. This should have been their map to take away. They had the lead in regulation. They had the initial lead in overtime as well. But now, when push comes to shove, the pressure at its peak, VASCO, they're the team rising to the occasion and getting things done. And this could be that small difference they needed to get themselves into the playoff picture. Now, all of that pressure onto ranking to make their move. They need 1 to take this to a golden round, but even in the golden round, they will have to play it on this side of the map.
You see that massive nade stack from VASCO at the start of this round. They were, similar to me, kind of anticipating a pace change from ranking. It was something that they had defaulted back to a little bit in their regulation time and haven't actually opted to bring it out here. I really do feel like those explosive kind of rounds have been the ones that have worked out a little bit better for ranking, and it's almost interesting to note that they've kind of changed that style up once we got into the OT. Pressure maybe getting to them. They're not wanting to make that decision and gamble it on a faster play, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think they did change it up when they maybe didn't need to, which has given VASCO the lead here, 12-11. In a minute and 17 seconds, we'll find out. We'll know whether or not this is a 2-0 or if ranking get to fight one more time. VASCO have a good setup for an A hit.
This time is getting away from them very quickly, though. Ranking, they're adding that pressure towards the A bomb site, but there's still no full commitment. They're going to be working into the backside of mid. Their whole team grouping up here. It looks like they actually want to go for maybe even a mid to B play. They still have that player, Fatkons, on the whole back lane here, throwing that utility over the top into mid. He's going to set up the flash to maybe go mid to B here. He's got the angle to do it, but there's no time to work with. 30 seconds on the clock. They've got to move now.
Yeah, Action spotting out the player in the sewer as well is going to give that info over to VASCO, and they've got to make their way into the site. Here we go, Silva trying to defend from under the hut. Action already striking for 2. It might already be over as MG drops the C4. Fatkons and Nevis have to try to make something happen here, but it is done. VASCO 13-11 will secure the 2-0 and persist with those streaks of 2-0s. We have not had a 3-mapper so far at the event. It was so close. Ranking Esports, it looked like they were going to do it on the blacklist side, no less. But that tack timeout came in at the perfect time for VASCO, and that is a huge one to win for VASCO. as they get themselves the win against GV, the win against Ranking Esports, and now they're in a really great spot for their group.
Yeah, it never seems easy for these guys, though, but they always find a way to close it out. Some of the closest matches we've seen have been them, but they're always on the winning side of it here. And now they've at least guaranteed themselves that life into the playoffs. They still have one tough opponent left in this group. That's going to be Baisha on the way for them, but they've proven a lot to me already in these first 2 games.
Yeah, look, I'm not sure that I'm going to be backing them against Baisha. I think there's still a little bit to be worked on, but to be fair for VASCO, who again is not even the strongest team coming through from Brazil, I think they're really getting what they need to out of this event, especially if we're considering their chances going deeper into the year at CFS Grand Finals. Here's the highlights though from the last game. Well, it was a bit of a roller coaster ride there, but it is VASCO in the end that do find themselves the 2-0 up against Ranking Esports. It's not the result the Ranking was looking for. They dropped yesterday against Baisha. They've now dropped the series here against VASCO as well, and that pretty much puts their opportunities of making it through to the playoffs in severe jeopardy. Both the Vietnamese teams now in a pretty inopportune position to make it through to Friday, and of course Saturday and Sunday as a result. And with that result there as well, we kind of think that it's probably going to be 2 Chinese teams, 2 Brazilian teams going through to the playoffs.
Yeah, it seems to be the case at this point. I mean, the only real opportunity would be if Carahouse somehow beats all gamers, which would be honestly a ridiculous way for this for their participation to progress. But I feel like for them, we still haven't seen the best of either of these teams either. I feel like there was a lot of moments where they kind of shined through, but it wasn't the fullest of what I expected, especially in these key moments for Ranking when we talk about this game and how it played out, because it felt like there were so many moments where it looked like they would close out and win these maps, but I feel like they let both of them slip.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think for me in particular, VASCO, that inconsistency was really quite incredible. In some rounds, I just thought their decision-making didn't quite line up with the strength of the team. And, you know, they got off to that 5-1 start in Ankara and then sort of let that slip. That ended up having to go all the way to the 18th round, the maximum rounds you can get in regulation time. And Mexico's been a tiebreaker for them in their game. You know, yesterday as well, they had a little bit of trouble getting over the line against GV, where they had a 10-8 there as well as a 10-6. So a lot of very close maps from VASCO, and you're seeing great rounds out from them on occasion, but on other occasions you're just seeing them go completely missing. So we'll have to sort of wait and see what they're going to be able to bring to the table again when we see them play tomorrow, and then further from that, if they do make it into the playoffs, which they probably should from here, what they're going to be able to do in those games. But I think consistency is really going to be key for them, and one thing that they do need to definitely work on. Unfortunately for Ranking, they probably don't have the time now to sort of look back and say, yeah, if we fix this, we're still in with a chance of making it through to the playoffs. It doesn't matter really how well they are able to play tomorrow. the possibilities, if you crunch the numbers of them being able to go through into the playoffs, are probably just a little bit missing. So quite unfortunate for them. And look, it's I guess now a case of trying to focus on the bigger picture, maybe not necessarily worrying so much about what they can do here at the CFS Summer Championship, but more so what they're going to be able to do at the CFS Grand Finals when we do get there later on this year. We'll take a quick look back, though, at that map and the stats that were brought up by both the teams on it. Very hit and miss across the board, and I'm not super surprised to see actually MG up the top there in terms of his participation in those rounds. It really did feel like he was having a big impact, particularly later on in the game.
Yeah, MG really putting on a good performance to close this one out, but across the board, I was really impressed with both Tuzin and VNC in this matchup as well. I feel like as a whole, I'd maybe even give it to Silva. I think he had a lot of those impact moments, and there you have it. He's going to be the MVP. I feel like for me, it wasn't necessarily the best performance you could have as an MVP, but for him, the dynamic difference between the first map and how he played on this map, he really stepped up to make sure this one could close in their favor.
Yeah, certainly a lot of really key impact moments coming through from Silva in that one, and does lock down the MVP. So the first time that we get to see VASCO play where Action doesn't take an MVP. And look, I mean, Action actually was quite quiet there on that map, so that could have been part of the reason why it actually ended up being so close. Here is a reminder as to how that match did play out. Probably our longest game so far, a 10-8 and a 13-11. I'd say the closest beyond that was the other VASCO game, actually, which was a 10-8 and a 10-6. But yeah, look, we got through it, obviously, and now we're at the point where we are looking forward to seeing how these two teams are going to play tomorrow and then into the playoffs as well. And also do have to start thinking about the implications on the groups that this game did have. And we did sort of talk about those at the start of that series, and VASCO having won it now. They do still have a game against Baisha, so that'll actually end up being, incidentally, the battle for first place in the group, but they're more or less now, well, they are definitely locked in, actually, for playoffs. Ranking in GV, they're just trying to fight to avoid the wooden spoon prize, but I wouldn't be surprised to actually see it end up in that order, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah, it could very well be. And looking at Group B as well, Imperial, actually the team currently in front. Obviously, though, that is because All Gamers has only played one game, whereas Imperial has played all three of their matches already. So Imperial, they can't really move out of this position. It's just going to be up to All Gamers to see if they can win two more to close out their group stage life. They do have to take on Kara House in our next match of the day, and Pacific Macta is their final game tomorrow. And for All Gamers, even though they're the favorite here, I feel like Imperial does have less to worry about in what they've got.
Yeah, definitely. Imperial's pretty happy with how things have gone. Now, All Gamers Kara House, you keep telling me this one could be a pretty interesting one. I haven't really been sold on the Kara House dream so far. Sometimes I can see it, you know what I mean? Like, I can see where you're coming from, but oftentimes I just think, again, they're one of those very individual heavy teams. If the aim's working well, if the individuals are popping off, yeah, they're a threat, but if not, they don't really have too much beyond that. So I'm going to be backing All Gamers going into that next game, and that's a discussion that we can have when we obviously do get to our final game of the night, which usually is in about 30 minutes from this point. If you're looking forward to sort of checking out that match. Obviously, we do have an interview getting ready on the stage as well. That will be with one of the members of VASCO Esports. So if you're interested in that one, do stick around. Otherwise, come back in about 30 minutes for the next map. We'll jump over to the stage now for the interview.
Thưa quý vị, quả là một phần tranh tài rất kịch tính đúng không ạ? Một màn rượt đuổi về điểm số rất cao giữa hai đội từ Việt Nam và Brazil. Và ngay lúc này trên sân khấu là MVP từ phía Brazil của chúng ta, Silva. Và xin được mời Silva có thể gửi một vài lời chào đến với khán giả và người hâm mộ đúng không ạ?
Pode falar. Olá, com todos.
Olá a todos.
Dạ, và ngày hôm nay Silva thân mến, Thu Hoàng muốn được hỏi Silva rằng là hai đội đã tranh tài rất là gắt gao như vậy thì bạn đánh giá thế nào về nội lực cũng như là về màn trình diễn ngày hôm nay đến từ đội tuyển từ phía Việt Nam của chúng ta?
No jogo é muito interessante e o que você acha sobre o adversário?
Eu sabia que ia ser jogo difícil, mas a gente treinou e se preparou bem para a partida.
trận đấu này mặc dù rất là khó khăn nhưng mà chúng tôi cũng đã cố gắng để có thể đạt được chiến thắng trong trận đấu này.
Bạn nói rằng là trận đấu cực kỳ khó khăn đối với phía VASCO Esports. Vậy theo bạn là bởi vì năng lực của ranking Esports ngày hôm nay quá là lớn, hay là bởi vì các bạn đã có những sơ sót về chiến thuật cũng như phối hợp trong đội của mình ạ?
Por causa no jogo é muito difícil e o que você acha razão porque você porque o jogo é difícil.
A gente sabe que o próximo jogo é contra. Não entendi.
Porque você acha este jogo é difícil?
O jogo foi bastante difícil. Com certeza a equipe adversária estudou bastante a gente, mas a gente conseguiu reverter e é isso.
Đối với tôi thì trận đấu này khó khăn bởi vì rằng là các đối thủ đến từ Việt Nam có một khả năng chiến đấu rất là mạnh mẽ và hết sức là...
Dạ, các đối thủ đến từ Việt Nam ranking sport rất là mạnh mẽ. Thế thì theo Silva, đâu là đối thủ nặng ký nhất? Là ISQ hay là một cái tên khác? Hay là theo bạn là cái tên nào ạ?
Qual é membro é mais forte no equipe adversário?
Na minha opinião é o Ice Cube, mas o Neves fez uma boa partida também.
Đối với tôi thì ISQ là đối thủ rất là mạnh trong đội ranking eSports.
Dạ, ISQ cũng là cái tên mà có chỉ số KD cao nhất đúng không ạ? Và thêm một câu hỏi nữa thôi là theo bạn thì bạn có tự tin là với cái phong độ này thì đội của mình sẽ bước vào chung kết trong những ngày sắp tới hay không ạ?
Você tem muito confiança para ser campeão?
Com certeza, estou bastante confiante para ser campeão.
Chúng tôi rất tự tin rằng là chúng tôi sẽ bước được vào vòng trong và trở thành nhà vô địch.
Wow, rất tự tin ạ. Và một tràng vỗ tay dành cho Silva cũng như là dành cho VASCO Esports. Cảm ơn các bạn rất nhiều ạ. Và thưa quý vị, đừng quên là chúng ta sẽ quay trở lại sau ít phút để cùng đến với trận đấu thứ 3 trong ngày hôm nay giữa All Gamers cũng như là Cara House Last Legion quý vị nhé. Riêng đối với những ai đã có mặt ngay tại trường quay, hãy cùng nán lại đến cuối chương trình để cùng nhận quà của chúng tôi. Xin cảm ơn ạ.
Hello everyone, this is Seven, the host of Fight Club Season 2. In the last episode, Awesome from Lazarus and Golden from Imperial have the high ground by getting early 2 wins. These 2 players will have the privilege to pick the opponents ahead of the others. What choices will they make? Let's find out now. Ready, start.
Silva.
Não sei se eles estão pensando que eu sou um adversário fácil, porque nos campeonatos de lá eu sou acostumado a ganhar deles sempre.
Because I thought he's the worst player on the field.
Eu acho que ele me escolheu porque ele viu que eu perdi a última partida, mas ele vai se arrepender.
Round 2.
So guys, Awesome is the first player who proceeds to the final round.
I was very excited because I knew I'm in the final now.
Foi uma experiência boa o campeonato, mas eu fui eliminado e bola pra frente.
Horus, porque ele teve uma chance de me escolher para uma revanche, ele não teve coragem. Aí eu dei essa chance para ele.
أنا كنت أعرف في الحقيقة أنه سوف يختارني للانتقام لصديقه، لكني هذه المرة كنت مستعدا وكنت أعرف أني سوف أنتصر عليه هذه المرة.
Round 2.
Ele ganhar, eu jogo sem medo, vou para cima e ele foi melhor. É isso.
حاولت تنتقم مني وتكسب لكن للأسف خسرت. مين هيشيل خشبتك؟ ادي كده سيلفا خلاص، وادي كده جوكن خلاص، ادي كده البرازيل.
Bạn rất đen khi bị tôi chọn.
Kaba, nagulat nung ako yung pinili niya.
Round 2.
Nalungkot, syempre. Babawi na lang next time sa mga susunod na ganong event.
Vô Bích, sau khi về Philippines, bạn nhớ hãy ăn nhiều cơm và luyện tập nhiều để lần sau chúng ta đối đầu lại nhé.
Hoy, Lucas, babawi ako sa'yo next year.
So it was fun for me to pick the cats because I knew it didn't affect me which players I just chose.
Viva, tôi xứng đáng hơn bạn khi mà tôi đứng ở đây. Goodbye.
طلعت عشان كنت متعصب شوية وعشان ما بحبش حد يطلع من التورنمنت، بحب أكمل للآخر.
Ai cũng được, nhưng mà không phải là tôi.
أعتقد أنه إذا وقع علي الاختيار سوف أختار دولة من فوركسل.
Não tava nem aí se eu fosse escolhido. Se eu fosse sorteado, eu conseguiria ganhar.
I felt bad for the other players because I picked Dola and I knew he's a good player, so they have to play against him now.
كنت أشعر في هذه المرحلة أنني سوف أنتصر عليه بسهولة وأنه لم يجب عليه أن يختارني.
Tại vì là mình thấy Howard béo hơn mình, với cả là to hơn mình, thế nên là mình muốn chọn bạn ấy. Howard, tại sao bạn lại to thế?
Round 2.
Cái cảm giác mà em thua nó, tại vì trận đầu tiên thì em gặp là em thắng nó, nhưng mà trận thứ hai thì em bắn từ 85, thế là trận thứ ba em thua luôn.
لقد توقعت ذلك وتوقعت أني سوف أفوز.
Mất 3.000 đô rồi.
After the fierce battle from the challengers from the first 2 rounds, now we have only 4 survivors left. Now only the final stage remaining, new rules will be applied to determine the final champion of Fight Club Season 2. Unlike the previous rounds where losers or winners select their opponents, the first player to ring the bell on the stage will have the chance to choose his opponent. And the first player to secure the first 2 wins will eventually become the champion of Fight Club Season 2.
Nếu mà vào vòng bóng đổ em khi thấy 3 người còn lại thì em đã có suy nghĩ là em sẽ là người nhà vô địch.
Ready, start!
Vì em muốn là người chiến thắng. Vì lúc đó trong người tôi ngọn lửa đang nhân trào lên và tôi muốn lật đổ tất cả, nên tôi sẽ lật đổ từ người mạnh trước.
I was not so happy about the pick from Lucas because I knew he won the first season of Fight Club 1.
Round 3.
I didn't feel good because it was my first lose of the tournament and yeah, I didn't expect it.
Lúc đấy tôi không có suy nghĩ nào và tôi chỉ muốn đánh thắng người mạnh nhất để tôi đi tiếp. Thật sự thì tôi không biết về điều này. Vì tôi nghĩ anh ta chọn tôi vì anh ta muốn chiến thắng tôi.
I think it wasn't the smartest move because if Gokun loses now to Lucas, Lucas would just won the whole thing.
Porque eu sabia que ele não iria ser escolhido por ninguém e se eu ganhasse dele, eu ganharia de todo mundo.
Em nghĩ là em sẽ đánh thắng anh ta vì năm trước em đã đánh thắng anh ta 2 lần.
O Lucas jogou melhor que eu na última partida e ele mereceu.
Nếu mà như năm 1 á, mà em giành được chức vô địch thì em cảm thấy là rất là may mắn cho em. Nhưng còn như mùa 2 này em giành được thêm một chức vô địch thì em nghĩ là đó là bản lĩnh và bản năng của em.
So this is a gift for Awesome for being the first player, winning 3 matches in a row in round number 1. So congrats Awesome, this is a gift, new
Thanks.
GoPro, you deserve it. And for the winner, once again from Vietnam, congrats to Lucas. This for you and $3,000. Big congrats to you. You deserve it.
Tôi là Lucas. Bạn đang kèm thật.
من غير بوس كده ماشي من غير بوس كده
Tại sao bạn không nhớ được tên của tôi?
Is his name Pecans? Pecans? No.
Chào.
Tôi là Lucas.
Không, cái tay này bị...
Camera. Yeah, okay. One more.
That's the championship point. All gamers will be
It's time for the final game of the day here at the CFS Summer Championship. It is all gamers, one of the titans of CROSSFIRE Stars, taking on Carahouse, the last remaining hope really for a Vietnamese team going through to playoffs. And well, how much hope really is there, Kyle, considering the team that they're going up against? This is very much a tough game for Carahouse going forward.
It really is, but this is where you position yourself when you let one slip against Imperial, and now this is their only choice. They've got to fight and show us everything they've got. But at the end of the day, if you wanted to win this event, this is a team you'd have to go through anyways. So this is their chance to show us what they can do here. They're a team that in the past, they've taken off individual maps from this team, but winning a 3-map series against all gamers, almost unheard of.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a prospect that is quite tantalizing, definitely, if you're a Vietnamese fan, but considering the circumstances, yeah, one does have to wonder whether or not they're going to be able to get that over the line. What I will say, though, is if they do get the win here against All Gamers and somehow force us into that 3-way tie, you know, that might actually result in a world where All Gamers actually has to play against Baisha in the playoffs if AG goes through in the 2nd seed from this group. For example, it seems like Baisha is very much poised to take 1st seed in their group. But obviously, we'll see how that does all sort of play out tomorrow. When we do get to see VASCO and Baisha, that's kind of going to be the deciding match for that group as to which team goes out in 1st seed. But here is an update for you to check out the group standings once again. And, well, that's what I'm talking about. Baisha and VASCO fighting for 1st place in Group A. That will be the final match tomorrow, the final match of the group stages. But what we're focusing on now is Group B, All Gamers, Carahouse. There are some implications there, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Carahouse, if they could somehow pull this one off, there's still a chance they make it through, but I believe it might even have to be a 2-0 given how everything's shaking out in this overall. The only other way would be is if Pacific or someone else can take a map off of All Gamers and they also win this one 2-1. So a 2-0 win would have to be in the cards here, but for Carahouse, that is going to be almost undoable. I want to give them some benefit of the doubt here, but it's really hard to do so.
Yeah, look, I am very much on the same train of thought as you are. I think the Chinese teams are just so much better from what we've seen over this event so far, and obviously the last however many years of history of CROSSFIRE, they have pretty much been at the top for the vast majority of that time. Here's a quick update for you as to how the games have played out today. 2-0s for Imperial and VASCO. It's been a good day for the Brazilian fans, that's for sure. Not so great for the Vietnamese fans with ranking esports going down in that previous game, and we might well see them suffer another loss here as well, with Carahouse going up against All Gamers. But it has to be said, Carahouse have looked like the better of the 2 Vietnamese teams, and if anyone's going to do it against All Gamers in this group, it's probably going to have to be Carahouse, because I don't really see anyone else doing it. Imperial already dropped their match, and Pacific Macta haven't really looked like much of a contest either. So, look, it's time for us to welcome the teams to the stage, and then we'll get to see how this one does play out. First of all, let's welcome All Gamers.
因为这是我第一次参加世锦赛，能有机会和外国友人交流和学习，然后让我也感到很兴奋、很激动。同时我也想在比赛中打出很多高光操作，能呈现出更好的比赛给大家。我们这次分配在 B 组，有巴西和越南的冠军，菲律宾的 PM 也是世界赛的常客，大家都很厉害。这次压力也是比较大的，我们要抓紧训练的。目标是拿到好成绩吧，也希望自己能发挥得好，我会和大哥们一起加油的。请大家期待我在 CFS 世锦赛的表现吧，我一定会做到最好。我们赛场见。
Star reinvent.
Well, here is All Gamers for their return to the stage. It's been a long time between drinks for this team. They played the first game of the groups. That was against Imperial. They won it 2-0 pretty comfortably. 10-7, 10-6 with ZY being the standout player for them in both of those maps. But now it's the final game of day 3, and they haven't played since the first game of day 1.
Yeah, it could be a situation where maybe they've got to warm up a little bit in this first map, but you've got to know AG, that's a team that comes in even.
Trải qua một hành trình dài, chúng mình lại một lần nữa trở lại với đấu trường quốc tế để tìm chiếc vô địch đầu tiên. Cứ sau mỗi lần thất bại, các hậu đều cảm thấy mạnh mẽ và quyết tâm hơn.
Bảng B có thể coi là bảng đấu tử thần. AZ, Imperial hay Pacific Macta đều là các đối thủ rất mạnh. Tuy nhiên, CROSSFIRE sẽ cố gắng hết sức để trở thành tử thần của bảng đấu này.
Đối thủ mà mình chú ý đến chắc chắn là All Gamer. Để bắn với All Gamer, chúng mình cần phát huy tối đa sức mạnh và chuẩn bị những bài đánh bất ngờ để có thể chiến thắng họ.
Mình đã xem rất nhiều giải đấu của họ và phân tích lối chơi của từng thành viên. Mình nghĩ rằng Carao sẽ là một Carao rất khác so với mùa giải CFS Summer Championship 2022.
Khát vọng vô địch thế giới chưa bao giờ ngừng chảy trong trái tim. Vì vậy chúng mình có mặt ở đây để đánh bại người Trung trên đất Việt.
Hành trình đến với CFS Summer Championship 2023 sẽ còn rất là nhiều trở ngại. Chúng mình sẽ vượt qua bằng mọi giá để nâng cao chiếc cúp vô địch trên đất nước của mình.
Star, reinvent.
Well, here's CROSSFIRE again, and this might well be the last time you get to see them at this event. So far, their scorecard reads 1 apiece. A win versus Pacific Macta 10-6, 13-11 in that matchup, and then a loss to Imperial 13-10, 10-4 in that one. So 2-0 and a 0-2, and now pretty much what's required, as you said, Kyle, a 2-0 against All Gamers, who debatably are the strongest team in this group. So it feels as though it's gone from easy to more difficult to most difficult for this CROSSFIRE roster, and the only game they've won is that one against Pacific Macta. It doesn't fill you with a huge amount of hope.
No, it really doesn't. I mean, they went down 2-0 against Imperial, and this is a team that All Gamers was able to 2-0. So it's going to be a really, really tough road ahead, but I'm hopeful that maybe they've got some new strength in them to show us something new in this final match, because it's the only chance they may have left if they're not able to pull this one off. But it is going to be up to them to prove us wrong here, since I'm sure when we see the predictions, it's going to be a lot of AG across the board, but it's no surprise here. These guys are the champions of the CFPL. They come in here with a lot of pride. They're currently the #1 seeded team overall, and you've got to wonder if anyone can beat them.
Yeah, well, that's a question definitely for Baisha at this point, it seems like. Might be the only real contest for All Gamers, but we might have a little bit of a curveball tonight. Let's see what CROSSFIRE can do. How have you felt about the two sort of newer players in this roster? Jue and Du obviously haven't been around quite as long as the other three, and seem to have slotted in pretty nicely.
Yeah, I feel like Jue has been really solid so far. Du, especially for this being his first event, is off to a good start as well. I know in the CFPL he did pretty well, but I wasn't sure coming into this international event, this being his first time overseas to play some CROSSFIRE, how he might fare. It's a bit of a nervous situation for some of these players their first time around, but these guys have adapted well. They've only had one match, so it's hard to say for sure how they're going to look moving forward, especially with that day off, but not a roster you'd underestimate here. But on the other side, I'm curious to get your thoughts with CROSSFIRE. Who are you kind of looking to in this matchup to maybe pop off for this team to have a chance?
Yeah, it's a hard one, isn't it, really, because every one of these individuals has kind of had their moments throughout this event. Shady went kind of crazy in that first game against Pacific Macta. Lucas and LDX, I thought, were maybe the two standouts in the game against Imperial, but obviously not enough to get themselves the win. And even Dola was the player that picked up the two MVPs in that game against Pacific Macta. So I think you can really go down this list and sort of say any one of these individuals could step up, and I think as a result of that, I'm probably going to say I think every one of these individuals has to step up, right? It's not a case of one or two of these guys has to do it today. It's probably all of them have to step up, because looking at that match history, that is a very dominant display by All Gamers. Just the one loss overall in terms of series, 8-1 overall. And well, look at Ankara. I mean, that's insane. If you see that go through into this series, then you might as well give that one to All Gamers straight up.
Yeah, I mean, it's some scary numbers to be up against, even though they have won one series. I think if my math was right, it's 22-2 on map score with these two teams, which isn't a great number to know for them going into this one. I'm sure they've been through the ringer so many times against this roster. ZQ, kind of that highlight player for All Gamers. Lucas, of course, on the side of CROSSFIRE. This guy is really statistically always there. I mean, he seems to be that key entry fragger for them time and time again. Several matches above that 20 kill margin already in this tournament for him. But when you're up against all gamers, it's got to be a new level of resilience to get through this team, because even when it feels like they're on the back foot in a round, these guys can win anything.
Yeah, definitely. But look, let's hold our judgment first before we get to see the map veto, because that's going to be a big talking point. Will we get Ankara? Is that going to be one that Cara House wants to try to tackle once again? It's a map that they've played already a couple of times at this event, and there it is again from all gamers. Port is the choice by Cara House with Mexico as the decider. But like I said, with that 8-0 already being picked up by all gamers on Ankara, you can pretty much consider that their map as a lock-in. So Port now becomes hugely important for Cara House.
Yeah, it really does. I think the only way they win this series is going to be on map 1 and map 3. Port and Mexico, they maybe have a chance on, especially if it does go to Mexico. I think they get the GR side first there. But when we look at the predictions here, I feel like it's going to be an AG across the board. And yeah, nobody going with Cara House here. Not even the Vietnamese casters believe at this point. But it would be hard-pressed to say anyone doesn't expect AG to win this, but this is the level of competition they bring to the table. I think it's going to be up to Cara House to kind of just prove some people wrong here if they want to make that name for themselves, because when you have, a scoreline history of 22 maps on one side, 2 on the other, it's hard to expect any different.
Yeah, very much. And that is the second time only that we've actually seen a completely one-sided prediction graphic. The other was yesterday evening, Baisha and ranking. Everyone went the way of Baisha. Today, obviously, everyone is going the way of all gamers, and it makes me wonder, what are we going to see tomorrow when we see Baisha up against Pacific Macta? I think, again, the Philippines casters have maybe shown a little bit more national pride, so to speak, than the Vietnamese casters here have. I think the Vietnamese casters tend to be a little bit more of a realistic bunch, it seems like, and I kind of have some respect for them having given that prediction over to all gamers. And yeah, it does tell a story in itself when you see a prediction graphic like that. But let's see what Cara House can do today. It's time for us to jump onto their map choice of Port. Well, we've already seen one massively one-sided game of Port today. That was the 10-1 for Imperial over Pacific Macta, and questions abound as to whether or not we'll get a similar scoreline in this second edition of Port between All Gamers and Cara House. All Gamers starting off on Global Risk here, and Cara House probing in toward the B site initially.
I've got some questions, though. Lucas with a shotgun on a map like this.
Yeah.
It's a bit questionable. He's going to go for it, though, leading in on that B push. They are able to get the first pick, though. Dola takes down ZY. ZQ in this position, though, will likely go unchecked if they full commit to this push. But this shotgun is probably going to have no value. Shady taken down. Lucas looking for the follow-up trade. Can't find anything here, and this is where they've got the pace. Yeah, I mean, no surprise there. There's a gun on the ground that's not a shotgun. You might want it here.
I wonder, he's gone back. What's he doing? I was going to say maybe it was like a misbuy or something like that. He just took it by accident, but I don't know. I mean, obviously has some kind of plan for it. Wants to try to make the entries happen here in the warehouse, but I think now that they've gotten control of that, surely you go back and exchange that weapon for a rifle for the entry. Maybe it won't even really matter at this point. And that is okay. That is something else from ZQ. And that's what we're talking about when we're talking about, okay, the Chinese teams just look so much better than anyone else. I mean, you don't get that really from other teams. Not as cleanly, at least, as you do from the Chinese squads. And so already off to a banger start there is All Gamers.
Yeah, just a brutal opening round. Even though we did have Cara House getting the opening pick, it was actually the only kill they got, which is where things are not going to look the best for them if that's their continued path. But Lucas, surely not again. He has it in his hands, though, the shotgun. I'm not sure what idea has been put into this guy's head, but it just seems like a bit of a mistake. ZY holding this one off. He's going to be contested here. But But he actually gets the first kill. The trade comes through in the hands of the shotgun, but the value's already gone as he tries to go out onto the site, even able to secure that trade. AG hold the numbers, and now Cara House have to find another way through.
Yeah, well, it's very clear that it wasn't a mistake. He's going to take it 2 rounds in a row. Doesn't really fill me with a huge amount of confidence for Cara House's chances if that is going to persist throughout this blacklist side. Cara House slow things down. Not really much presence across this map outside of toward the B side of the map. Cara House have headed in that direction a couple of times, and all gamers have dealt with it appropriately so far.
ZQ is in the key position. He's going to fall back here. Gets a little bit overwhelmed. Even on the drop down, going to help him out. ZQ gets the kill. Shady and Rambo, they're just stuck here in this corner. The flashbang comes down. Shady gets one with the nade, but that'll be it. Another commanding round goes the way of all gamers, and this could be a bit of a pattern now.
Yeah. 2 rounds maybe not enough to judge off of, but certainly is looking very dominant so far from all gamers. Cara House again persisting with the auto shotty for Lucas. I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. And he decides to swap back over to the rifle, so maybe someone's given him a bit of a talking to. It's a little bit of a better change-up in my opinion. But still heavy presence towards the B side. A little bit more into mid this time though from Cara House, so they're going to start to explore. It's good to see. It's not getting overly predictable for all gamers.
Yeah, it's not too bad for them. Playing a little bit spread out in the B tunnels right now. ZQ looking for the early pick there. Couldn't find anything, decides to back off. Do playing on the top of A. Waiting to see if they'll push onto that site. Doesn't seem likely though. They have a lot of effort focused towards taking this to the B-bomb site again, and so far it hasn't really worked out for them, so I'm gonna be surprised if they continuously make this mistake. ZY holding the off angle on the back of the B tunnels here. He's got a good angle, and the slow commit could be enough for him to find the entry. He actually just gets the info, backs off. I like the call, calls for the rotation, and now he's just got to hang on.
Well, great start from ZY once again. A nice double coming through for all gamers. Previous, it was ZQ. Decent trades back here for Cara House as they do manage to swing it back to the 3-on-3, but with time now starting to tick away, they're going to have to think about where they want to go with this even numbers situation. And it might be for the first time over toward the A site. We haven't even seen Do get involved in this game at all. No kills, no deaths, nothing. And here's his first test, and he answers it quite nicely. LDX down really early on in the piece. Lucas makes for easy pickings as he tries to creep his way up the ladder, and Do on for a highlight now. If he can finish this last one off onto Rambo, has had no shortage of chances. It has to eventually reload that Orm, and well, round's probably done at this point. Cara House are not going to have the time to plant the bomb, even if Rambo can find the entries onto A. And so he's pretty much just going to give it up. Time runs out. Not something you see happen every day.
Yeah, 3-0 now on the board. All gamers, it's so hard to figure out what to do against them. I know there's been a lot of emphasis towards this B-bomb site coming out from these guys on Cara House, but I don't think that's the play here. If I'm them, maybe I try and overwhelm Do. He is the younger, more inexperienced player. Maybe there's a chance there, but not here. ZY gonna get the first, even looking for the follow-up. Almost takes down LDX through the wall spam, and now they just have to hang on to the back of B. Even keeps them at bay for now.
Lucas still has that auto shotty. Just wants to take control of that warehouse position, I guess. Shady with the bomb is going to join him. Does show the trend over toward that B site from Cara House once again. Do this time is over on that side of the map and hasn't really missed a critical shot just yet. There's another good one from him, tries to buy the time for his teammates to come, and he even does get there in time to save Do. Both very low on HP, but it's a massive numbers advantage right here for Cara House to deal with. Rambo's the sole survivor again. This time at least he's got a bit more time to play with, but ZQ spams him through the wall, and that's another one in the back pocket for all gamers. This has been a bit of a non-contest so far.
Yeah, I want to believe that Cara House can get something done here, but all gamers, the shots are perfect so far in this head-to-head. Nobody's getting anything done really on the side of Cara House. You combine that with Lucas, a questionable 3-round run with that shotgun in his hands, really giving them a shaky performance to start it off. And this is someone who's normally, you give him an AK or an M4, popping off on the entries. It's very weird to see him hold on to a gun that's kind of a one and done at best, but now he does have that M4 back to work with, but where are they going to get the work done? That's where I'm not sure yet.
Nowhere might be the answer, based on how this game has been going so far. This is not even all gamers map pick. So it's very dire straits, tough going for Cara House at the moment. Nothing to cheer about for the local crowd. You can tell that more people do filter in when the Vietnamese team is playing. One of the Vietnamese teams, obviously. But I haven't seen them having too much to really cheer about so far at this event. The only one being the win over Pacific Macta so far for Cara House. Decent entry there from Shady onto ZY. But all gamers are not panicking.
Where will they go here, though? Cara House, the hesitation. They don't know if they really want to go commit towards this B bomb site, but they haven't really had luck anywhere, so it might be worth the risk. They've got the numbers advantage to push in with, but even on this box position, pretty brutal to try and aim duel. LDX tries to go for the fake here, alone over towards the A bomb site. He's going to be spotted out by Do, who gets a little bit of chip damage into him, but Lucas, he finds the entry. ZQ good for the trade. He needs a lot more than that to hold on here. Dola able to find one, but ZQ, he's still alive. He gets the double kill as well. How do they not trade that?
They just looked in the wrong direction. They thought he was all the way far down on the left, and that's where the swing came in, and that's what they were looking at, but instead he was right underneath them. And there's another one for Do. So just when you think Cara House are in with a chance, oh, never mind, Rambo's doubled down. I really thought that round was over. Okay, Cara House get themselves at least one, but it was not a sure thing, even though they had those nice entries onto the site.
Yeah, it had to be done in a 1v2. Rambo barely scraping by there. They do manage a first, but what more can be done? All gamers going for that early B tunnels control. They put ZY underneath, at least at the start here. They've also got ZQ playing a little bit more assertive on that long position. The C4 sitting in the hands of Shady outside of B. Nobody really going in too deep though. Lucas on the backside of A connector. Ladder actually just kind of hanging out here, looking to see if he can get that peek over the top of the mid bridge. Rambo now moving into position to try and snipe through the mid double doors. ZQ's on the other side, laying down some spam. Actually connects on one of those bullets, but it is still slow moving for Cara House. Oh, what a shot from Rambo.
Yeah, ZQ getting a bit too big for his boots there. All gamers have got to remember not to get too overconfident in this matchup. Obviously, they were up 4-0, but it's a scoreline that can still be brought back. And Cara House, if they do get rolling, do have some pretty talented individuals.
At this point, all gamers playing for that risk towards B. It's going to be even to make contact. ZY going to be one and done as Shady goes down. Jue able to take down Lucas on the lurk to keep things even in the 3-on-3. The C4 still leaning in the direction of the B bomb site. They're going to scoop it up and start moving in, but they've already read this on the side of all gamers. They've got Jue and even ready to hold off the push if it comes.
Not happening yet. Carahouse might even be headed back over toward A. There is a kill onto Jue. Du, though, has been pretty supreme from this A hold so far. 5-1, and the onus turns back over to Even, who's hearing all those footsteps. They nearly line up for him. He did a lot of damage onto LDX, though, and he'll be aware of that. Du is swap over to the rifle, away from the Orm. In this one-on-one, you definitely back him, considering LDX's HP. And LDX will have to find a pretty premium timing to be able to win this one. As Du creeps his way forward, it's a headshot that's required for LDX, but it does go in the other direction. And so all gamers win their 5th, 5-1. Not the first time we've seen a 5-1 scoreline today.
Yeah, last time though, it resulted in a 10-8 map. I don't see that happening here.
No.
All gamers, not the team to let that lead slip. And for Carahouse as well, it just seems like even when they have some sort of an advantage, it doesn't seem to fully work out for them, especially the entry frags have not been the best. You had Rambo win a couple of times, but not enough to feel too good about it. Jue goes for the counter boost as well, already able to find Lucas on the other side, shuts him down. And they've got the 5-on-4 to work with, and this is where this team is so good on the defense. I feel like maybe when you look at a team like Baisha, their BL side might be the best in the world, but All Gamers, I've got to say, has the best GR I've seen out of any team right now.
Yeah, they're certainly looking super solid, aren't they? They've completely given up the B site right here for All Gamers. They're relying mostly on that smoke outside of Warehouse to keep Carahouse at bay, and they'll put their numbers in a different direction. It's working out perfectly for All Gamers so far. As that smoke starts to fade, they'll move even back across over onto the B site. Another 1-for-1 for All Gamers, which is favorable enough considering they do have the numbers advantage still. Carahouse need to be trading more effectively than that if they want to come back into this round.
All Gamers, they've got all they need to close it out with a win in this round. Rambo, Shady, and LDX trying to find any way to break through. Du holding on to the mid. They don't really want to challenge him too aggressively, but Rambo does slide underneath for that pick, gets it taken care of, evens things up, but there's only 30 seconds on the clock. They've got to move into this site quickly, and they know on the side of All Gamers, their late round hits almost always coming towards this B bomb site.
Yeah, even spotted out the feet of Shady, so he got those early shots across. Now ZQ has an easy time of finding the trade, and Jue in mid cuts off Rambo, who has always just been lurking around really for Carahouse, hasn't he? He hasn't really been part of the main pack, but it seems like AG have kind of cottoned on to that as a possibility. And once again, another round for AG. I feel like I'm a bit of a broken record at this point, but hey, it's 6-1. All Gamers continuing to put their foot down. Carahouse don't have an answer. We might be setting ourselves up for quite a quick map 1 victory for All Gamers, and that's bad news. If you're a Carahouse supporter, this is Carahouse's map.
It is going to be an execution coming through towards the A bomb site. 3 players now dropping their way out of the A connector. Du and Jue have the chokehold ready to go. Jue not going to connect. Du able to find one. Dola and Lucas traded out successfully. Du goes down as well to Rambo. It's a 4-on-2 situation now. ZY and Even, they're not going to be able to get anything done here. Even 1 versus 4, trying to find his way to catch these players alone. But he's going to be spotted out. A great round from Carahouse gets it done. A little bit of a glimpse of hope, but it's still a 6-2 game.
Yeah, it's that pace change that catches All Gamers off guard. But you can't be going for that kind of play all the time. It does tend to get a little bit predictable. I thought there was even actually a moment where Even might be in with a chance in the 1v4 if he could have denied the bomb from crossing onto the site, but didn't end up being that way. So We're back again to our regular scheduled programming, which is all gamers winning the round slowly but surely. They found themselves a 1-kill advantage, make that 2. Cara House had a moment of brilliance, but it was a moment only.
Yeah, for Cara House, they really need to grasp this last round. Otherwise, a 7-2 half makes it pretty unlikely they'll swing back in the second. Even spots out LDX, able to take him down to about 5 HP. They'll just get out of town here. They don't want anything to do with this fight in the B tunnels, and they're gonna have to take a risk at some point. There's really no room for them to work with.
Gotta go eventually. It's not a fun place to be in, right? 3 on 5, but such is the nature of the game. Got a little bit of time still to play with here, and maybe Rambo can find something with this Orm. But pick opportunities have really been few and far between. It's really come down to all gamers choosing their moments of aggression. Very rarely do they get picked, and Shui just lines up too. I mean, it's not even really worth getting excited about anymore because it's become the norm. And that's 7-2 at the end of the half. It's AG all the way.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, even with a good GR, it's not too likely with AG playing like this, just shot for shot, purely outclassing Cara House on this map. And this is their pick. I mean, within Kara's the next one, it's an even better map. Usually for all gamers, when you look at the history, they've won 8 times to 0 on it. You'd have to believe the series is basically over if they can secure this one on port, especially with this big of a lead. I mean, most teams after a 10-2 loss generally won't bounce back there, but for Cara House, I'd love to see at least a little bit more fight here. It seems, even compared to what I was expecting with all gamers being the stronger team, a bit underwhelming on their side.
Certainly has not been the event for Cara House. Came in with reasonably high expectations for them, at least decent expectations, and I don't think that they've lived up to those. Maybe the loss yesterday against Imperial hit them harder than we had anticipated. This has not been an altogether too exciting performance from them. That is a big nade onto Shady.
Yeah, a lot of utility damage coming out of the start. Another flashbang as well forces him out of his position. Du gets the first, ZY gets the second. Lucas able to find one onto Jue amidst the chaos. But they still have full control over the B-bomb site now. This should be a free plant. Dola, Lucas, and LDX stuck on the retake. They've got to move quickly here. ZY and ZQ already set up on the back of site here. They had a 3-man stack down here, but ZY already picked off by Lucas gives them some hope.
Yeah, Du managing to find himself in a bit of a pickle there against Dola as well. Plant is down though, and you can imagine ZQ's the kind of guy that will be able to grab himself a multi-frag from this kind of a position. Flash connected nicely. LDX is there, trades in from even 1-on-1 against Lucas. He's in the advantage. Rifle on Orm. And another one for all gamers, even though there was a numbers deficit. They just don't put a foot wrong, do they?
Right now, they're going to have to dig deep if Cara House win any chance. I feel like all gamers, they can do no wrong here. Everyone playing individually so well. It's just so hard to keep up with. Rambo caught early. The beginning of the end potentially on port, unless they can find that answer soon. Shady though, the shotguns have come back out to play. He's able to find one with it. Maybe a second. ZQ goes for the jump over the mid-bridge though. Beautiful execution on it. ZY finds another. And now it's Lucas and Dola trying to hold on, but maybe not for long. Dola goes down. Lucas spotted out. He's able to find one. The nade almost trades him for half damage. Jue spots him on the top of the A-bomb site, but with the plant down, Lucas He's got to do something big.
Yeah, and it seems as if all gamers know exactly where he is because all those nades are landing where they need to. It's a formality at this point for all gamers. What's the closest map that a Chinese team has played? Is it the 10-7? It is the 10-7 that all gamers had against Imperial. And, well, this is not going to get anywhere near that. A couple of 10-5s in there for Baisha. But maybe another 10-2 on the cards. Rambo, though, starts well against Even in this round. Those mid duels haven't actually been the worst of exchanges for Cara House when it's been the Orm involved.
Yeah, the early round, not quite as bad for them. But when you're looking at these post-plant situations, all gamers, one of the best on them. 9-2 here. Even though it's a 4v5, it definitely could be their chance to cross this one off and get themselves in a one-round lead. Rambo still holding his own in this matchup, I'd say. 11-9 on his side of things. Going toe-to-toe pretty well across this first map, but the rest of Cara House fairly quiet around him. Rambo going to be caught. Actually gets the leg shot onto ZY, taking him down to 19. 3-on-4 situation now.
Yeah, it's only the one player over toward A right now. Shady's spending a little bit more time watching mid, and if he drops here as well, A will be looking a bit precarious, but he does his job nicely and grabs 2 before he falls, which staves off any real quick aggression into that A site. ZQ, however, 15-5 on this map so far. And in the 1-on-3, still full HP. Bit of a threatening prospect. He's got time to work with as well. I can definitely see a situation where he's able to isolate that duel onto A, get the plant down, and play the 2-on-1. But he's actually opted to go back over toward B. Still, looks like there's a 1v1 on offer against Lucas, whose position he now knows, but it will not matter. Lucas hits the headshot. And so it's not over yet.
It kind of feels that way still, though. There's so much they would have to do for Cara House to bring this one back to a tie. It would take the world to make it happen. They are going to go for a little bit of a different approach here, though. Some aggression on A long for Cara House. They send Dola into action. But ZY, the counter flash, is going to be brutal. Jue finds one, but Shady, he finds the double kill behind it. That's actually huge to pull off. Gets out of there with 2 HP. They've got the numbers, at least for the moment.
Yeah, all gamers just lining up a little bit too much there, aren't they? Even. Trying to take that fight onto Lucas. The next player they should try to find, though, is Shady. He is low, but look at this off angle that Shady's been able to get himself into. Hard to imagine that all gamers are going to be able to dig him out of there easily, particularly with Rambo on that alternate angle. But if Rambo does go down here, and if he sticks around a little bit too long, Even's going to find that timing. Rambo just about gets out alive. Even misses a couple of initial shots, but recalibrates, and now it's on to Shady to try to trade it back on down. He can't get more than one. Now anybody's guess as to where this one goes.
It's going to be Cara House gambling with the 2-man stack towards A. They're going to push into this, and ZQ, he seems to have the right idea. He's going to be caught out. Can't connect. Du left in a 1 versus 2. He's got the arm in hand. 59 seconds to work with. He wants to go back into this, but it's going to be a tough one to try and get it done with that arm. 2 versus 1 against 2 rifles. It's so hard unless you're very quick to the shot.
Whoa.
That he is very quick on that reaction. Takes down LDX, and now he's got that chance, but he's not going to have a lot of health to do it with.
Doesn't really matter, though, if he's got the Orm in hand, if he's got that post plan. As long as he's posted on the right angle as Lucas rolls around the corner, you back Du to hit the shot. But it's critical he gets the first shot. So we'll put a smoke down over at B. It's not going to give the game away. It's a really safe plan. Du, though, will opt to go aggressive. I like this. See if he can try to catch Lucas off guard. That nade nearly catches him, but It also gave away Lucas's position, and that is going to be due with the 1-on-2. And the 10-3 scoreline secured for all gamers. Barely putting a foot wrong throughout that entire map of Port. They really did make it look easy.
Yeah, now it becomes a bit of a tough pill to swallow. If you're a Cara House fan, they are just one map away now from finding themselves down and out in the group stage, and all gamers, they get their pick up next to try and seal the deal. And it seems tough to ask anyone to slow them in their path.
Yeah, have to agree. Decisive performance. ZQ undoubtedly was the standout, but I thought Do really had a very good performance there as well. We had questions, about how Do was going to come into this tournament, being a newer member on the team and relatively untested, but it has to be said that it doesn't really seem like he's missing a beat at all. A couple of really nice rounds over on the A-bomb side, on the global risk side, and also big clutch right at the end there to close the map out.
Yeah, now it's almost like, what do you do if you're Cara House in this situation? Because it's going to be so tough. We're going to take a look at some highlights, though, so you can see how Map 1 broke down.
Brun. Well, there you have it. Very solid display by all gamers, and not really too much to be said, unfortunately, on the behalf of Cara House, who, well, with that map loss, we sort of talked about the implications of them having to kind of get a 2-0 in this matchup to still be in the discussion to go through to playoffs. You could pretty much say they're not in the running for playoffs anymore. I don't know, maybe there's still some way if they were to be able to beat all gamers here, but it doesn't really look like that's even going to have to be a conversation at this point.
That all gamers would lose on theirs now. So I think moving forward, it's really going to be Cara House just proving anything they've got left here, because this is all gamers really just well positioned to go forward and grab towards that #1 seed.
Yeah, indeed. Anchor are going to be coming up right after this. That is obviously the map choice of all gamers. They had a pretty good result on that one against Imperial yesterday, or on day one, I should say, 10-6. So looking pretty good for them at the moment. Pretty solid stuff. No one below 1.0 KD there for all gamers. That's always going to be a positive sign. And 2.2 for ZQ, 2.2 for Do as well. Really, the only player that was troubling them at all was Rambo, and even he couldn't do enough for Cara House to get that map over the line. Just too strong on both sides of the map, and in all facets, really, was all gamers.
Yeah, now they've got everything in the cards to try and grab that #1 seed. That's pretty much what they're fighting for all gamers at this point. Imperial, They finished 2-1 in the group. All Gamers, they still have Pacific on their way after this as well, so they'd have to complete all 3 teams to get that perfect run in the group stage. But with how they're playing right now, it seems like that may be the case. MVP, of course, going to be ZQ. No surprises here. 2.2 KD, more than 1 frag per round throughout, and he just made it so difficult for any chance to be on the table for Kara House. And now we await what could potentially happen in this second map, but is there even any hope left at this point?
I don't have any hope. Absolutely not. Kara House have played Ankara once. There was that game that they had against Pacific Macta. It was a 10-6. Like, it wasn't a bad map at all by any stretch of the imagination, but it's not really as if Pacific Macta is even holding a candle to All Gamers in terms of skill and what they bring to the game. So I just don't really see Kara House being able to bring this one back. I think Ankara, they've you know, it's been okay, but it's not exactly the map that fills me with a huge amount of confidence. And having already seen as well, All Gamers beat Imperial on this map, and Imperial being a team that I consider a little bit higher in the pecking order than Kara House, I just don't really see that much of a chance. But hey, maybe there is. Maybe there's something to be said for Kara House. We'll have to find out when we do come back from the break. Don't go too far. We'll be back in a sec.
The championship point, All Gamers will be
Well, good day and welcome back to the All Gamers show. That's pretty much what we're watching at the moment. It is All Gamers up against Cara House, but it has to be said there was really only one team that was competitive there on Port, and it was All Gamers. A 10-3 scoreline to start things off. Now they move into their own map choice of Ankara, and it has to be said that Cara House must be feeling they're in dire straits. We'll update you as to how the back ban and pick did play out right here, but of course we know Ankara are going to be even less confident than a 15%, to be honest with you. I'd be looking at maybe 5, somewhere between 1 and 5. I never say 0. I don't think it's ever fair to say there's 0% chance, because there is always the possibility something happens here for Cara House, but I'm probably going to go with 5%. I think they'll need to do a whole lot of heavy lifting to make it through to Mexico. And the fact that it's in Ankara as well is kind of what concerns me, given that this was a map which AG kind of swept Imperial aside on, and they were pretty comfortable on that one. And so I'll very much say that I think All Gamers have got this one in spades, and just a case of ensuring that we're ready to go into this map. Looks like maybe we might have to reset something before we get underway. But it's been a pretty smooth day so far today, so can't complain too much. All Gamers want to get out of here pretty quick, though, you'd have to imagine, just with the way they went about that first map.
Yeah, I mean, for them, if they have a blowout win here, too, worst case scenario, even if they lost somehow to Pacific, the round differential should be enough to guarantee them a #1 seed if they have another map like the first. But let's hop into it. It is going to be All Gamers leading this series 1-0 after a big first map for themselves. Cara House, this is their chance to show us if they've got anything left in the tank.
I'll start off on the attack on the blacklist. So, not sure whether that's going to be a massive bonus for them or not, knowing how strong All Gamers have looked on Global Risk, and with Do as well, kind of doing what he was on Port, you can imagine that he's going to be able to have a bit of an impact here on Ankara as well. Was quite mobile on the Global Risk side of Port, so I don't expect him to be just holed up on that B bomb site. Extra rotator came across already to A, and there's another resmoke for A main, so it's not a bad setup initially for All Gamers here, with Cara House trending in that direction.
Here comes the push. Jouet in a good position, but there's actually nobody really contesting here just yet. It is going to be a slow-moving round. ZY gets the opener. Could be enough to get the ball rolling for AG. Jouet gets another. That's going to be Lucas, who tries to break into the site. He's able to find one. Dola almost gets another, but even he's already in the mix here, and it's just going to be shut down. Dola left in a corner alone, 1 versus 4, manages at least that kill onto even. but surely not much more.
Yeah, you can see the discipline, though, from the All Gamers players. Like, I think other teams, you'd expect maybe Do to try to push in there and see if he can get the pick before the plant goes down, but instead he's just tucked away behind the crate right here and trying to buy time for his teammates to come across. Eventually, he does obviously have to take that peek, but he played that correctly. It was just down to a bit of individual brilliance from Dola that he gets unstuck. So that is going to allow the plan here from Dola. Maybe a big clutch on offer here for him. A 1-on-3 or not. Dre just ends it before it gets too exciting. One thing that I do have to question about that round, though, is Cara House, before they actually make the entry onto A, they throw a flashbang or two over the top and then just sort of stand still for like another 5-10 seconds. You have to wonder what is the benefit of throwing that flash over the top when even if you catch multiple members with that flash, you're not swinging to do anything with it. All you're really doing is saying to all gamers, we're outside of A.
Yeah, I think it's just that hesitation that they've got against this team showing through. It's just so hard to go in swinging and expect to win against all gamers, but you've got to do it. You can't just lead in and give up your hand completely. This time, only 2 players here for all gamers on the A bomb site. Cara House again, leaning in to the A push. It's going to be on to Shui. Kind of hanging out here by the vents again, trying to cause some trouble. He's going to go ahead and poke out a little bit. Rambo as well on the other side, poking into mid. But neither player going to push too far forward, but Shui is going to be a problem here.
Yeah, Shui, it looked like he was going to get the timing on that peak, but LDX just a little bit sharper this time, and now it falls down to ZQ, who takes his time getting that first frag and eventually does not have enough to get through the second player as well. Cara House looking good in this round. A couple of missed shots from all gamers, punishing them for that. Interested to see what ZY is going to be able to do coming from behind. You would expect that, though, to be pretty well covered off by Cara House at this point, and Shady is right there. Do getting a bit of work done in the meanwhile, though, and if this frag goes the way of ZY, well, there's something interesting maybe to be said. Do in the 1-on-2, won't get the chance to do much, and all gamers drop round 2.
Yeah, Cara House, if they can get the ball rolling here, there is a chance to get things moving in the right direction, but they've got to get a streak of rounds to really feel safe at any point in this head-to-head, because all gamers, at any moment, they could crank up the heat and make this even more difficult to try and push through. So far, though, a 1-to-1, not a bad start. We really saw a lot from LDX and Lucas here to pull it to this point. But it's only 1 round here. Do looking for that pick. He's not going to find anything here, though, over towards the B bomb site. We can see ZY as well, starting to push for information towards B long, allowing the stack to now have 3 over towards A.
They do just love setting up outside of A and then slowing things down. Continually, this mid position being a problem for Cara House. That's the 3rd time now that someone's been picked off there by an All Gamers member. It's a good nade as well onto Cara House outside of A. Would like to see them show a bit of presence elsewhere on the map. Starting to get a bit predictable over toward A.
ZY holding the pillar position in mid. Could be a good position to come out of. He's already going to find one. Makes it a double kill before going down. Dola able to get it, but not for long. He's taken down as well after just the 1 kill. Zhui gets it done, and all gamers are back in shape here after that loss. Only losing 1 player in round 3.
Yeah, much more solid. When does the obligatory fast round get pulled out by Cara House? It has been really a staple of the Vietnamese team's change-ups. Saw it from ranking on Mexico, particularly against VASCO ESPORTS, and Cara House, I know, have pulled it out a couple of times in this event so far. When did they decide to pull it out against All Gamers? It even worked actually on Port. They did play a little bit faster in one round, and I remember that working out for them. So far, not opting to take that route yet. Might still be a little bit early for it.
It looked like they were going to go aggressive towards A here, but they just double back and now start to pressure towards this B long engage. ZY, though, he's already crept up on the arches, playing on the edge of the smoke, getting out just at the opportune moment. He can reset and play the window. He's going to be spotted on the window, has to back off. Do here as well, playing for that support, but he's got some trouble here. Lucas, he's already snuck into the tower. Do seems to know it, but he can't find the angle. Lucas just has to hide in this corner and hope he can survive a little bit longer.
Well, there's one more nade available for Do, so if he really did know, you'd expect that he might have thrown that up there. Lucas would be done for if that were the case. They definitely know he's there. He's been spotted, but Do, his resources are being pushed in a different direction. I mean, Lucas's position does make it really difficult actually for All Gamers to rotate across here to A, so quite important that these initial entries go to plan for All Gamers, and they're doing a good job on the defense there. ZQ in particular gets it sorted before it really becomes an issue. AG just a bit too switched on.
Yeah, now is where we find ourselves in a very similar situation to map number 1. All Gamers starting to pull further and further ahead, and Kara House really not able to find too many answers to try and keep it close. But it kind of seems to be a little bit of their own doing. They have this habit of just going over to A long, sitting here, and allowing All Gamers to control pace across the entire rest of the map.
Same strategy from Kara House. Well, here's again the flashes over the top. This time Kara House are actually going to push off the back of them, but it doesn't seem to have affected All Gamers at all. ZQ finding 3. More than enough for All Gamers.
Yeah, and this looks like it may be just the writing on the walls that the time is up for the side of Kara House, but again, it's kind of the same strategy. It's a little bit predictable. They're going over and over, trying to force the issue on this A bomb site that clearly they don't have that ability to break through, and it just seems like maybe this is their best strat. They think it's the only way they can break through, but it's also just causing them so much trouble by trying to recommit to this over and over again.
Sure, that's fair enough if you think it's your best strategy, but if you've tried it 4 out of 5 rounds and it's not worked, I just don't see the point in repeating. And it's not even as if All Gamers have like stacked the A side or anything like that. They're not getting early info on it. It's just that the A hold is too strong, right? There's no flank coming in. There's no presence from anywhere else on the map. All Gamers know. They've tossed an aid right on the back of vent there, waiting for Kara House to come around. And again, Kara House are going to give it a crack. And, well, again, Shui able to double down. This time the entry's a little bit better from Kara House. But even still, numbers disadvantages. The lurk on the other side of the map is dealt with, and it's a 3-on-2. Plant yet to go down. All Gamers going to be aware that it is indeed the A site. There's no way that those Blacklist players could have gotten out. So they'll allow that plan to go down and take the multi-pronged approach for the retake. But Kara House going to have to make this work. They're going to have to convince us as to why A has been chosen so often in this half.
It's a good first kill from Shady. 2v2. Even now the last hope. Rambo, he's going to find that kill. Even. Can he do it, though? He's already spotted out. The 1v2 not going to work out. And Kara House, they find the round, but I am surprised they were rewarded for that choice.
Me too, yeah. I think a little bit uncoordinated, actually, on the retake there from All Gamers. It's one of the rare moments where you see a player enter and not get traded, right? I think that could have been done a little bit better by All Gamers. They traded effectively enough on the bomb side, so that's the thing. Is like, it's not even as if the initial choice from Cara House to go to A actually worked out as well as it maybe needed to justify it again, considering they were down on numbers, but they were able to clutch it out. So well done to the two individuals to get another round over the line for Cara House. And we're back to square one now. It looks like Cara House actually going to change things up. So they've had enough of A after 6 rounds of the half. Ready to probe elsewhere. I mean, Do, he's got 1 kill, 3 deaths out of the 5 rounds.
Yeah, surprising
the 6 rounds, I should say.
But at least we get that change of pace. So Cara House will see if it works. But for some reason, in the back of my mind, I feel like they're going to fall off and go towards this A bomb site later on. Rambo, he does get that first kill. The C4 recovered. 5-on-4 situation. Now they can start to work their way in. Lucas, being pretty far forward in mid, has that opportunity to maybe help them carve the path in for the execution. But there's a lot of over-rotation coming through from all gamers. There's only actually 1 player left on the A bomb side. It's going to be Jouet holding the vent position. LDX going to poke around there. Could run into trouble if these 2 players collide.
Jouet looks like he wants to go for an aggressive move in the vent, which might not be the worst of choices. There is a flash getting tossed over on A. It's really keeping those A holders honest, and all gamers haven't prompted a rotation just yet. Jouet is looking for info. You can see he's pushing out from A main. He's even been able to get that kill. Rambo died. I don't know what's happened there, but it's starting to get a little bit awkward here for Cara House. Jouet finds the timing perfectly on the rotate, and things just went wrong for Cara House on the entry into B.
Yeah, tough round to lose. They had the initial start, really looking good for them. But all gamers, they know how to take it back when they don't have the numbers to work with. And now they're halfway to yet another map. ZY, and this round going to be contesting on the B arches. Maybe spotting Rambo there on the edge of the smoke. Throws down some pre-fire to maybe catch him in the smoke. But he is gone and out of there. And now that things haven't worked towards the B side of the map, I'm not sure where they're going to take it this time around.
Definitely you could expect to see some more presence in mid from Cara House. Really the extent of what they've been doing in this half is just putting 1 member there to try to probe a little bit. But what about a committed approach to maybe trying to dig out someone like Do, who's holding that mid angle? Looks like once again we're just going to default back over toward A. ZQ and Jouet have been tested a lot on this half. Now it's Do's turn. Again, just that one sort of token attempt at the mid push, and it's not going to work out. If anything, it even prompts the extra rotation back over to A. It's starting to get really predictable here for all games, and Jouet already able to double down. It is too easy to hold. They've seen it before. They've done it before. Cara House, they've got to do something different.
Yeah, that's the problem with that A round working, though, earlier on. I think it gave them the idea in their mind that, okay, now A is the only successful thing we've had, so now we've got to go there again, and all gamers playing perfectly into that setup gives them a 6-2 lead and maybe a 7-2 half, which would be pretty much parallel to what we saw in the first map. ZY gets the double kill to open things up, even looking for that trade now on to Lucas. He's not going to find it, though. Lucas actually finds himself a second, keeps things at least even for now.
Yeah, lots of noise being made by LDX, though. Is going to prompt a bit of util heading in his direction. He thinks he's spotted someone's head, but none of those shots are going to connect, and Jouet once again will strike. He might even have the chance of denying the bomb from crossing. Lucas working hard alongside Rambo, and there's no way Jouet can deal with 2 at once. Cara House succeed right at the end of the half in grabbing another.
But will it be enough here? I mean, they still have a massive effort needed to even think about taking this map away from all gamers. 6-3 as we go into the side swap here. All gamers now on the attack. The Blacklist side, usually not their best side, but to be fair, even their lesser side is still very strong compared to what we've seen from Cara House today. Already Jue making an effort to poke around towards A. A very spread out setup though from all gamers.
Yeah, just a default setup. Pretty standard stuff. Wait to see if there's going to be any aggression off of the defensive side. Once that doesn't materialize, you can then start to go about your own plans. Cara House certainly have no reason to be aggressive right now. They're not feeling super confident about their chances, and so I don't imagine they'll want to be taking the fights against All Gamers until they very much have to. And on the same token, All Gamers have plenty of time as well to set up and maybe default for 30, 45 seconds and then really start to put their plans into motion. There's a lot of time available to them in these rounds. They are using all of that time quite effectively so far, clearing out middle. But Jue has been finished off. He only spotted one player in that connector. If he'd spotted two, maybe All Gamers would have picked the pace up over toward B, but now it's time for Shady to really try to activate. Similar to that game against Pacific Macta, Cara House needs someone to step up, and it could well be Shady.
Yeah, really good start to this round, but All Gamers, they still have control and will be able to get this plant down. 3-on-5 for the post plant. Cara House starting to work their way in aggressively. If they come in as a full unit, they've got to be careful not to line up here, though. They could get sprayed down by one of these players holding these very unique off angles. They've got a double stack player, and then even on the top of this wall is going to be very hard to deal with.
Really leaving that time quite late here, Cara House. It's going to need to be pretty damn quick, and it is from Dola. Evans fully flashed out. Can he deal with Rambo and give himself the chance? Not quite. Another 1 or 2 kills in that one from All Gamers, and it would have been really, really tight, but Cara House know what they're doing.
Yeah, now things get a little bit closer. I mean, only a 2-round game. They've got the first round of the half as well behind them. So already looking better on map number 2 here than what we saw in the first. But it's still going to be an uphill battle to get this one all the way to the close with them on top. All Gamers, they want to take this fight long, but Rambo, he's found one, he's found two. This is huge. Now it's a 5-on-3. All Gamers starting to struggle a little bit here on this second map.
Yeah, that double orb setup has been very much the tendency for Cara House. Not a huge surprise to see them pulling it out once again here on the Global Risk side of things, but All Gamers have now had a taste test of what they might have to deal with for the rest of the half. That is information, of course, that they'll be working away at. Dola being pressured by ZY. No shots coming through there for All Gamers. It's only ZQ to try to salvage. He's grabbed himself the first couple, and it hasn't cost him a huge amount of HP. Don't want to be seeing any mistakes now from Cara House giving up 1v1s.
Yeah, there's no way they should let this slip. They've got everything they need to make this a 1-round game. All Gamers, I'm not sure what's gotten into them on this side of the map, but they haven't looked the best on it. Cara House slowly starting to gather that info, but Rambo, he's alone here. Not going to matter. He gets it done. It's a second here to kick off the second half. 5-6 now, and an opportunity to tie. Surprised we're here.
That said, I'm sure All Gamers will be a little bit more prepared for the double orb setup coming into this round now that they've seen it a couple of times. Hopefully not just try peeking as many angles and allowing Rambo and Shady to get away with things. It is just the single orb this time, though, from Cara House. I like that they're changing things up on the defense, and this is going to keep All Gamers guessing. You never really know what you're going into in any given round.
Yeah, All Gamers as well. They brought out a second arm to try and deal with it. ZY picking it up on his side of things. I feel like a lot of the struggle for All Gamers has actually been due here. Only 2 kills and 11 rounds coming out from him. Very surprising to see him struggle on this second map in the way that he has. But it's going to be up to the rest of the team here on All Gamers to really get that momentum rolling. Cara House, they've got a 3-man stack here, though. This could be tough to walk into, but All Gamers, they're going to try nonetheless. LDX going to have to lock this one down with Lucas on the top of site, but there's no fight just yet. They're just playing underneath, throwing these counter flashes, trying to dig deep and make it happen, but there's just a little bit of hesitation here. All gamers now allow the 4-man rotation onto site, but they're still going to go swinging into it. ZQ able to find one, make it a double kill. How does he get away with that? Dola now left alone in a 1 versus 4, and ZQ gets a third.
Yeah, that's just individual brilliance that makes the difference from all gamers. You're exactly right in what you were saying, that 4-man rotation coming across from Carahouse made that one look really dangerous for all gamers, but they just take a step back, throw a second wave of util, catch the opening kills, and then ZQ goes crazy with the pistol. And all gamers build that lead back out to 2. Carahouse felt they were close. Now they're a bit of a stretch away again, and they'll have more work to do as we head into round number 13.
Jue, he wanted that double kill, gets at least the first. Do traded down and out. Rambo able to find another on to ZQ. And Carahouse, they can see the potential in this second map. They've got the advantage here in the round as well. Jue down to half, even gets a very vital frag, but the trades are coming through. Maybe not though. Shady able to hold on for now. ZY not going to do it in the 1-on-3, and we're back to a 1-round game.
Yeah, sloppy trading from all gamers costs them that round. Carahouse will be very happy to see it though. Really going toe-to-toe with all gamers here on Ankara. Much closer affair than we would have anticipated after watching Port. But it's still all gamers map to lose. Rambo once again tries to have the impact early. It's been a pretty good map from him, but this time he cannot strike, and so it's Jue now to push his way forward, and right in the corner, LDX will go down. ZY's there for the trade. Lucas also quite close by down the bottom of the stairs. ZQ tries to take him on his own, and it comes down to do the dirty work once again. He needs to try to find this 1v1 while he can. Do just will not miss. But he's got to go back for the C4, maybe. He heard Dola. You can back Do in the clutch every time.
What a round to take away. That would have been the golden opportunity to get Carahouse back into a position where they can maybe win this map, but instead, now it's an 8-6 lead for all gamers instead of the tie. And Do, he was very, very quiet up until that point, but what a time to come to life for all gamers, really securing a very important round. Now, Rambo going to be running into trouble A long, gets naded down to half HP. The pressure starting to be felt towards the B bomb side as all gamers group up for the push. Shady already in position to try and hold this one off. Dola underneath as well. He's going to find the first, make it a double kill, and they're still looking for more here. Shady going to go and find himself a nice one, and just like that, LDX seals the deal, and they answer back with a really big round.
Yeah, big stack from Carahouse, an excellent setup, the bait and switch, right? When you've got that crossfire established, it's generally one of the easiest things to execute. One player swings off the contact of the other. There's only so much the All Gamers members can do if they lose that initial trade. They're always trying to play catch up. So, Do, got to have your gun out at this point. You've got to be prepared for Rambo to push through as well. Look at that pre-fire coming through from All Gamers. They're aware that Rambo wants to peek this angle. Someone's going to have to be looking there, and ZY is that player. No shots connect, though, on either side.
I'm surprised All Gamers is still emphasizing this direction. They went into a 4-man stack in the previous round, and they might do it again here if they're not careful, but they do start to sense that may be the case. They've sent 2 players back towards mid. They've got even starting to look over towards this B-long hotel position. And now they can start to move back around and maybe rethink this one before committing to the A-bomb site.
Yeah, 3 players stacked on A. And Shady in that same position that I was talking about earlier today. It's not exactly the angle that you're always going to check if you're coming in through A main, but may not even come into play considering all gamers are trending back over toward B through the connector. Rambo and Dola maybe cottoning onto that fact. Spider sense is tingling. That nade does get tossed on in, but Rambo's rotated off just at the wrong time. No chance for a trade there on for Dola, which leaves Rambo alone. He's got too many angles to watch. It's a big problem now for Cara House. This will be match point available for all gamers if they win this round, and they definitely look like they're going to. 4-on-2 now. LDX and Lucas, the two L's for Cara House, are trying to stave off the L.
At this point, they need something huge to get it done. Lucas already down to 20 HP. LDX has to find a way to open it up now. Do takes him down. Lucas falls as well. And it's on to match point. This is where it's all going to be on the line for Cara House.
1 round away for all gamers. Cara House need to find an answer, and they have found answers after losing rounds, but it's really only been 1 round. You can see that right here on the graphic. Cara House, they got a couple at the start, but then, you know, as soon as all gamers picked up a round, Cara House gets 1 round, and then all gamers gets 1, and then Cara House gets 1, and then all gamers gets 1. And unfortunately, when you're behind, that's not going to be good enough. If you keep going 1 for 1, ultimately, we end at a 10-8, potentially. Rambo starts again, getting another pick from that A-bomb site, but all gamers, they've got 2 bites at the cherry here. Once again, they're going back over toward B. This time it looks a little better defended. Shady's in a great spot with that arm, but cannot connect on the initial shot. It was a pixel gap, tough one to hit.
Here comes the swing, though. ZY takes him down, and now they've got a chance to close this out after all. Do ZQ, they just come in swinging, and it's only Rambo now left. 1-on-4. Surely no way out here. All gamers looking to lock themselves in with another 2-0 victory. Rambo, he's going to go all the way around here, but I mean, there's just no time to make this happen. He needs 4 kills and the defuse, and there you have it. All gamers, they get it done in a 2-0 sweep. A much better effort from Cara House in map number 2, but it's hard to take down the Kings.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is pretty much that for all of the Vietnamese teams now here in the CrossFIRE Stars Summer Championship. Cara House have played their 3 games. They got a win against Pacific Macta. They lost to Imperial and All Gamers. And we pretty much know that it's going to be Imperial and All Gamers now out of this group. It's just a question of which order those 2 are going to be in. Maybe something to be said should Pacific Macta get the upset victory over All Gamers tomorrow, but I'm not holding my breath. And obviously for ranking, well, we'll see how they go tomorrow. But that game against Baisha yesterday and the game against VASCO today, 0-2 in their group, seems very unlikely for them to make it out either. So tough going for the Vietnamese fans, I'd say, here in the arena. It's been pretty rough watching. Unfortunately for them, outside of that 1 win that Cara House got over Pacific Macta, they haven't had a lot to cheer about.
Yeah, they really haven't. It's going to be unfortunate that we likely don't see a Vietnamese team in the top 4 playoffs, but you at least have to hand it to Cara House here in the final map. They fought a lot harder than what I expected, especially when you consider how that first map played out.
Yeah, I mean, were you a bit surprised to see the results now that they've played out in that capacity? Did you expect a little bit more from the Vietnamese region?
I did it. I specifically was thinking back to that Imperial game. I thought they were going to probably win that one in a commanding fashion, to be honest, knowing what they had done to prepare for this. But they were a little bit disappointing. Ranking, on the other hand, I feel like they were kind of on the back foot in the group they drew, and going into it, didn't expect anything crazy from them. But let's take a look at the highlights here.
Well, just another day at the office, really, for all gamers as they do complete, once again, another 2-0, this time over Cara House, and pretty much knock them out of the CFS Summer Championship. 10-3, 10-7 there for all gamers. And I guess now we sort of turn our discussion toward individuals for that last map. I thought Jue, he had a couple of really crucial rounds. Obviously, ZQ towards the back end as well kind of seemed to ramp things up. I have to continue to heap praise on Do as well. It seems like every time he's put in a pressure situation, he seems to deliver as well. So you've got a nice core sort of rounding out this all gamers roster, and it seems like they're all firing going into the deeper stages of this tournament.
Yeah, especially when you look at Do. I was nervous for him. He had a really rough start. Only 1 kill, I think, in the first half. But then he starts off his life in the second half with a crucial 1v3 clutch, showing that even though he's a newer player to this team, he still has that clutch ability that you expect out of all gamers.
Indeed, indeed. And, well, yeah, I mean, there's very much clutch ability across the board for them. At this point, yeah, they're probably going to need it, right, in the deeper stages once they do make it into those playoffs. Potential game against Baisha on the cards, maybe a rematch against Imperial is also there if things play out the way you'd expect. But look, the real fact of the matter is at the moment you'd probably have to say it will be all gamers playing against VASCO, Baisha playing against Imperial, if the rest of the games sort of go the way that we think that they will. And from what I've seen so far from all gamers, I think they're going to have no difficulty getting through that initial round game and making it into day 2 in the winners bracket, which of course, again, that's a conversation that we haven't really had on this broadcast. We haven't talked about the playoffs all that much, but we're kind of getting to that point in the week now where it does start to become relevant. The playoffs, not only are they best of 5, so that's a really hefty format to go through, but they're also double elim, so you get multiple chances, and double elim best of 5 is about as tough as it's going to get if you're the underdog team to make it through to the finals.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a brutal format, especially if you look at yourself as one of the weaker teams in that 4-team pool. I feel like VASCO going into that is going to have a really rough time because they've looked the shakiest, I would say, out of the teams that are looking like the top 4 right now.
Yep. But before we get into that big discussion, of course, we do have to take a look back at that map and see who were the performers. We mentioned Jue and ZQ. Felt like either of them really could take away the MVP. I'll probably give it to Jue just for argument's sake. On the other side of the field, Shady kind of got going towards the end. Rambo was pretty good for the most part on that map, and Lucas was here and there as well. But I mean, even though the scoreline was relatively close, there was just a couple of players that did kind of let things slip a little bit there for Cara House, and all gamers were a little bit more consistent across the board.
Yeah, it really just came down to that first half difference, because when you look at the second half, it was pretty even. Both teams picked up 4 rounds, but that first half, all gamers just much stronger out of the gate, giving themselves that ability to push through. And yeah, I'd have to agree with you. I think Jue is probably the MVP of this one in my eyes, because he just played so consistent throughout this whole map. Very important on the entry fragging, and even on those retakes as well, creating a lot of havoc to deal with for Cara House and ultimately giving them that opportunity to make this a 2-0 series. But in this second map, it was not easy to get to the end here. I feel like this is the most we've seen all gamers struggle so far to close out a map.
Yep, yeah, definitely. 10-7, the closest scoreline for them there on Ankara, but also Black Widow. I mean, they did have a 10-7 against Imperial in that first game, but I don't know. Yeah, I kind of tend to agree with you. I felt like that one felt a little bit more like a foregone conclusion. It just sort of felt like it was more of a formality for AG to close that game out on Black Widow. But here on Ankara, I don't know if I really ever believed that Cara House was going to be able to get the win, but they were probably about 1 round away from making me believe that a couple of times, right? If they would have won 2 rounds in a row in that second half, then I might have been convinced, but they were unable to do that, and now it's time for us to take a look at the MVP for the last map. It's actually going to go to ZQ. He was kind of the other contender in the running there alongside Jue. We obviously, both sort of put our vote in for Jue, but I'm not necessarily disappointed to see ZQ there as the MVP.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, he still had over a kill per round himself as well, and he's really one of the veterans holding this team together. It's impressive to see him still, every time he's at one of these events, continue to be such a staple player, because it's not easy to maintain this level of performance against some of the best teams in the world, and he's always around that 1 kill per round mark or better.
Yeah, absolutely. And he had a lot of impact frags as well. I think that's the other thing that you sometimes don't really take into account when you're like looking at the statistics and you just say, okay, well, so-and-so had more kills than someone else. But talk about impact frags, CQ certainly was up there in both halves. And so maybe that's part of the reason why he was able to take the back-to-back MVP for All Gamers today, to go with the back-to-back MVP that ZY got on day one. So just put Z in your name and you'll get the MVPs, it seems like. Either way, here is how that series played out. And so a total of 20 rounds go the way of All Gamers and a total of 10 go the way of Carahouse. 10-3, 10-7. All Gamers grabbing double the rounds that Carahouse did. So, yeah, I mean, when you do that, you're in a pretty good spot, you'd have to say, to close the series out. And that's exactly what they did. They've still got a little bit more work to do, obviously, tomorrow. But we're at that point now where we think All Gamers in that game against Pacific Macta probably should be able to close this game out. And Carahouse, that's the end of their run in the group stages and the end of their run here at the CFS Summer Championship. They go down with a 1-2 scoreline overall. Decent win over Pacific Macta, although one of those maps did go into the overtime. And then lost to Imperial and All Gamers. Pretty much knocks them out of the group, so unfortunate for Carahouse that they couldn't do it here on home turf and put on a bit of a show for the local crowd.
Yeah, now we're down to just 1 day left of the group stage. It does beg the question, though, and I'm curious to get your thoughts here. Are we going to see any of these end in a 2-1 finish? Because everything so far has been 2-0s, and this is why the group stage has looked so one-sided in some regards.
Yeah, I'll have to have a look at the matches that we're going to have tomorrow. We've got, Baisha versus VASCO, and then ranking versus GV, All Gamers versus Pacific Macta, if I remembering correctly. All Gamers Pacific Macta, that's 2-0 every day of the week as far as I'm concerned. I think Baisha versus VASCO is probably a 2-0 as well. So to me, ranking in GV, I could see that maybe going 3 maps. That might be the only one tomorrow that I have any doubts about. But I probably still give the benefit of the doubt there to ranking. I mean, they didn't do too poorly today against VASCO, so yeah, I don't know. It's a hard one to call. I'm just taking a look back at the result that GV was able to get against VASCO as well, and they did all right as well. So jury's out on that one, but here's the update. After seeing All Gamers now play their second game, they have leapfrogged above Imperial. The round differential looking pretty damn good for them, and I can only imagine it will get better after that game against Pacific Macta.
Yeah, now it's just a matter of seeding basically at this point. You've got All Gamers and Imperial locked in. You've got Baisha and VASCO locked in. And tomorrow's games will just come down to who's going to be those #1 and #2 seeds and ultimately where we're going to position ourselves going into those playoffs.
Yeah, that's the big question mark, isn't it, right? Seeding really does matter when you're considering about how this can play out, where there's a world potentially where both the Chinese teams play against each other and both the Brazilian teams play against each other in the first round of the playoffs. Both regions will, I would say, probably want to avoid that kind of a situation because they won't want to be knocking out their countrymen, but it's a big conversation to have tomorrow. For now, we'll throw it down to the stage to close the show.
Và như vậy chúng ta đã cùng nhau khép lại ngày thi đấu thứ 3 của CFS Summer Championship năm 2023 với một chiến thắng đầy thuyết phục từ On Gamers. Và hãy cùng dành một tràng vỗ tay dành cho MVP của chúng ta, VASCO ạ. Và trước hết thì xin được mời bạn có thể gửi lời chào đến với tất cả quý vị khán giả đang cùng theo dõi kênh trực tuyến của CROSSFIRE cũng như khán giả đang cùng có mặt ở nhà thi đấu đến tận những phút này, có được không ạ?
然后可以向正在观看直播的，然后还有一些在场馆现在对现场的一些观众吧，对介绍一下自己。
大家好，我是来自中国 A 级战队的 ZQ。
xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là ZQ đến từ On Gamer Trung Quốc.
Và phải nói rằng là đối với đội tuyển On Gamers thì đây là một đội tuyển mà được đánh giá rất là cao, năng lực rất là mạnh luôn, và cũng là một trong những đối thủ được gọi là mong chờ cho chiếc cúp vô địch năm nay. Thì không biết là bạn đến với giải đấu lần này thì tinh thần của mình như thế nào ạ? Vẫn rất là cẩn thận trong việc luyện tập hay là bạn có một tinh thần thi đấu thoải mái ạ?
然后就 AG 就被认定一个在那个 CFS 夏季那个 世锦赛一个非常强的一个战队，然后你们的训练时间嘛，然后强度有没有就减少这些的？对，一样的。
我们训练时间也是跟之前一样吧，就下午来训练室练枪，练到晚上就回酒店休息了。
Thì thời gian luyện tập bên AG thì vẫn không thay đổi nhiều lắm, dù là luyện trong thời gian thi đấu hay là bình thường. Thì hiện tại thì AG sẽ luyện tập từ lúc sáng cho đến tối và sẽ trở về thẳng về khách sạn như vậy.
Wow, lịch trình rất là dày đặc và vô cùng tập trung. Thế thì vừa rồi đến với trận đấu của chúng ta thì bạn đánh giá ra sao về đối thủ và cụ thể đâu là đối thủ bạn cảm thấy là có phần thi đấu tốt nhất, là Sadi, Rambo hay là Lucas hay là ai ạ?
然后就对今年的那个对手吧，然后你有什么评价？然后你对哪个选手是有最深刻的印象吧？
我对那个卢卡斯印象比较深吧，因为他特别的准，他今天状态也比较好，我就对他印象特别深。
Mình vốn rất là ấn tượng với khả năng nhắm bắn của Lucas và hôm nay cũng không là một ngoại lệ, rất là tuyệt vời.
Và một câu hỏi cuối cùng thôi, đó là với những cái ấn tượng của bạn dành cho đội đối thủ như vậy á, thì không biết là bạn có tự tin là năm nay sẽ vượt qua tất cả những đối thủ còn lại để trở thành đội quán quân, cũng như là không nằm ngoài sự kỳ vọng của tất cả quý vị khán giả và những người hâm mộ được không ạ?
那你有没有就自信成为今年那个 CFS 夏季世锦赛的冠军嘛？对。
得一步一步来吧，因为我们队，反正争取先进个决赛吧，先进个决赛。
Cái này thì bên mình cũng không chắc nữa nhưng mà sẽ dù sao cũng sẽ nắm chắc tấm vé đầu tiên vào chung kết.
Dạ, một lần nữa xin được cảm ơn cho phần chia sẻ vừa rồi rất là tuyệt vời từ VASCO, cũng như là xin được cảm ơn phần chuyện của chúng ta. Và xin được mời hai bạn có thể quay trở về chỗ ngồi của mình ạ. Thưa quý vị, như vậy chúng ta cũng được trải qua những trận thi đấu rất là mãn nhãn, kịch tính, và cùng với đó thì mình cũng được lắng nghe phần chia sẻ từ những game thủ ngày hôm nay, đúng không ạ? Và chúng tôi hy vọng rằng là chúng ta cùng nhau trải qua được ngày thi đấu thứ 3 thật sự là đáng mong chờ rồi. Quý vị cũng đừng quên rằng là chúng ta sẽ còn có thêm những ngày thi đấu tiếp theo, khung giờ vẫn rất là quen thuộc, bắt đầu đến với 14 giờ chiều ngày mai. Hãy cùng xem về lịch trình thi đấu ạ. Thưa quý vị, và ở lịch trình ngày thi đấu tiếp theo, chúng ta sẽ có trận đầu tiên trong bảng B giữa GV ESPORTS và Ranking ESPORTS. Trận thứ hai diễn ra ở bảng A sẽ là Pacific, Macta và On Gamers. Và trận cuối cùng sẽ là ở bảng B giữa phần tranh tài của VASCO ESPORTS và Baisa Gaming. Thưa quý vị, hãy nhớ là ghi lại cho mình thông tin để đến trực tiếp cùng với nhà thi đấu mùa 7, hoặc quý vị có thể theo dõi trực tuyến cùng chúng tôi, cùng với cộng đồng CROSSFIRE. Có thể quý vị hãy cùng nhau chụp ảnh màn hình lại để lưu lại thông tin quý vị nhé. Và thưa quý vị, vừa rồi chúng ta đã cùng nhau đến với lịch trình thi đấu của ngày mai. Quý vị cũng đừng quên, chúng ta sẽ còn kéo dài đến với ngày 27 tháng 8 này và dần dần đi qua từ vòng bảng đến bán kết và chung kết. Hy vọng chúng tôi sẽ mang đến cho quý vị những trận đấu mãn nhãn kịch tính và không phụ lòng mong chờ của tất cả quý vị khán giả, đặc biệt là những ai yêu mến bộ môn game này. Và thưa quý vị, đến đây chúng tôi cũng xin phép được gửi lời cảm ơn chân thành đến tất cả quý vị ngày hôm nay đã cùng đồng hành cùng với CROSSFIRE. Xin chào và xin phép được hẹn gặp lại quý vị vào ngày mai cũng trong khung giờ 14 giờ cùng với CFS Summer Championship năm 2023.
championship point. All gamers will be